I think we've started both streams. Hello. Hello, VOD viewers. Welcome. Hopefully that's right. And we got to pop out the chat again. I think I'm actually going to end up changing what system we use. Oh, thanks. But for now, we'll keep using the one we've tried. And today, I think we'll end up doing some replay reviews, test some of the stuff I was trying to work in. We'll see if the bot, I changed some stuff with stream elements. Maybe the bot works on YouTube now. And someone mentioned how OBS has some chapter stuff. I looked a little bit into that, found some extra stuff on it. We'll see if that helps me do timestamps for future videos. Otherwise, I'm not sure what we want to do today, just because Crownfall ends tomorrow. Maybe that means a patch. I don't even know if replay reviews today make much sense with that in mind. But otherwise, I don't know. I don't feel much motivation to play. So maybe a variety game. But I figured we'd start with this, and we'll see how we feel. Hey, Ermiar, Radiant Melee Creep, Nonokaze, what's up, guys? Yeah, Blast is going on right now as well. So, I mean, if you wanted to watch top-tier Dota, that is literally quite happening at this moment. Jackbox. Okay, you know what? In terms of community games, recently I found a game called Nyx, and you can have a server of like 100+ players, I think. I thought that could be fun, but of course it has to be something that people have. And it's still an early access game, so I don't think that many people would have it. But I was having a blast with that game. I thought it was a lot of fun. Show the hero grid? Sure. I think I'll redo this hero grid at some point. But this is what I currently use. I mainly just use this. I just put the most interesting heroes I'm currently playing at the time right here. Hey, Rainbow Skin, what's up? It's not that replay reviews aren't relevant. There's like some fundamental stuff that's still good, you know. Hey, you're not looking at the map, seeing this opportunity, stuff like that. But hey, this item build, this skill build is the way to go. Tomorrow, brand new facet, brand new whatever. Maybe it's tomorrow, maybe it's 3 weeks, maybe it's never. That's the part where it feels weird. You know, it's like, oh, Zach told me I should do this build and this play style. And then tomorrow, the Lotus Pool timing changes. The value of whatever changes. Who knows? Who knows with what is supposed to be a big patch? And that's kind of the weird part. Lost a match badly, needs to decompress. Smart. It's always good to decompress after a annoying loss. Sometimes it's out of your control. You can't even do anything about it, but it's good to take a breather, not just go straight into it. Where can I ask for a replay review? Well, let me get the thing open, and we can see if it works now for YouTube and Twitch. Stream Elements has a way to do a bot for both chats individually. So I thought maybe it works. If not, maybe I have to change it. Maybe it'll still only work for one at a time. That's what we're going to find out today. And if it doesn't work, I'll look for another solution. So why don't we... This version definitely works for Twitch. So we'll see if we can get this going and if it works for both. If not, we'll start with Twitch. We'll do the same thing we did last time where YouTube... We'll alternate between Twitch and YouTube, and then I'll use a random number generator to pick the YouTube people. Okay, so I'm going to start this one. All right, so type !ticket if you'd like to join in. I'm going to test on YouTube to see if I pop up. I don't think I am. So it might still not be working for both. Rainbow Skin. Yeah, I don't think I see you. Ermiar, interestingly, I don't see your name popping up, even though I see you did the ticket, but at the same time as you did the 3 stream streak watching thing, that may have messed something up, because I actually don't see your name in here. Maybe do another !ticket, just to see. Also, yeah, anyone on YouTube, if you want to come over to Twitch and join in this way, feel free. I don't care if you guys hop between streams and like join in on both sides. I don't care. But I will do a YouTube-specific one after the Twitch one. We'll alternate so that, you know, you don't have to switch if you don't want to. I'll give you guys a couple, a little bit to join everything in. I knew it was rigged against you. As I speak, I'm deleting your name permanently, Ermiar. Oh, actually, oh no, here you are. Here you are. Okay, I thought I still didn't see you. I deleted you faster than I thought. No, okay, I see you in here now. You're good. You're good. Oh, no, no, Kaze, you redeemed one. Let's still start with this raffle since we're this far in, but we can do yours next. Oh, should I? I hadn't decided on this. Let me think a second. Because now that we're multi-streaming, Twitch has a way to get, the channel points, and I barely have anything for the channel points, but one of them was to get a guaranteed replay analysis. That feels unfair now for YouTube watchers because I don't know if there's an equivalent system for YouTube. What should I do with that? Let me think on it for a moment. We'll start with the raffle, like I said. And then maybe we'll still do yours in the meantime. All right, I'm going to go ahead and let's get started. Draw winner. It is Noise Terror. I'll assume the X is silent. Give them 2 raffles. Maybe. All right, Noise Terror. Anytime you get a chance, drop in with the match ID, who you're playing, any questions you got. Let me switch over to some of this stuff, just in case we ever use some of this stuff for videos. Oh, Jupiter's getting going right away with the meowing. Indeed, Ermiar. Indeed. Yeah, it's not that it's strictly unfair. Like, if people want to sub and stuff, I think there's like a ×2 chance for people who are subbed. I think that I'm okay with that. But that's the part where it's now weird with YouTube because that's all Twitch specific. If I can find a YouTube equivalent, then I think it'll be fine. But that's just what I gotta maybe take a look into. You didn't play for a long time? Okay. If you just joined the raffle for fun, we can just pick another person, or maybe we'll hop over to Nono Kaze's right off the bat. Because you do need a game within the week. If you want to hand it to someone, I guess that's fine too. You'd pass to someone else? You want to pick someone? Or should we just move to Nono Kaze's with a redeemed? Also, I think I found a way to do the music. I think it literally didn't exist until a couple days ago. I'm using a plugin called Atom Multi-Stream. Yo, Mobzer, thank you for the sub. You're gonna have ×2 chance to win these reviews now. Atom Multi-Stream, it was one of the things out there. I started using it. I was looking into some other options. I was trying to find a bot that would work between Twitch and YouTube. By chance, I had just given up on finding a way to do music because I couldn't find anything. Looked for a way to combine the chats and find a bot that worked for both. Stream Elements just released a plugin for multi-streaming, and I think Stream Elements, you can choose to which platforms get what audio tracks, which means to Twitch, we could listen to music, send the music to Twitch, not have it in the VOD still because Twitch has that function. YouTube doesn't have that function, but we could just not send the music to you guys. So it might be possible, but I didn't switch over yet because I literally just started this plugin and I didn't get a chance around to mess with it. All right, we're going to do No Kaze's then. Sounds good. A Warlock game, I think, ended 50 minutes, though I feel like it could have ended earlier. Ain't that the truth? This is the annoying. Every time I clicked on Twitch to get your match ID, closes the YouTube says I have it up as a pop-out chat. Some behind-the-scenes complaining. I only have wins recently. Nice. But even wins, I don't mind looking at wins. If it's a complete stomp, like, hey, check out this game, 3 of them abandoned, and we ran it down 7 minutes, then yeah, there's not that much to look at. But even if you win, I think as long as it's a normal game that plays out, there's usually stuff to improve on. So it doesn't hurt. It's always up to you guys. But I think as long as there's something you're not sure, could I do this better? Is this right? That's still viable for coaching. Okay, we are going to try another behind the scenes things. Recording is not active. Recording's not active. I guess this won't work. So I guess I would have to be recording the entire time I stream, which isn't the end of the world, but now the timings are going to be incorrect because the stream has been going on for longer. All right, maybe next time I have to start recording at the same time. I was trying this chapter mark thing, but apparently it only works if I'm recording and a VOD won't work. Can I see where I'm live? I can. All right. Here's the manual follow-up. 11:30 Warlock. Wait, we're gonna have to bump that time. Warlock, what rank is this? Legend. Warlock 5, Legend. All right, we'll do 11:40. We're starting the review. This is where the timestamp on YouTube is going to be. Go, go, go. All right. I guess I'll just manually do the timestamps again. Maybe next time I'll just record and then delete the recording just to have the timestamps. I found something that'll give me like a little text file with the timestamp, so I can just copy and paste it in. But next time. All right, let's come over to the Warlock game. See what you're up to here. I don't mind the Sage's Mask if you think this is going to be a real passive lane, which you're maybe laning with a Medusa. This is a very bad lane combination because your heal does nothing. Divine. Deciding where. You can actually move this over to like right over here. It still sees the rune and all this stuff. I'd recommend it. It's somewhere like over here. It's a little finicky to put. But I recommend like right click over here and then like shift Q it here, and that way you'll do it instantly. And you also have the time while your guy's walking from here to here to like find the finicky spot. And then once you do it, then just be ready to click away. And if your smoke breaks or you run into a hero and you don't want to do it, then that's when you click to break it up. So that can just speed you up a little bit. Item build, I would replace the mango with a blood grenade if you think you're going to buy a blood grenade, which pretty much every support should just start one, even if you're defensive. It's just that good of an item. You're not going to need this mango right away. You're full mana, you even got a clarity and a Sage's Mask, so you can replace it with the blood grenade, or go ahead and replace this clarity. I'd actually prefer that. Replace that with the blood grenade. And in fact, I don't think you'll need either of these right away. So you could get the blood grenade and then an iron branch or two, depending, I forget how much money you had. But Warlock has pretty long attack range, so you can poke, you can cast spells, and then if you plan on spamming spells, immediately have your mango and or clarities coming out of the base right away. Now you got 2 sentries. I'm up for this. I would say open up the small camp and let's see what we want to do here. If you don't run into any heroes bottom, by the way, maybe this is blocked. If you run into all the heroes down here, then they were probably all there. It's very difficult to have time to come block this and still make it over here. So depending when you run into them, you can guess if this is blocked or not. I've already zoned out on whether you saw heroes here or not because I was rambling about other stuff. But if that's why you didn't check this small camp, I'm open to it. You have like one option with a Medusa, which is that you use Shadow Word on the enemies or yourself and poke a lot. I guess 2 options. The other is Fatal Bond, spam it out, do a lot of pulls. So depending who you're playing against, what you think is good, I'm open to that. Undying Clockwork. Oh, that's dangerous. He's burning that mana. I kind of wouldn't mind if you shoved things out with the Fatal Bonds. All right, look how much mana we bought. We haven't even leveled a skill yet. heavy counter, line, mana drain in lane. Get a magic stick to start. Get a couple mangoes. That way you'll always have them when you need it. If he starts attacking you, if he starts mana draining you, if you're close to breaking it, just step out of it. If he's mana draining you, he can't fight back, just hit him. It depends on what heroes you're playing. But if he's mana draining, he can't do anything. So just blow all your spells on him and then whack him. And then he's like, oh shit, I have mana drain. You know, what can I do? You want to leave the big camp open so they don't have a way to clear it. So I'm open to that. The danger is it's a fighting thing, and Tombstone can actually be good at killing you guys along with the clockwork. So that's the scary part, but if you keep your distance, I'm okay with it. If you want to play that way, I think you should start with Fatal Bond sooner, pop it on the very first wave, which they didn't show on, so I guess the second wave, and you shove in the lane, and because it's shoved in so fast with a lot of creeps, then you have an easier time using the hard camp. This we could still get to that point. It's just a little scary because we've now stacked it and we're not shoving that hard, which means if they actually start hitting things really quickly, push it in, your Medusa's low, and then they use this camp first, now that's kind of scary. So if you do want to play this way, I actually recommend sooner Fatal Bonds to set yourself up. It might still work. I think we have to start using Fatal Bonds off cooldown. Why does Ricky Support pick Contract Killer? I don't think they do. I think they take the other one. Contract Killer just ends up not being that much XP. The other one gives you wave clear. All right, so see, if he pulls this, that's bad. It's bad. Oh no. Look how fast this creep camp's gonna die if we don't get here right away. Okay, we're here. One creep's down. We've already missed one. All right, we're in vision now. The other one's almost down. So kind of missed 2 last hits, even though you guys could have gotten here. This Fatal Bonds, unfortunately, only hit all the creeps. Downside of having stacked hard camp. So try to use the Fatal Bond on the enemy, and then the extras will bounce over to whatever. If you use it on this, there's a chance it goes to the clockwork, but not guaranteed. It would be better to kind of wait till Undying walks over, though. And then you could do it. You could Fatal Bonds while potentially upheavaling. I actually don't know if I would have taken Upheaval this game, by the way. It's good versus double melee. He can break it with the... Like, he can throw a Power Cogs at you, though. And I think if you're upheavaling while there's a Tombstone down, I think that's a losing fight. I might hold it. Hold the second skill point, see what you need. I would be okay with using Shadow Word aggressively. Again, how much mana items we have? Still have them. 3 minutes in the game, so all your auto attacks with 2 Iron Branches, 3 Iron Branches, Magic Stick, whatever, could have been building charges the whole time. Could have saved up for a Ring of Bassi real quick once you see, like, oh, nothing much is happening. Bassi's good for me and Medusa. This is why I usually don't recommend... I recommend never starting with Clarities nowadays. Very few situations, I suppose. I'd say 2% of games for a very select few heroes. Like Crystal Maiden. Mangoes, 1 or 2 is okay for the right heroes. I think Warlock can skip them to start. I mean, the wave clear on the Ricky, like the Exterminator, it's not as good as having, like, core items, right? Of course. But it's better than not having anything, which sounds straightforward. I'll pause this because this isn't related to this replay at all. If you... Okay, we're too early in the game, so there's not a great example, like, on the map right now. But let's say the creep wave is, like, pushing here. You're invis Ricky, which means you could be anywhere. The enemy team doesn't know. You get here, you see stuff is happening top. We want to shove this in. With Contract Killer, you know, regular old Ricky, core or support, pushing that lane in would not be fast. And especially a support where you have less damage, standing behind the creeps and attacking would be slower than having 4.5 times extra damage on it. And then you push the lane faster. It's still not as good as someone with actual wave clear, but it's a lot more than what you would typically have. You do a pull and you E the camp, something like that. If you try to jungle without it, you do like nothing. So there's just a couple instances throughout the game where having the extra wave clear is more useful for you, especially because Riki 4 right now it's pretty common to get Diffusal and Power Treads. And so there is some damage there, which then boosts that further. Contract Killer, you have to get assists, you have to get kills. You're really not that strong at the start of the game, so the facet isn't really doing anything until 5 to 10 minutes into the game. At that point, although Exterminator may not have done that much, it could have been used to secure a range creep or two throughout the laning stage, along with your W, and then fight over pole camp, stuff like that. You use it to escape. I guess that's not related to Exterminator at all. But Contract Killer is just very hit or miss on how much you get out of it, whereas Exterminator is more consistent and makes more sense. Aveltal, thank you. Thank you for the sub. Oh my goodness, we killed him. Oh, rip. All right, I'm going to speed forward. I've already said my piece about the itemization and all that, how we can adjust. And this is like a 50-minute game, you said, so let's go look at, you know, other stuff beyond just the laning. This is why level 1... Oh, that's even level 2 upheaval. Kind of awkward. It takes a long time to ramp up. I would say the other issue... Good courier micro. Oh, bye, Medusa. I'd say the other issue with upheaval this game, in this lane, I think you're looking at 2 melee heroes, and you're thinking upheaval's good. Usually that's true. Clockwork, if he's on top of you, and you go, oh shit, I gotta upheaval so we can get away, but he uses power cogs, it's hard to get away from that, which means even though Clockwork is slow, you're still sort of trapped with him for a while. Not you, your carry. So... it's not as good as, say... what's another melee hero that doesn't have this kind of thing? I'm thinking of Tusk and Earthspear, but they actually have ways to deal with upheaval. Oh god, panic. Who's another position for? Bounty or something, you know? Who, he can only walk at you, and if he can't walk at you, that's it, you're out. It also works better if there's aggressive potential with upheaval to get to be like 2-0-2. If you laned with an Ursa, you know, and then you can use it to run away or go aggressive. With Medusa, I understand why you're skipping the Shadow Word. So I think it's like kind of fine. But if it wasn't a Medusa and it was any other carry, I'd probably do Shadow Word. And you might still do it because you can use it on the enemies. You know, you can use Fatal Bonds, Shadow Word on these guys to keep them low. Okay, Arcane Boots. You see how we still have that clarity? I'm gonna keep saying it so it really settles in the mind. I like it. I like it. I don't know if we get it though, because the upheaval still slows them, so it's a little tricky. Might have been good enough though. What's happening here, Axe? This isn't actually worth your time, a lot of the cases, guys. Axe right now looks like he's having a pretty decent game. PA actually as well. But Axe right now can drag creep waves to camps and just farm super fast while putting a lot of pressure on the tower through the camps. I would say like 500 to 600 GPM if I just had to ballpark something. But if we did some math, you know, the creep wave being 150 plus, and then a camp being, you know, whatever value, 60, 80, 100 down here, and you're doing one creep wave, one camp every 30 seconds, if not more. That'd be better. This is chasing a PA. What can PA do at level 5? She can jungle one camp, maybe another camp, no creep waves because the creep waves are all dying to the tower. So it's actually just way more efficient for Axe to just... like, instead of chasing the PA, just keep farming, take camps, and then this tower will fall. It'll fall in the next minute or two, and then you can push up here, Now you can do the same thing. You can be cutting creeps, killing camps, and chasing the PA around here, and it's not so dangerous. People aren't rotating in behind, killing you off. You're not wasting a bunch of farming time because you're farming and then fighting. Not like farming, walking around, fighting. You know, the tower's over here. And in the process of spending another minute farming, maybe you finish a bigger item to do something. Blink, for example. Told Medusa to leave top. I wouldn't mind. Top lane kind of sucks. If you just sat top with the build you ended up going for, this is actually pretty good at holding the tower. So I would just sit there and hold it. If she doesn't want to leave, you know, what can you do? But I think your call is right. Give up on that top lane. You just delay it. Let her go jungle. Medusa jungles faster than PA. If both carries are jungling, you're winning. We all rushed here. Okay, kind of walking top. Maybe if you wanted a defensive ward, I'd be up for that. But otherwise, I want to walk back bottom. I don't want to go towards the Medusa. Since you have an arcane rune, I'm okay using both spells. Otherwise, I usually recommend just one spell. Oh, this is a perfect example why we wanted to go bottom, actually. So these guys came bottom. We ended up going top. I would like to stay with them for potential early pressure, which we don't always know what's going to happen. But something like this, where if you're here as well, we have Upheaval, we have Fatal Bonds. It's pretty strong to drop on everyone and maybe get something out of this. 5 heroes here. Since you didn't come here, if you weren't already pushing, immediately start pushing. But if you were here, it actually works out. I wouldn't usually expect 5 heroes. Usually, because it's 5, if you were here, you're actually just going to feed with your team. But we couldn't have known that. Usually it wouldn't be 5 heroes. This is a bit overkill from the enemy team. If it was just 3 heroes, though, you see where it works out. 3 versus 2, not so great. If you're here, 3v3, it's better. 4v3, maybe you get some heroes out, that kind of thing. 5 heroes is more than expected. A double stack is good. On bottom, get our level 6, stay out of sight. No, Nyx! Why have you revealed me? No! Undying, TP'd mid, so you know he can't be down here. So you guys can actually play pretty aggressive if you want, and then just keep track of where he's walking. And if you see him start to move this way, just mental clock. You have about, 5, 10, 15 seconds wherever he happens to be and you happen to be. You guys are going on different targets, though. Sorry, it was rude to laugh there. That was very rude of me. The shard is good for delaying the game. If you think that's what you need, I'm open to it. It's not as necessary anymore, because Upheaval does enough wave clear on its own compared to what it used to do. And when things die, you summon an imp anyways, if they're affected by your spells. So you actually don't need the shard. But if you're fully committed to just delaying the game as long as you can, I'm open to it. Otherwise, I would say something like Force Staff or Drums could be pretty good to kill and or get away from Tombstone and Clockwork Cogs. You're gonna rush the Ags. It's kind of okay for a pub game. I personally think one utility item into Ag's Refresher, like if you want to play that way, is good, especially versus a PA who is... PA and Dragonite can kill your golems pretty easily. So it gives me a little less value on the rushing of the Ags.
Dyer's mid tower could use a little help.
Clarity still not used? That's a good point. I wasn't even paying attention to that. Is this the same Clarity or did he buy another one? 16-minute good luck Clarity. Yeah, Solar Crest isn't bad either. It's unfortunate. It's not... It's okay with Medusa, I guess. It's just weird with the mana barrier, but I guess it's not that bad. Especially with, like, OD. OD likes it. It's good versus PA. I'd be up for Solar Crest. I think... part of the reason I think Drums or Force Staff instead of Solar Crest just happens to be... I think you guys have decent ways to address the PA and the Dragonite, which is like Astral or Blink, Blade Mail, or Call Blade Mail, Stone Gaze eventually. These things are actually pretty good versus PA and Dragonite, so I'm not as worried about, oh shit, they're dying, you know, Solar Crest. It's more... if they take a really good fight around Tombstone and we get trapped by like the initiation of Hookshot and Power Cogs, to me that represents the bigger issue that we can address, that our team does not have answers to. Which I guess Astral works against people with Cogs, but in the way that these guys can answer PA, only he could potentially answer Tombstone or Power Cogs. And Tombstone's not even an answer. You're just not killed for a moment and then you pop out and you're still under the Tombstone. But Force Staff or Drums would get you out of there. So that's some of my logic on why I would pick those items over the Solar Crest this game. If you had a different set of heroes with more mobility, for example, and more susceptible to physical damage, then maybe I am getting the Solar Crest instead of the Drums and whatever. Look at us go. This is peak Warlock gameplay. Just channeling upheaval here. Microing the Golem. Okay, time to die now. That's not too bad, though. 2 for 3. Yeah, Medusa Warlock is not a good combo. It doesn't make much sense.
This should make my life easier.
It could work. It's just not as good as other combos. Just because there's a bit of lack of synergy. Eventually, the AoE damage is cool. Get him. Next time is not going to be too bad with everything I said. Okay. But you see, there's a little bit... I was worried this was not low enough. But actually, it's a little too low and a little too to the left. Should actually go like right here. Because what are the odds someone puts something right here? This is a very high level thing to put an observer over here rather than here. Most pubs, that's not going to happen. So the sentry can go a little further to the right. And then the Dyer can put things on the stairs and it makes sense. It's very rare for that to make sense on the Radiant. So you don't really need to cover this part of the stairs or this. So if you bump it up a little bit, we have a higher chance of catching an observer somewhere over here or over here. I know this sounds very nitpicky. It is very nitpicky, but observers and sentries, you can just give yourself the best odds. It's like, do I want 70% odds or 80% odds? Like, why would you not take the 80% odds? There's no real downside. So that's why I do nitpick those. You have no armor, Dragon Knight. You've forgotten to wear your pants. But he gets away anyways. Maybe it's not a nightmare for him. Oh, it totally is a nightmare. That was a weird interaction. Hookshot as the ult finishes. How weird. I think the stun got interrupted by the Nyx Q. One more for the road. All right, right here's where you go, oh shit, and then you 4-staff drums away. This seems like a little bit hopeful of a Golem ult. I think you just hold that ult. You have the longest ult in the game. Axe is very low cooldown, so as soon as he's up, he's ready to go again. The question is, how good are you to do anything with him? And a lot of it is going to depend if you have the ult or not. So it would be better to not use it there. Golem. I would actually recommend, so if you die like this, if you do Golem because you thought it was going to be better fight or whatever, so what should they do in this case after killing you guys? They should push this bottom lane, most likely. Maybe come steal your Wisdom Rune potentially, depending what heroes they have available. Theirs are actually dead, so they're not going to do too much besides push the lane in. But as you saw, if you bring the Golem to where they are, they will kill your Golem and they'll farm it. And so it doesn't really work to stop them from pushing if you meet the Golem where they're trying to push. But what you can actually just do is just like let them walk forward and then just send your Golem this way. And then you farm this wave. In fact, you can even use the Golem to drag it to a camp and then farm both at the same time with the immolation. And that way you kind of prevent them from pushing without feeding the Golem like this. If your team is going to fight, then you can bring the Golem. Maybe that's what you were thinking. I actually think it's unlikely they warded. Okay, mini-map watching time. Ready? Okay, actually, Clockwork was there, but you see him turn around, and then you see Lion over here. If you click them, Clockwork actually doesn't have any observers. It's the Lion that has it. So as we watch this mini-map, and Lion... Okay, maybe he was thinking about going in, he sees the axe, he's running away. So now there's actually very little chance that Lion is going to go like this back in. So Lion probably didn't ward. Clockwork, maybe. And that's why if you click Clockwork, you'll know if you should be concerned or not. Now that we've clicked him and we know he doesn't have an observer, sure, he could walk around here, but what's he going to do? Which means that these sentries you end up placing, it has to be because you thought they placed one earlier. Like, not just this most recent push. You think they actually did it like 3 minutes ago or something. And then I would have just saved you 100 gold right there. 2 sentries. You should upheaval sooner. You don't have your ultimate, so if you die early, it's not a huge deal. Just like Fatal Bonds this creep wave and start using upheaval. Maybe Shadow Word this guy if you can reach, but like you got to get going. This is they're getting him. That's like maybe a 2-second delay on upheaval. In fact, I think if you upheaval 2 seconds sooner, I don't think they even get to him because you would cancel the blinks. Maybe it was a big brain bait. Let's see what we can get out of it. It was not. This is a legend game right now. Sorry, I guess we can put the text box up that we used to have. I'll do it after this.
Oh, good. Dyer's middle tower could use a little help.
No! Oh, it's fine.
Radiant's mid tower's getting banged up.
Aether Lens next. That order is a little funny. I would usually say get everything else you think you need, and then you go Ags Refresher. Oops. You get the Ags Refresher. There might be a reason you have to adjust at some point, but I feel by the time you commit to the Aghanim's, the whole point of the Aghanim's, maybe not the whole point of it, but The combo is Ag's Refresher, and that is what makes the late game so scary. I feel like just getting Ags and then going for other things is weird. So if you think you need other things, I think you should get those first, then get the Aghanims, then get the Refresher. Also, I don't think you really need the Aether Lens this game. I think 4-staff would be a lot better. How's Medusa so poor? This is a pretty rough one. 14k at 25 minutes. It's not looking good. NA throws incoming. Or actually, I don't even know if you're NA. But pub throws incoming. Okay, what's Axe's armor at? This is our save. Holy shit, 27. That's our saving grace right there. Axe is so good versus these cores with his scaling armor. All right, right now, I see some of you guys were saying, like, how often do you check enemies? Because they changed the way clicking on hero portraits works, this is the time to do it. When you're dead, bop, 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 bop. Just do a quick look. Bop, 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 bop. See what you're looking for. I do this. Even I am bad at this. I admit. I do as I say, not as I do. I'm really bad about checking for enemy items, but I know I'm supposed to, especially at the start of the game. Check for wand charges, check for fairy fires, observer, sentries, stuff like that. Throughout the game, other good times, if you think maybe Lion will get a glimmer cape, I'm not sure. So just throughout the game, you just bop, 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 bop. He has a, the shadow amulet. He has the cloak. Probably going to be a glimmer. He just got that, so maybe in another 5 minutes, the glimmer could be coming around. So around that time, I'm going to buy dust preemptively because I know he's likely to finish it. He buys pipe components, like, oh, that's weird. I guess I don't need it. Then you don't buy it at that point. But that's a good time to do it, and a really good time to check for observers and sentries, especially if you lose a fight and you're dead. That is the perfect time to be following the enemy supports and just see, like, okay, Clockwork, where are you going? I see you have an observer. Okay, can't see you anymore. Oh, you pop back out over here and you don't have an observer. So it's somewhere in there. Like that is one of the best things you can do when you're dead as a core or a support. Core players, pick up the slack, look for some observers as well. But support players definitely look to do it. It also doesn't have to be when you're dead. Sometimes you're just walking. Let's say in the laning stage you got really low. Just right click back. You don't need to spam click. Classic MOBA players, right? I know when you're like walking from here to here, you're like click, 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 click. You don't really need to. Click once. Bop, 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 bop. Those 5 clicks up here, way more useful than pathing from like this side to this side to this side to this side to this. Like, it's really not a huge deal. Click once, do other things, look at the mini map, click over, see how the lanes are going. I'm walking home. Should I be bottle refilling mid? Should I be, oh, they're pushing up, they're low. Maybe I could do a surprise TP gank and then twin gate back to my lane, like, look at it. But my APM, I'll tell you what, you can do, if you need to click that much, click once, left click over since it doesn't do anything up here, just so you can keep clicking. Keep the APM high while making it more useful if you really need to. You want to boost it further? Have the setting on for the repeater. That'll give you 200 APM for nothing. Besides the Ags to Aether, notice we have some empty slots. So this should be things like Iron Branches, Wand, casual Blood Grenades. If you have the slots for it, is not bad. You're against a PA, maybe like a casual buckler could be good for your team. Fill up the slots. I'm a big believer in that. I think a lot of us, you will sometimes see pros play and you're like, Zach, he's going brown boots blink. He's not filling his slots. The pros and the high-level pubs play a lot tighter around this blink is 15 seconds faster. It's the total difference of the game because it's 15 seconds faster. Like, they are min-maxing to the extreme, and they know what they can do with or without the small items. Our pub games aren't like that. I really recommend you guys fill out the slots in general, unless you get a huge influx of gold. I'm close to a Midas. Then sure, do it. The Daggons, you know, whatever. You're playing Nyx, sure. But otherwise, I think most heroes and most situations, just a couple Iron Branches here. So double Blood Grenade for 100 free health. All that stuff. It's good. Free Windlace, there you go. Warlock is not the best case for it because he sits still at upheavals, but a casual Windlace in most games is fine. Helps with the warding missions around. Tactically, okay, well, I'll let this finish playing out first. Kind of worked out. All right, let's actually go back to this. So they just finished Roche. Right now, okay. Roche finishes. They're over here. Couple places they could go, right? Many people get Roche and just immediately go straight to the closest tower. If it's the Radiant, you know, it's straight down this lane or straight down this lane. It's this one, it's straight down this lane or straight down this lane. So that's number one. They could go back. They could reset, go fix lane, stuff like that. So that's a possibility. They could twin gate, go to the other side, do something sneaky. So right here, we're trying to figure out what that is and if we feel we can fight them. You guys happen to be 14k behind. Maybe we want the advantages of high ground. But if they split up, always possible. Mid lane's actually pushing in. Someone might get baited to TP mid. You actually have a ward down here and a creep wave here. So if someone comes to the twin gate, we might see that. So maybe we could fight them. So we have this observer. Your team moves this way, right? This is not you. This is your cores. This is crazy. This is too far forward. The rest of your team isn't here. The tier 2's not here. If you guys wanted to fight this, though, you should be sitting somewhere back here. And you should use a sentry to check this cliff. As it so happens, they have an observer here, which is why they know to come here and fight. Let's say they didn't have an observer, and you know that because you sentried, or maybe just by chance they don't have one. You want to play around this observer if they do come straight down the lane, straight down this way, and you guys are back here, and you see them come in, and you see them because you have an observer, and they don't see you because you're back here, and they don't have an observer. That's how you use vision to win a fight. When the cores come stand like right here at the edge of the observer, then you guys are going to run into each other at the same time, and there's no advantage from having a ward here because the fight's happening over here. Not your fault. You're back here. I'm just saying for all of you guys, you know, I've seen it in many situations, not playing around the actual observer that is down. That's why when Axe goes over here and Medusa's over there, he actually misses the hook shot on you. But this should be clockwork taking you out of the fight instantly. You're just going to have to Golem and Fatal Bonds whatever you can, if you can. There's a good chance you can't make it to the fight because you never bought a 4-staff to get out of the cogs. So this should have been just used straight out of the fight. There, let me actually replace this. I just explained it from your perspective, how you guys should take the fight. They actually do it correctly, right? Where they see all of you guys because you're under their observer and you don't see all of them. One, they're smoked. Two, because you don't have an observer over here. So they are taking this fight with a vision advantage, and then they whiff the skills to a stationary Warlock, but whatever. That's not the point of this lesson. So that's just something to be careful of. EA was dead. Maybe you guys could fight. You're going to need the heroes here to do that. The Shadow Amulet, yeah, it unfortunately got reduced a lot, so it's 3.5 seconds and slows you. I'm not a huge fan of this change, actually. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have anything else to say on that. Not a huge fan. It is where it's at right now. Biggest nerf in the entire history of Dota. It's a pretty big one. Let me think. What's worse? I'm terrible at this stuff. I'm terrible at just like remembering things that have happened. All right, let's zoom forward a little bit. I think we gotta get towards the end of this and then see if we can figure out how the YouTube bot side works. Oh wait, you guys lost. Let's see the high ground fight, because that would be a potential chance to get something out of this. Oh, and in fact, I saw something insightful there. They were pretty far in your base. All right, from their side, they should just have Dragonite. Looks like we have a bug here. This is Dragonite in his ult form. They should just sit behind Dragonite, let him hit the tower, make use of the Aegis, Tombstone when you guys try to jump the Dragonite, which for you guys is going to have to be like Blink Call the Dragonite or Nyx initiates on it. Dragonite's very tanky and he's got the Aegis. So you can just let that happen, and then after it happens, PA can then choose to jump in, Clockwork. You know, Axe calls, Clockwork sees OD coming in to do stuff. He can take OD out of the fight, take Warlock out of the fight, whatever. That should be how the Dire does this, and with a 12k lead, it's looking pretty good. I'd say it's safe. You don't kill it in one push, but Dragonite just keeps repeating this. It'll be very safe. That's what I would say. For you guys, you're just going to keep sitting way in the back on the Warlock. Upheaval up here-ish. The cast range is pretty long, and you got this Aether Lens. Also, you never changed your neutral. You might have forgotten, but maybe you would have gotten another cast range item. So then you would be able to cast it real far from way back here, and it possibly reveals you to the Clockwork Hookshot. But if he's initiating this far back, that's kind of okay for you, under 2 tier 4 towers. So you should be way back here. You don't want to be here or here. Your strongest heroes can maybe be there, like the Medusa or the Axe, but honestly, even they shouldn't really be there. They should be like more towards the center. And you guys are just going to try to delay this and hope they overcommit and wait out the Aegis and let OD keep astraling people safely and build up mana, and you might be able to fight off of that at some point. All right, so what do? They jump the Medusa under the tier 4 tower while this is down. They've successfully been whittling this away. There's zero reason to do this. You should just take this tier 3 tower over time. Instead, Lion is going to take point, tanking towers, to jump a Medusa. Now, Medusa's not having a great game, but typically Medusa would be really tough to kill. And by all coming in like this, Axe, who could have been smoked up, could have been sneaky. Here's the chance for a double call. If these guys clump up, like if she jumps the Medusa and Dragonite's here, there's another chance for a double call on the 2 most important cores. Instead, he ends up jumping the Lion instead of like PA with no Aegis or the Dragonite. I mean, I kind of get it. But I guess he'll take the Lion out, sure. Medusa, for all this, went down to half mana. Tier 3 tower still up. They're all having to fight under the tower at this point. You're dead. It's the 5v4 to start all this. If you were alive, it would have been even worse, which that might have been why they were trying. Like, oh, Warlock's dead. Let's do it while Warlock ult's not available. If you had buyback, that would be the time to use it. Pop back in, drop everything, kill them. If they weren't so far ahead, this fight would have gone better for you guys. I kind of forgot you had Golem the whole time. You should have Golemed before channeling Upheaval. Sneaky bait, holding it this long, get them in. But really, you should have dropped it sooner. Okay, so high ground successfully defended. We did have to use some buybacks. Just run it down. Go take our 2nd tower of the game. Get some deep wards. I don't know if there's at least one in stock. You should grab that, go place things. Okay. I was kind of hesitant on that, but it worked out. Get another tower. On your way out, you want to place a deep ward. If you had it, which is, you should buy it after that type of fight. Okay, really, what are the odds that they placed anything in preparation for the defense? Because you guys came from here. Hold on. You came from here to here. What are the odds there's actually any kind of vision prepared? So another sentry you could save. You're 12k behind before this. We need every little extra gold bit. We can't be wasting stuff. So no real need to drop that. If they had invis, maybe, but they're dead. So you don't even need to place it, and you guys might back out before it becomes an issue. Also, I just want to highlight how far Upheaval's cast range is and how you put it here. So you could actually be like a little further back. You could be like back here, casting it in the same place. So just a bit safer than right here. And now we leave, and so if we were worried about invis heroes, it wouldn't be an issue. We didn't leave fast enough, though, and that looks like that's some of the issue. Axe is dead. Axe is actually critical to the fight. All right, YouTubers, let's... Oh, wait, hold on. Let me see if I can make this bot work for YouTube. I'm just going to let this play in the background for a moment while we sort this out. Whoa, fast blink out. Okay, now I'm going to go look at this bot. How can I change it to be for YouTube? Close giveaway. What if I switch over to this? To the YouTube side of this.
Radiant's bottom towers seen better days.
All right, this isn't working. I'm not sure what's happening.
I best do something about that bottom.
We'll still do a YouTube side giveaway, but we'll have to do it like last time, where I'll just do a number generator. So go ahead and type exclamation point ticket. We'll keep it consistent. Exclamation point ticket in the YouTube chat. We'll pick someone from there for the next replay. Hey, No Fear, what's up?
The Radiant's couriers.
Okay, while we give a moment to YouTube to join the raffle, we can see another attempt at this high ground. I would say do the exact same thing I described last time. Dragonite should hit this. They sit behind Dragonite. Just wait. Pop some power cogs into the high ground for vision, and then everyone just keeps sitting behind them. With your wards, you actually see Lion here, and PA looks to be about to show mid. So if you guys wanted to instantly jump this with an axe call, I'd be very up for that. He should just do it. I don't know what he's looking at, guys. I don't know why he's going on the clockwork over here instead of the course, but whatever. All right, you guys did take a fight. The target choice was poor at best, but that was the key moment to go. You actually get Dragonite in the end anyway, so we'll take it. We'll take it. Joy K, you like the YouTube thoughts? I'm glad. I'm glad. I'm slowly working out the system to make it easier for myself to do. We can have the timestamps in finally, all of that. If it works, it works. I guess so. But this is one, okay, on a serious note though, I know that's a joke, but on a serious note, this is where people complain about Force 50. So like, this is a Legend to Archon game, right? And Axe choosing the wrong target worked out. Maybe they end up winning this game, right? And you're like, yeah, I'm great. My plays worked. Then you go to Legend to Ancient, right? The higher side of it. And the Ancient players, they punish you for the same plays, right? You jump the clockwork and Dragonite goes, well, I'm not going to wait around. I'm just going to leave. And so you may kill the clockwork, but you never get the Dragonite. Stuff like that, right? Or in the lane, you step up too far. It works versus the Crusaders. You go up a little bit, doesn't work versus the Archons, and they actually punish you. And then you go force 50%. The game is rigged, right? Like I win, I lose. Like it can't be me, right? But that's where it's hard to learn your own mistakes. But that is literally the game in Rising and Ranks, is that the mistakes you make that maybe work out don't work out versus the better players. And that's why you win and then you lose. You win and then you lose. And it's not really a force 50% system. I am saying get good, indeed, Ermiar. That is the way to summarize it. You gotta get good versus the people who are also getting gooder. And you gotta keep bumping it up. Okay, let me number generator. Let me do some quick counting. $18, 9, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Christian Basso. Basso. Hopefully that's somewhat right. Congratulations. Go ahead, match ID. Let me know who you're playing. Any questions, any chance you get. While you do that, let me add in a... Let's add in a little text segment onto... the screen so that people know what the rank is and everything. Okay, let me make a second copy. This will be for the replay analysis streams. And then we'll do a little... where's text? Text. Replay. Rank. I guess I should also add one to type exclamation point. Well, whatever. We don't need that. I guess I have nothing to type yet. I don't know what we're... I'll just type something into fill. Do we have a background? We might need a background here. Select font. Ooh. What's the one I use for most of my stuff? I use this. Strikeout underline. How does this look? Can I change color? A lot of times we have it up and people actually don't see it. Maybe we should do gradient text? My usual, like yellowy gold. Oh wait, this is the wrong order. This one's the yellowy one. This one's the darker. You guys can't see any of this yet. Don't worry. I'm gonna get there. I'm gonna get there. Background color? Is there like a shadow option? A text? Okay, let's start with that. Shrink this. Boom. I don't think I like that. I think I preferred the old white text. Or maybe this is just too big. Maybe it should be smaller. Almux. Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, it's funny. Now that the names are different between YouTube and Twitch, I'd be talking to the exact same amount of people and I wouldn't even know. Having some success with Zeus 5. Let's go. Recently gone to Legend and still climbing. Let's go. Which actually means we gotta change this, not Crusader. Legend! I don't think it needs to be all cap. Oh, I must have accidentally bumped the speeds. Sorry, I'm messing with all the stream info stuff. I wasn't even watching. I'm looking for a way to outline the font, but I actually don't see one. There is a background we can do. Oh, wait, here. Outline? Maybe a white outline? White outline with yellow text looks bad. Let's do black. Just in time to see Warlock get his ass kicked. Okay, how's that? What bot are you using? So since I just changed it up, I'm trying the Stream Elements bot. I think I'm going to change the program I use to multi-stream. I'm going to do that first, and then look into a bot that works with that, if there is one. Because when I was looking yesterday, it seems like bots that work for both are not very common. So we may just need a separate system, which I thought Stream Elements could do, because I know they can have a bot for Twitch and a bot for YouTube. So I thought maybe there's a way to just do one then the other. But maybe I can only have one through Stream Elements or something. So I might have to double check that. Did you post a replay? I think I missed it. Oh no, maybe you haven't yet. Okay. There's an update this week. There might have been something very small to fix bugs. Nothing major. Up the outline thickness by a pixel or two. Okay, let me see. Oh, you're right. It does look a little... where's my text? Enable anti-aliasing. That was already on. How high can I go? 20 font? I think it's hard to see just because I shrunk it so much that it's... Maybe if it's this size, I don't even need the... What if I take away the outline? Is that better or worse? Maybe it's because the font size is so large and it's being shrunk down. What if I just pick a smaller font size? Oh god. Too tiny. No, that seems worse actually. But maybe it's just because I still have the wrong font size. Okay, let's go to like 72 font size. Maybe that's okay. Do the outline. Shrink the outline a bit. Maybe that's fine. Did you post a link? A link might be getting like instantly deleted by... I think I have it so the links don't send or something to avoid, people coming in with like scams and someone clicks it. Can you just send like the match ID, just the numbers? No, sorry. I didn't mean to have it be in slow-mo. I didn't realize I accidentally made it slower earlier. I guess I can keep playing this. You guys end up winning this? Lol. That is truly pub video game personified. 20k lead the whole time. Throw. Pickled by fingers. How many stacks is Axe at? 45. 22.5 free armor. Where do we win? How much longer? Oh my goodness, it goes so long. 50 minutes. Is this the winning fight? No. There's gonna be another winning fight after this too. Medusa's online. It took her 50 minutes because her farming speed wasn't very good. But here she is. She's ready to go. Where's our Warlock at? Holding the base for the team. Time to get in there.
Radiant's bottom tower. Radiant lost one of them bottom towers. Radiant's top tower.
YouTube doesn't let me post numbers. Huh, weird. Well, I got it from Twitch, so that's fine. I don't know what that's about. I don't know, some setting got mixed up. Okay, let me get this, and let me see the timestamp as well, so I can do my manual thumbnail, or manual timestamp. All right, download this, and then this will be a 1:12. I'll do 30, and this is Zeus 5 at Legend. Though looks like this is a pretty much an ancient game. You're the lowest rank, so let's see. Watching from 2 screens, I have all the dopamine. Hell yeah. That's exact. When one ad, I can just alternate ads now without feeling bad. Everyone will just switch. when the Twitch ads play, ever go watch on YouTube. Let's swap over. All right, Zeus. Who are we laning against? Mars and question mark, but maybe the Pudge, maybe an Earth Spirit. I think Magic Stick is good versus a Mars.
This one is in.
Rest looks fine. I might get like one more Iron Branch or maybe a Mango. Maybe you're saving up to buy 2 mangoes. I'd be up for that. Hey, where are you looking right now? Oh, I don't know. I think that was a replay bug. You were moving around without the screen moving. Check items real quick.
The game is on.
Okay, so you guys ended up posturing a little bit for that. I thought you guys might do something off the bounty vision. Actually, when you saw this many heroes here, you could potentially just get this, this, and this. Just go for the 3 bounty runes, ignore the first blood. It's kind of, both teams have decent first blood potential, but Hook is always really scary that you don't even get to do the full fight because someone just gets hooked out of the way. So maybe I would just avoid it for a pub game, whatever. Oh, nice. Free D ward. And then we're trying to poke what's Zeus up to. Right here. So I don't know what Slark's up to, right? Maybe just healing a little bit. You see how far back you go? I think you really should just go stand on this side. And sometimes your carries do, I don't know, maybe he's trying to buy a salve, whatever. But You can be over here ready to deny all this stuff. But also, as long as Pudge doesn't land a hook, Pudge does not do much in the laning stage, and Pudge will have to come in to help deny and all that. At that point, you know, whatever. You already blocked this camp with your sentry. Pudge is here with no sentries because you can click him. I just realized you placed the observer here, and I hate this. This should definitely go somewhere else. I don't know if that was a misclick, but that should not be there because you're blocking this camp, and if they unblock it, they'll remove it, but also they might have blocked your camp, so this is free for them. You should stick this somewhere over here. Do this at the very start of the game. Give it to Slark if you could coordinate this. Give it to Slark, have Slark run out here, place the observer somewhere over here. If you can't, you know, whatever, you can come out here. The reason I say to Slark is because he's relatively fast and he has night vision, so he would be the best. But some games you don't have a Slark. Most games, the carry won't listen to you anyways, you useless support players. The carries don't have to listen to you, so you're going to have to do it yourself. Just run out here. The observer somewhere back here lets you know where Pudge is to avoid hooks. And he's a roaming hero who might go mid. So when you place it to see something in this area, you can see if he's going this way. So somewhere back here works a lot. You can see in the lane, you can see when he's like on this side, see if he's trying to do pulls, but also see if he's moving this way. And if you don't see him in any of these, you just assume he's on this side. And your ward's much more likely to survive than over here. This actually doesn't provide very useful vision for you if you think about it. Maybe a Pudge hooking from this side, but if he's hooking from this side, then Mars is over here. That's not as scary of a hook. The hooks into the creeps and into the Mars is what's really scary. So that's the more important thing to see. Also, oh, I don't need to. I forgot to change the thing, but actually that's perfect. Hard support and legend is where we're at. Okay. All right, see these creeps getting low? If you're not feeling comfortable about walking up to hit them, Zeus has low attack range, but your damage is actually really good. Remember when they made Zeus buff? They just gave him like 20 base damage. So as a support, if you can't get in range to hit them, denies, like you're actually pretty competitive. Look, Mars has 60. Put your son in his place, deny things in front of him. You don't have to look for that Pudge. You see, by you went for that Pudge a little bit. Took some creep hits. Mars hit you once, twice, 3 times. So you took 3 hits for trying to walk at that Pudge and some creep hits. But you could have just sat here and like hit it. Okay, this one is just above the deny range. But you know what I mean. There's going to be stuff that's within deny range. And when he walks in for the last hits and denies, that's when you can hit him. Just don't stand together so that you all get God's rebuked. So you use your sentry for this. I'm sort of open to it because I do know you're a bit low on mana. De-warding, if you can help it, de-warding with Lightning Bolt is nice. Because you don't actually need this sentry here longer. If he's going to block it, he's going to kill this sentry. So by using Lightning Bolt to de-ward, you kind of prevent yourself from ever having to spend money on the sentry, and you can sentry to just block camps. To say, I don't know if it's really a savings, but instead of then having to buy more sentries, you can buy clarities and mangoes to compensate the extra lightning bolt usage. I don't know. I'm kind of okay with your decision because of where your mana pool is currently at. Though maybe instead of buying a Sage's Mask, you know, the clarity of the mango could have been better. I think Zeus is very much about the early, there we go, early impact with his stuff. This should all be just hitting Mars the whole time, right there. All of this, just hit Mars. Stand over here, hit this creep, stand over here, hit the whatever. You're probably going to hit Mars 5 times in this time period you've been circling around here, which is a lot of damage. It's a lot of damage. Tickle him once, walk back over here. Look at those 3 attacks you just did to Pudge. Okay, Pudge has 2 armor, 830 health. Wait, 1, 2, 3. Look how much damage you did in 3 seconds. That's some of the idea. Just sit here, bop this guy from here to here. And now we can commit with the Slark and bolt and just kill the guy. I said Slark's the one getting poked. Poke, poke, poke. You could have potentially lightning bolted as he walked away. One, to get some damage in, but since he removed your sentry earlier, I know there's a sentry here. So by lightning bolting, you could hit him and deward as he walks away. Blood grenade, commit. Good fight. Oz. Look at the map. Look at the time. Is there anything to do? If this camp was up, we could maybe attempt a pull this way, pull this way. It's not up. We're going to miss the small pull because of the timing. Not really time for runes, though this is a good lane to rotate on for the runes. He actually should have the bottle already. I think that's a mistake, going for this stuff first. But otherwise, this is a good lane to go secure bottles. So maybe we do that at 4 minutes. If you watched the recent video, which one was it? It was about creep equilibrium. There's a little clickbaity on the thumbnail. It was like, this is why your carry always dies or something. Feed Slark a tango. Why did he buy boots first? Feed Slark a tango or 2, and then they're dead for 13 and 10 seconds. You guys should try to obliterate this creep wave, shove it all in, and it will reset. Don't waste your time doing denies. Just shove this lane in. You go for the 4-minute rune, have Slark do the small pull. That would be the ideal situation here. What I think is actually going to happen is you guys are going to focus on denies. You're going to just end up being stuck here, creep equilibrium wise. And then I bet Slark dies at some point. That's my guess for a pub game. So going for denies. Just waiting for the last hits. So they're respawning. We're now here in a dangerous spot. Let's ignore the fact that we see Pudge TPing in here. If Pudge TP'd here and they both come in, the 2 most important creeps are now being contested, and you're trying to go do a pull to fix equilibrium. And so Slark is here at half health versus Mars and Pudge, and he doesn't feel good about getting these creeps. This is where he either gives them up, and it sucks because they're the most valuable, or your carry can't control themselves. They walk in, they die, and then they ping you like, why aren't you in the lane? And you're like, why are you up there on your own? Because you guys didn't do what I said earlier. You didn't shove this in. If you did, this is already dead. Slark, 338, running this time. He does his own pull. You're moving this way, maybe stacking this camp for the Lina while getting the water rune, and it's a huge difference. Doesn't look like they're going to punish him, but he does miss out on the range creep, and you guys actually left. You're not here. So Mars actually could have chosen to hold this creep wave out here, just running around, and Equilibrium would have stayed here for quite a while. He's actually pulling it in, so you can attempt this pull. I would go for a half pull. You did a full pull. You have to start attacking this creeps because we don't have much time left. 3 creeps, but it's under tower, so you got to start hitting these creeps. And that camp needs to be dead now. That camp, still pretty alive. I actually don't know if you've been hitting it the whole time because I was looking at the creep wave. Let's see if you are. Okay. You're trying while getting the last hits. That's pretty good. Okay, Slark came over instead of holding the camp out here, so this is why a half pull would have been better. I'm actually open to, by the way, that's you losing the observer. I'm actually open to you committing to a pretty big fight there with the Pudge. Slark looked like he was going to head over. That might have been something you guys could do. And you have a lot of mana, so I think you win that fight over time, especially if you dodge the hook. So put this Iron Branch in. I spent the money on it. Get the value out of it. Put that shit in there. You got it. Imagine having a little bit more damage right here. It maybe wouldn't have mattered in the end, but actually, maybe. Let's do a little bit of math. 251 with a little bit more damage, we'll say 240, and then maybe you have enough mana from the extra intelligence, maybe one more lightning bolt. 220 magic damage, magic resistance, one or two more auto attacks potentially, and he would have died. I don't think you'll get it in this case. He also has 8 stick charges, but you know, pretend there's no charges. He used it earlier. This is where sometimes you see like the small little bits matter. Either way, not bad. You guys got the kill first. In terms of how we fix this equilibrium, it's looking pretty messy. I would say shoving it in is maybe your best bet. But it's actually going to be quite awkward. So I don't know. You can just try to farm this stuff and let the Slark come back and get some of this. You see he misses quite a lot of it by the time he gets here. Try to be careful with this. No one's contesting you. I think you're just worried about losing the big creep, and I get it, but no one is here. So you might as well just attack that creep down and save your mana. You now have no mana, which means you're not a hero anymore as Zeus. This guy's on his own, potentially. Maybe we could do something. No mana.
Radiant's mid tower's coming apart.
No mana. Could have lightning bolted him, stolen the Lotus. And then he dies. Oh, hey, thanks, Lena. That kind of worked out. All right. We're at the point where we can start to leave top alone. So I like it. You're looking at other lanes. I think that's really good. The bottle fill for Lena. I would love it. Let's go. Lena. Yes. What happened? Was she a little slow on it? Or did you accidentally leave the fountain? What happened? Oh, I think you accidentally left the fountain a little bit. Rip. Oh, well. I'm not going to worry about it. Maybe a misclick there. Ideally, you TP in, do the bottle refill, and while she's passing you the bottle, lightning bolt, like somewhere over here, something in range that also checks for a ward, and that way you'll bottle refill while also getting a free lightning bolt to check for wards, and then you pass the bottle back. That would be the ideal case. No worries. We slip up sometimes like that. Obviously, not ideal to do it, but it's not going to be the end of the world. Okay. Nice. 1 point in jump is enough. I would get a point in arc lightning at level 4. The extra point is really not, like, you're getting one use in a fight. It's going from 26 to 22 seconds. You're getting one more, like, you're not getting another use in these early fights. 25 more damage, a little bit more range, really not that big of a deal. But 1.6 seconds, 90 base damage, and it jumps around in AoE. So in an early fight, you might cast this 3-4 times. That's a big deal in these early fights where, okay, these are actually some of the tankiest boys in the world. But let's look at Lich, right? An extra 200 damage potential versus a Lich at 714 health is a big deal. Now, is it going to use a lot of mana? Absolutely. But that's Zeus's thing. You know, you go in with a full mana pool, you dump it, you get a kill, and then you go top up. You want that available to you more than an extra point in Heavenly Jump.
Radiant's mid tower's coming apart.
Raindrops, Windlace. Phylactery. I don't really think your team needs more damage from you. I would say this game... I'm a little bit open to it, but I also am just wondering... Actually, I don't know. I'm kind of torn. Your heroes are a little funny in terms of what synergizes between them. I like that it gives me a slow on Q. I'll tell you what, I haven't tried it too much myself. I'm open to the idea. I think it's mainly if your team needs more damage though from the phylactery. It's kind of what Zeus does. So it's like, okay, I get it. But I think support Zeus really wants to be able to use Lightning Bolt a lot to check for wards, and Arcane Bolt is not, or Arcane Boots and even a Raindrops is not going to be enough to use Lightning Bolt a lot, while also potentially farming a bit, while also having enough mana to join a team fight. Because we just talked about being able to dump your mana pool. So you need to be able to cast Lightning Bolt a decent amount. There is a mana pool and some stats. I don't know. I'd kind of prefer something with mana regen in it more than the phylactery for position 5 Zeus. But let me just double check what other people do if phylactery is more common than I realize. Yeah, I don't see it too much for position 5 or position 4 Zeus. There's a lot of solar crests, Ags rushes, 4 staffs, glimmer, like the usual support stuff. We can see. We can see how it goes. I'm kind of open to pub games. You know, we don't have to do what the pros do. We can be a little greedy. So I could see it working. I just do think it's greedy. We were talking about earlier, supports. This is where boop, 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 boop. Nothing. Okay. So just Lich. We got to keep an eye on what Lich has, except Lich got killed by Slark, so we no longer need to worry. But if he had lived, we would just watch where Lich goes, see if he wards somewhere. Maybe we see someone working on Glimmer. You buy the dust early. Do another check as you're about to respawn. Let me just make sure no one came up with an observer or something. Do I need to buy it? Do I need to buy the dust? Whatever, right? I would walk bottom. And then... I think this game I'm open to a Yule's first, or just Solar Glimmer 4-staff, like one of those. Solar is good for your cores. Glimmer is general survivability. A lot of the early damage comes from Lich Ult and Magnetize. Yule's have a way to cancel things, have a way to dodge. Some of the, like, the hooks, Frost Blast, or Chain Frost gets wasted. Interrupt his Sinister Gaze, Pudge Ult, Magnetize gets used on you, you remove it from yourself. Melee cores who all have to run at you, you Yules them. I kind of like that. The idea, it feels greedy while also doing things you need and giving you mana. I think I like it more than Phylactery. This is where if you could spam Arc Lightning a couple times, you might be able to run him down. Dang. Is that blind? There's 4 heroes. They just killed your bounty hunter. They have Mars with a blink. They have Earth Spirit with roll, and they have Pudge hook. You have 1 jump, and then you stand here and hit things. So like, there's a very high chance you're gonna die, which is what ends up happening, right? He just like rolls right on top of you. Like, you actually can't farm this creep wave. You have to just keep running away this way. Go wait back here. And this will push in. Look, there's 4 creeps versus these. It'll take a while. It's going to come in, and then you can farm it safely under your tower. In the meantime, depending on the times, you know, maybe you can make it to a stack or something. But you certainly can't farm it here, which is kind of what's going to lead to you not dying because they weren't ready to coordinate on it. But I think you should have died. I think that should have been a roll-in into, like, a kickback, and then Lich and Pudge spells, and then you die. If you do have a moment to push things out, Q might help you do that if you had a point in it. Which we do want to max Lightning Bolt right away, so you can kind of see why if you don't get it at level 4, the Arc Lightning, then now we're not getting it till level 8, and that's a long time to wait. Also, we're full mana, and you really should. This is a common enough spot for the rank. You should like Lightning Bolt somewhere here to check all of this, and then later Lightning Bolt somewhere here. I still think they're down here, so kind of walking in here where they might have vision is another death sentence, unless you're going to scan first or use your Lightning Bolt to scout ahead for you a little bit. Then you'll know you shouldn't be here. I think this is actually a death that's completely avoidable if when you're over here, you Lightning Bolt here. And then you'll see the Observer, and then you'll walk away. There's a good chance many of you will be tempted to go kill that Observer, but you should actually walk away because I still think they're down here with the gap closing rolls and hooks and all of that. All right, you are not using Lightning Bolt enough to check for this stuff. Lightning Bolt. Tie in. Okay, I don't know how many of you guys are fans. Today there was news Rooster Teeth, which closed down. They just bought it back. Anytime I play Zeus, I think there's an old skit video they did, and Gus is there going, Lightning Bolt, Lightning Bolt. And he's like throwing little cutouts of lightnings. I think of that when I'm Zeus. You just gotta like everywhere. Kalulu David, do you know the... I can't remember what it was about. It was an old skit. Gus had magic powers or something. I can't even remember what it was. I just remember, I can hear in my head him saying Lightning Bolt, Lightning Bolt. I kind of got distracted with how this happened because I was lightning bolting in my head. Let's go back a minute or two. You do it later in the game when you have more mana. I mean, you do, like, you can be more aggressive with it when you have more mana, but some amount of it, this is the Zeus support, strong lanes, vision superiority, high damage. So we can't put off vision superiority until late game, right? You have to find times to do it. And that's why I'm not, you know, I'm maybe not bolting in the middle of the lane in a normal game just to check in case there's something here, but very high likelihood spots like this and this, I'm dropping it. And I'm buying clarities instead of sentries. Sentries are a limited supply and they cost 50 gold. For 50 gold, you could get a clarity, and the clarity will get you enough mana to use Lightning Bolt along with your passive regen. So the clarity could help you do like, just get more than the sentry, right? Because you can choose. You can choose where you use the lightning bolts, but once the sentry's down, it's down, you know? And you can burn off their supply of sentries, and you could still have a TUD, which is great. Excuse me. great when you have an invis hero like Bounty. So even in the early game, especially when you're full on mana, it's worth using a couple lightning bolts in high priority areas like this, especially to scout out. So for one, you wouldn't have died earlier, right? If you lightning bolt here, that mana cost would have saved your life. Buy a Clarity or a Mango to compensate, get the Lotus, stuff like that. Just be careful with your mana usage when farming. Use auto attacks for a little bit to make up for it, but it would have saved you and killed an observer. Saved 50 gold on this sentry, use it. Right click farm, something like that. But like Pudge has constantly been hooking in this area, so I feel it turns out he's doing it blind because I can see on the minimap. But I would have guessed that there is an observer somewhere in this area for how many times you guys have been hooked in this area, and so it's just kind of risking death to not check with lightning bolt or sentries. Oh, never mind. It turns out it's over here. I missed it a little bit. With the invis heroes on your team, I do think it's worth lightning bolting lightning bolting the lane. Using lightning bolt in the lane. I mean, they just keep winning fights down here because of the hook. And then I think he walked a little bit into the frost.
Radiant's mid tower's coming up.
So I don't think it would have like massively changed that fight. Because in the end, it didn't bounce that much on you. Sean, thank you for watching. Congrats on the Divine 2. Very nice. Getting close to being in my games.
Carry on.
Well, maybe a little longer, but you'll get there. I believe it. It's always cool running into people in the games. It's always tons of fun.
Towers seen better days.
And now we're here. So this is one of the situations where if you think you need to be in a fight, you gotta go faster with the teleport. I shouldn't have done the minute. I think just 10 seconds enough. So you're pushing this in. This is fine. I see Mars. I see Wraith King. I'm a little scared of this. So now I'm gonna go hide in the trees, watch the minimap. Okay, so I see Pudge and Lich off the Invis Lina. So it's decision time. Either your team's fighting top, in which case you should TP here right away. And as you finish pushing and you're waiting in the trees, you should be watching this minimap so you can make this decision as quickly as possible. So you're either TPing and coming, or you're committing to shoving in bottom. And the exact situation of which you choose depends on the game. You either tell your team, you know, hey, I have no mana, I can't show up, I won't do anything, or we're missing, you know, RP, they have all their big ults or something, I don't want to fight, let's just get out top, I'm pushing bottom, and then as they come defend bottom, maybe you can fight top. Some kind of action decision here. Instead, you end up twin gating. So at this point, when you were back here, a few seconds ago, we get to start TPing, which means you're showing up now. Let's even give you a little bit of room to decide. You're showing up now, and that means maybe we can finish this Wraith King off. We leap in, Lightning Bolt, Wraith King, Q Lightning, whatever. Wraith King dies here. Slark doesn't miss pounce. We move into the fight. We're spamming Arc Lightning throughout all this. In the end, turns out like it's not a great fight. They showed up with all 5 heroes. Magnus didn't have his ultimate, so he didn't show up, which is a very reasonable decision, which is why maybe we shouldn't be taking that fight if we think all of them could be there. But if you think that, then maybe we're down here finishing up these creeps really quickly so that all our creeps and the catapults are hitting this tower. You cut the next wave, drag it to the camp, whatever, and you trade this. You trade top tower for bottom tower. It took you 1 hero, the Zeus, to take this bottom tower. They had 3 heroes up here, which if you call to get out, Slark can twin gate over. The other 2 just go this way, farm jungle. You guys end up with a big economic win. This is the type of stuff that's very hard to organize in a pub game. But I'm going to highlight it for you so at least you can maybe identify it.
Radiant's bottom tower ain't a pretty sight right now. Top tower's getting dire. Top tower's gone. Trouble
Watch out.
That should definitely be a lightning bolt.
Dyer's mid-tower. They'll have no break through the Dire structures for now.
Scatter! Are you kind of jumped in? You should hold that. The most important thing you can do there is leap away from the frost, drag the chain frost away. So right here, the only thing that turns this fight for them, it is 3 for nothing right now, is if this chain frost destroys Bounty and Slark. So even if you don't kill Lich, this is a huge win. So that's why the main priority here needs to be not to let Chain Frost do too much. So if you can time it and you see it coming to you and you can actually leap away, like you can even turn around preemptively and see when it jumps to you, so you leap away, this is a huge win. And then these two can commit to killing Lich even without you. Like you're way out of position now, but like they'll finish the job without you. You actually jump in. Fortunately, Bounty moved to the side, so it ends up bouncing this way, and this works out. But there is a world where you jump in like that and it just bounces between you and Slark and you kill your Slark. And Slark for Lich is very worth it for the Lich. Also at the start of that fight, drop the Thunder God's Wrath a little sooner, I think, for the vision. As soon as they commit to jumping in, throw the ultimate, because you'll cancel blinks, you'll get vision for how many people are in the team fight, and go from there. Now that they're dead, now we go place a deep ward, and we lightning bolt potentially along the way. This is where, if you haven't been using sentries earlier, now we can use them, because we have no mana for lightning bolt, but now we can use sentries along the way. I would say a deep ward somewhere in here is really good. Areas I'm worried about are an observer right here, an observer somewhere here, and an observer somewhere here. If they have something here, it doesn't matter too much, because they can see me walk into this jungle with an observer. But as long as they don't see where I place it, where is he going to check? You could have placed it somewhere here, 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 here. So as long as you walk in under vision, but leave without being spotted, the observer here won't matter that much if there is one. An observer here will be a huge issue, because it'll see you walk in and they'll see you place the observer anywhere in this area. Even if you step out of sight for a little bit, but as you retreat, you walk into this again, they'll be able to pinpoint that it's somewhere in here. So we're going from like 5 potential sentries to guess where it is based off an observer here, to an observer here being able to limit it down to maybe 2 sentries to cover where you probably placed it. Same with an observer over here, which is that if you walk in and you place it somewhere back here and then they see the path you take back is this way, I'm kind of triangulating that. I know the team fight happened here, so you're coming in from this way. I see you walking this way, so it's probably over here. So if you have to check for an observer with 1 sentry, especially if you're not a Zeus who doesn't even have lightning bolt. With Zeus, I mean, you can check everywhere. But let's say you have 1 sentry because you're a regular support. I would walk into here. The observer on this cliff or anywhere along here will only see up to here. So walk up, place a sentry somewhere like along here to see for an observer here. If you don't see anything, go this way, place an observer somewhere you want. I would say like somewhere back here is good. If you can check both sides, then this spot is sneaky to help you push this. But if I'm going off the assumption that I only have 1 sentry, I'm dodging, or I'm just ignoring this. I'm avoiding this area. I'm checking this area. I'm placing my deep ward somewhere. And then I'm walking out the exact same path that I know they don't have vision in, and I'm not going to show in this area where there might be an observer. And that would be like the correct way to place a deep ward in this situation while giving yourself the best odds. Let's see what we end up doing. So we're going to show in the bottom lane. So if they're watching our inventory, they know we still haven't placed a deep ward. And now they're up. So if Bounty hadn't placed this deep ward, your team would not have deep vision right now off of killing 4 heroes. So that would be a big missed opportunity from you. Oh, he also placed one over here. Now you guys have great vision down here. So we're going to come down, play here, maybe win a fight. Now I'm thinking top deep ward next chance I get. I can hold this observer for longer now that we have 3 pretty solid observers. So we're going to go Phylactery Ags. This means your mana regen is still really struggling. You still have no item that helps you with mana regen, which is one of the downsides of this Phylactery into the Ags. I am scared. I think you had to jump the other way. You're probably dead now. Is this a smoke? I guess so. You guys see Pudge on the way, but no other heroes. Okay, but you guys do see this. But at this point, you should be backing up, not walking forward. You don't want to be on point. Like this guy or Slark and Bounty Hunter. Those 3 can be towards the front. You don't want to walk into Lightning Bolt. How do I explain this? I think you can tell why, because these guys are initiators and you're a backline damage dealer. But if you imagine the scenarios that can happen here, if you go and lightning bolt them and then they back away, then that's it. Because you're not an initiator, which means even if you want to fight, you can't because you're in the front and your initiator's back here. So even if your team wants to fight this and you come in and lightning bolt, nothing's going to happen. They're just going to back away. You lightning bolt and then they initiate on you, you're going to die because you're not going to have enough ways to get out with Heavenly Jump and then multiple initiators here. And your one lightning bolt and a couple other spells is not going to kill them in time. Now, it might bait like a big RP, which could potentially be cool and maybe what you're trying to do, but your team is not actually here. Lena's in the mid lane, Slark is here. So a big RP will only work if you are dumping damage in the entire time, and if they're jumping you and then the RP comes in, that's probably not happening. If you instead stay back and they decide to turn around, whatever, right? They smoked in, you didn't do anything, no fights happening, that's in your favor. If they decide to commit, they're now having to push further and further, and you're running back, which gives your team time to TP in if they want to fight, and allows your team to reposition so that Magnus initiates and you're in the back. Now you can deal damage. So that applies to Zeus, but it also applies to like any backline support. You don't want to jump in first, even if you think you can. And then you probably wouldn't die here. So now some of your teammates came in, but you're gone, so they don't want to fight anymore. On the way to the Ags, I would argue you should get the mana first. If you need health to survive, I'd say Point Booster is a good middle ground. Otherwise, like, Point Booster and Staff of Wizardry for your mana spamming needs, I think would be good. The health is like, oh, well, they keep jumping me and killing me. But I think you can see some of its positioning. Like that last fight is because you went in, they can now kill you. If you can position further in the back and be a little bit more careful, Yes, this lineup happens to be particularly good at jumping, but it should cost them if you guys have the right setup with like the Slark and the Magnus. And you also have the bounty to be scouting things, and you're Zeus, so you should have the vision to position correctly and not get caught that many times. Like, it'll happen inevitably to some amount, but not a bunch. Okay, your team is smoking and you're pushing this in. What happened here? All right. So you guys actually smoked in vision because you guys happened to miss this one. I don't think your team actually needs to smoke, though. I don't think you used it. But if we go back and we watch the minimap, so they're in retreat mode. Your team smokes and wants to go. I see them all retreating this way. You guys even have track to know that they're not here. It's a replay bug, not showing, but you see them fully retreating. You guys should just go for this tower or go for Roche, I would say. Like, one of those two. Roche is maybe a little better, except Slark is really bad at it. So kind of need a fight to get some stacks. So I would just say your team should just push in bottom. They go for Mars. Okay, that actually kind of works out. I think Mars should have been retreating this way and then not get caught, but works out. I think you place your deep ward in that too. I'm okay with this one. I do see you lightning bolt spamming. I know it's a lot to do, but if you ever can do the backpack tricks with Zeus, especially if you're not getting mana regen items, I think it'd be really good. And in fact, if you want to be a super tryhard, if you want to drop Eye of the Vizier, like when you're free to do this, I don't usually bother. But if you knew they were all dead, you knew they're all top, whatever, if you actually want to drop Eye of the Vizier before using Lightning Bolt to check for wards and then pick it up, it'll work the same way that Arcane Boots, like you drop mana items before using to min-max how much you get back. Because Eye of the Vizier actually reduces your max mana, it'll work in the same way. If you drop this and then spellcast and then pick it back up, it's like you're using Lightning Bolt for cheaper. If you can do all these little tricks, I think it's pretty good.
Sunsfan warned us about?
Okay, how much further should we go on this one? I feel like we've covered quite a few good Zeus tips. It's a pretty even game. It does look like the enemy ends up winning. But not cleanly, though. Looks like they just happen to win the final fight. I mean, that sounds like it comes down to just who finds the better fight. This is where pubs are a little messy. Let's jump ahead and just see a fight. Ooh, actually, okay, let's actually go back and see where you lose these two sets of racks. Okay, that looks bad. What is happening here? All right, 30 minutes into the game. We wipe them. Your team is pushing up. This looks good. So they take mid. Magnus is pushing top. You should go there, in my opinion. Because tactically, your team could back out now and you farm this and you guys end up with a huge economic win. But in a lot of pub games, that won't happen. Your team will fight. This is where I think it's good to adjust to your rank. And I think you should go with your team here. Because best case scenario, you guys pull a little bit of an economic lead. Worst case scenario, your team gets wiped without you. That's obviously pretty different. And I think the one that is more likely to happen is the team wipe, because that's how pub games go. So I would recommend you go with them top. Or if you have TP and you have enough mana, you can shove out this bottom lane and then TP to this outpost. I also think that's potential play. But as you see, they start a fight without you. Or maybe the other team started it. Either way, they were pushing without you as they all respawn. Whoever we want to blame, let's see what happened. So they're all respawning. Your Slark's up here. He gets jumped and killed. They just try to RP. They all come back up. Your team actually had a couple chances to get out of here. This could have just cost the bounty. This is exactly what I'm talking about, though. Right? They have the opportunity. They even try to fight. Doesn't work out. They could have all left and sacrificed the bounty. They all stay. They all end up getting wiped because of this. So when it comes to what I think is going to happen, I think my team is going to take fights they shouldn't more than they are going to avoid those fights. And that's why when you have that choice there, I actually agree with your choice. I think yours is the tactically better choice, but the realistically wrong choice for how pub games are very likely to go. And that, maybe that's a good ending point, because it looks like off of that they get the 2 racks, and that's what massively shifts up this game. You actually shouldn't even come back. You should just keep pushing bottom, and when you get heroes to TP back, that's a win. You can't defend this until these guys are closer to respawning. There's no way you can use, even with extra cast range, even if you had an Aether Lens, there's no way you can defend this versus an Earth Spirit and a Pudge and a Mars. And even Wraith King bot Blink. Like, you will be killed as the Zeus trying to defend this. So you can't defend until your team can threaten to fight back. So this is where you fortify and just sacrifice 1 barracks, and then you fight the next barracks. Depending on the heroes you have and where you're positioned, bounty or your other support can maybe try to cut the next creep wave from where you were and where the lanes are. The only lane they can actually push is top. So fortify will kill this creep wave unless they also fortify. You actually could have gone through the Twin Gate to cut the next creep wave and then lightning bolt, spam it out as quickly as you can, all that, and then hide. Hide somewhere here and potentially cut the next creep wave. Like, watch what happens. But if you cut 1 creep wave, you limit this to, guaranteed limit it to 1 barracks, possibly just the tier 3 tower. You can't actually defend by coming back, and if you get hooked and you don't have buyback, your team's actually donezo. Team's donezo. So now Slark is back. Magnus is about to be back. And this is where they could start being scared. With 4 heroes alive, they may not know when RP is up, skewer, all that stuff. This is where they start getting scared. And you start having a little bit more confidence to use spells here to defend. Whereas earlier I said, like, if you do what you did, you're going to die. Boom. You do it again, but Slark and Magnus are up. Maybe they counter-initiate. They're skewering multiple people back, separating the fight. And you're getting something back. And then they don't know if Lena has buyback or not. But if she had buyback, right, that could be maybe where it comes into play. Instead, this was a very scattered, not just you. You were the last one to do the mistake, but they made it here. Team mistake for you to split away, for them to keep pushing. We'll put that on the team. Then, you know, they could have left bounty. They kept staying. They kept dying. Then here, now you finally died. And that's why they get 2 barracks. It does look like a through. It goes back and forth a little bit, but I think that's a really good point where, although your whole team made mistakes, I think we highlighted what you individually could have done there to really limit the damage that happens. Usually you are pretty good. No problems. I mean, I totally get it. We all make mistakes of things we know we aren't supposed to, and then it's like, oops, I know I'm not supposed to do that. So I won't sweat it. I'll just throw it out there to be for everyone else, because I know it won't just happen to you. It'll happen to a lot of people. Okay, guys. Let us start another one then. All right, this one will be for Twitch. If you guys want to join in, !ticket on the Twitch chat. I'll be right back while you guys all join the raffle and everything. I'm gonna get water and all that stuff. I'll be back. You guys can just watch this game for a moment.
Beautiful.
I'm in the middle of making tea, but let me go ahead and pick our winner. It is Melon God 111. The greatest melon I've ever seen. I'm gonna go finish making my tea, and then whatever Melon God sends in, let me know who you're playing, all that stuff. We'll be good to go. Let me get the timestamp. Bounty Hunter Ancient. All right. So let me save these just in case I accidentally delete them. Okay. Bounty Hunter, position 4. Oh, wait. Position 5. Did you swap with this guy? I love bounty, so hopefully we have a lot of useful tips to share here. Obviously a focus on, maybe not obvious, let me take that back. Without even going into it, I'm going to be looking at the laning stage. I think that's really important for bounty because he's not the most straightforward laner. That's really important. And then the early roaming. To me, those are the key things about bounty hunter. That's what we're going to be looking for. Download. How do you enter for a ticket? So it just closed because we're doing this one, but usually that's all you have to do. When the raffle starts, you did it right. Just exclamation point ticket, all that. I just happened to select it right before you joined in. Sorry. The next one. Wait, let me pull YouTube chat again. Okay. Let's do it. Oh, I didn't... Well, actually, first, let's make sure... Okay, so maybe you are playing position 5. Hard support, ancient. I actually did play some Bounty 5. I think it's doable, not the best. But if you're playing party games or something, it could definitely work out. And, I mean, I was making it work in random pubs as well, so I'm like, you know... It's not the worst, I guess. God, Nat. Wait, pause, guys. I forgot about ads running. Sorry, it's blocked. Yeah, everyone subscribed gets to skip ads. Let's go. But I am, we ain't here to make anyone watch ads. I mean, I am, but like, I'm not trying to make people miss stuff. So anytime I do remember, we'll try to pause through it, stuff like that. We got 15 seconds of ads. How's everyone doing? How's all the Prime subs and everyone without ads doing? The tickets, hang on to those for a moment. I mean, they're unlimited. It's just a text command, whatever. Once we finish this replay, we'll do a new one. Although we'll do it over on the YouTube side. So you'll have to be on YouTube, and then after YouTube, we'll switch back to Twitch and all that. Until I eventually find a bot to just manage both at the same time. Okay, ad over. Here we go. Bounty. Apparently position 5, not position 4. I was saying I'm open to it. I made it work in some of my pubs, but there's definitely weaknesses to it that position 4 bounty. Like, position 4 bounty already has some stuff to make his gameplay tricky. Position 5, it's even trickier. But it can work, especially if you're playing a party game. Though I think you were partied with the Viper? Oh, you're actually with the Bane. All right. So not partied with our Drow, but partied with the other support. You placed your observer down there and then ran up here. So you're not going to know if you place the observer unless you're stepping into the tower. If you want to try to catch them placing the observer here, you have to come here right away with your Shadow Walk. If you end up placing the observer first down here, you're not going to see them place this. That's kind of okay. Like, if you think it's more important to place the observer and then, like, well, I got to do something, I'm going to come walk mid. I mean, that's okay. But I'm just saying, like, if you're trying to catch people warding, you're going to need to come here first. For this laning stage, you do have a Drow, and she's not too bad in the lane, though. What is this? Dawnbreaker, Nyx, maybe? That's a bit tricky. You're going to have a tough time. Oh, pay no mind, guys. Going through the tower. I would even blood grenade this. Oh, hell yeah. Okay, wait, let me go back to that. I think you can kill this if you... So, stun. You see how he slips by you here? This is where we done goofed. Body block with the blood grenade and let Quap do all the damage. Even if you don't get the kill, you're setting up the mid lane to be an absolute stomp if this guy has 100 health going into the lane versus Queen of Pain. So whack him. If you don't want to use the blood grenade, also open to that. But it looks like this might be doable. So here, I think if you blood grenade or not, and then just be body blocking right now. Body block left and right, whatever. His only option is going to be using Sprout, and then he might trap himself. So he just has to take this if you body block the entire time. He just has to try to run. And that's why I think you'll kill him, or he'll drop down to about 100 health. And then Queen of Pain should have the freest lane in the world. Okay. Head over into the lane. So we're going to have to care a lot about creep equilibrium. You're going to have a very tricky time using Shadow Walk. Don't forget about Nyx's Sense. So he can actually see you when you're within 350 units of him. Another reason Nyx is very popular as position 4. So position 5 bounty will have to deal with this bullshit. Position 4 bounty, even if you had to deal with a position 5 Nyx, like position 5 Nyx is also bad. So you'd have more going for you. So invis into the Nyx is going to be awkward. This particular lane, maybe starting Janata or Shuriken could have been better to just trade better than what Shadow Walk might give you. Now, you still might be able to use it versus the Dawnbreaker when the Nyx goes and does, like, jungle things. But there's some reduced value to it. You never read that one? We're still... I don't blame you. We're all still getting used to all the facets and innates. I read them all. I don't remember them all. But yeah, this one's tricky. If you're wondering, now that I know you don't know, maybe that'll answer sometimes where you're like, how did they see me? Nyx sense.
Somebody.
Okay, good deny. Stuff like this is good. Good last second block. Okay, we don't care too much about Nyx. Dawnbreaker is the main hero that you want to focus on harassing. So you've done a whole lot of fighting versus Nyx, and then she just jumps in with Celestial Hammer. This whole last minute, you've just left Drow to deal with it versus the Dawnbreaker. And she's ranged, so it's not like she's been taking a bunch of damage, but their damages are very similar. And so when it comes to last hitting, Dawnbreaker... Okay, Drow's actually doing well. I think Dawnbreaker should have more out of this. So actually, if we go back... We now know what you did. You mess with Nyx a lot. I think you should be over here hitting the Dawnbreaker. You have really good base stats, so even if she fights back, it's okay. Okay, wait, going back to it, you bought this Quelling Blade because you were playing, you saw the natures. I do think you will need a Quelling Blade eventually, but unless you think natures is in your lane, I don't think you should start with the Quelling Blade. And this should actually be some extra Iron Branches. You had the Blood Grenade earlier, you ended up using it, maybe you buy another one, because you actually see your health pool is not very much, but some extra Iron Branches and the Blood Grenade would buff you up. The Quelling Blade, as this guy starts rotating, will be more useful at that point, but that's not going to happen for a couple minutes. And in the first few minutes, if he actually rotates that early, then you'll have tangos to do it. And then as you enter the 5-minute period where tangos are kind of getting to the end and he's more likely to move around, that's where you would buy the Quelling Blade. But anyways, with those itemization change, I don't think you would have done this without the natures. I think you'd have a more normal build. So let's pretend it's that situation where you do have the stats. Now you have good base stats versus this Dawnbreaker to just fight. Hit her, hit the creeps, all that. I'm actually not sure why Drow came all the way here to then TP in. But because you're messing with Nyx and Drow is late, Dawnbreaker got to set the lane up in a way that is good for her. Now, she actually didn't do it the best. She should have creep aggroed this very first wave straight under the tower, and before your team even shows up in the lane, she's won. That's why it's so important. When I review your games, I always tell you guys, try to be in the lane right away, because there's no trust that the core player is going to do it correctly. And this is the case where Dawnbreaker could have won her lane in the first few seconds, and no one was there to stop her. Is it shared vision or can only Nyx see him? It's shared vision. Is it worth attacking her in the wave, pushes wave? To a degree, we have to be a little careful of it. So let me show you. So let's pretend we're over here. Here's where we got to be careful because it's so close to the tower. But Drow actually has an easier time harassing. So Drow could potentially poke while you focus on denies. This is where you split the duties. This is also where you use Shadow Walk. Because you Shadow Walk in and hit her, the creeps don't see you, so they don't aggro right away. And then you can decide to just leave it at a 1 attack and back away, or you can attack a second time and then back away to the side so that the creeps aggro to you, but they don't go under tower, they're moving sideways. You can also aggro outside of the creeps, walk in, hit her once, walk away. You're very fast, so you might be able to get 2 attacks, but kind of rare as a melee hero. But depends how she walks. It might be possible. But you should at least be able to do a 1 attack and then back away, which goes back to potentially starting with Janata. I know we're not going to make use of mana, but if we are thinking as a position 5, I got to do a little bit more in the lane. It can't be just like walking around invis. With Shadow Walk, it makes a little bit more sense because you can do things like creep drag, kill couriers, and there's a whole bunch of open space, so Shadow Walk makes a bit more sense. As a position 5, I kind of gotta be here with the Drow. That's why starting Shuriken Toss or Janata can actually be pretty good. Shadow Walk can also be okay. I just maybe wouldn't do it versus the Nyx. But I am open to the Shadow Walk. But if we do the Janata, now it makes sense. Aggro out, walk in, hit her, then use Janata. Janata, if you manually cast it, actually doesn't draw creep aggro anyways. So you could have been in here and Janata'd her, and it would have been fine. But you can do the creep aggro trick, hit her normally, not draw aggro because we did the aggro trick from out here. And then when we would draw aggro on the second attack, we Janata hit her manually, still not drawing aggro, and then we back away. So for doing the aggro trick once, we get 2 auto attacks in, and it's a really big one. It's the Janata, so it's really like 3 auto attacks. In that time, she maybe hits you back once or twice, but you got the Janata hit in, and then you back away, so you're in the winning end. And if she's hitting you back, she's not doing the last hits and the deny, so maybe Drow got an advantage there, or maybe Drow joined in and she poked from afar, and so you ended up with a better harass. And Nyx, if he's over here doing all this stuff, he's not doing anything. And then Dawnbreaker looks at half her health pool and she's like, what the hell's my Nyx doing? And he's like standing over here like, I'm body blocking. It's like, I'm dying in the lane. But because you and Nyx are chasing each other, even as she takes harass, it's like, well, this is kind of okay. It's a one-on-one and a one-on-one. Here you should fight. Ah, wrong one. You guys have a creep advantage here. So you stun her and back away, but you should actually just keep hitting. She used Celestial Hammer already, so she doesn't have another spell. You have 3 stick charges, so even if Nyx like throws a stun at you and they try to kill you, you should be okay. And they're going to take some extra harass from the creeps. Now this one, because we have the Quelling Blade and because we used the Blood Grenade earlier, it is a little scary, where if they were to stun and Blood Grenade and both auto attack, it is a little bit close. But in a more normal game where we have the branches, didn't use the Blood Grenade right away, even without the Blood Grenade, like 2 more Iron Branches, I'd feel pretty good about living here. And if they do turn and fight, you just run away. And at some point they give up or they chase way too hard and then they back away. And the whole time, Drow is over there. Pew! Pew! All free damage going in. And the creeps are helping you too. So once again, hitting the Nyx. Dawnbreaker sitting at full health. No tangos used. Who am I going for again? Going for the Nyx. You blocked the first camp. That's pretty good. While he's doing this, he has a stun. He's always going to beat you to this. He'll always stun you and deny the sentry outside of the rare situations where you like block in a weird way. But he knows, he should know where you placed it based on how that happened. So he has the power of advantage. He should always be first. He will choose the time to put the sentry that he will beat you. So rather than try to contest a losing fight, let him spend the time doing it and you capitalize by punishing the Dawnbreaker for Nyx having to be out of the lane. Is it wrong to open the camp? Not necessarily, but you're going to make it cost something. Rather than this, like, he gets it, you don't punish Dawnbreaker, so, like, they're not losing on any front.
Something bad happened to the Radiant.
I'm going to really nitpick the laning stage because Bounty needs to have a good lane. That might be where you think they have a sentry in the lane, but yeah, that was the Nyx sense coming into play. So here, you Shadow Walk as if you want to walk in and do stuff, but do we want to walk in and do stuff? Like, you have 166 health. I think she's just gonna kill you. So you might want to save Shadow Walk for going out. Walk in, Janata hit, attack, Shadow Walk out of the fight. That is also a very viable option. Bounty Hunter is rarely about 100-0 killing people. It's mostly about winning the war of attrition with Janata hits and your really good base stats. So any individual fight, you just want to think about how you get a few extra attacks in or damage in over the enemy. That can be with Janata and surprising them with the Shadow Walk, but can also be hitting them and then getting away for free with Shadow Walk. Like, whatever order of operations, as long as you're coming out a little bit even or above in damage trades, that's fine until you get them low enough, and then you commit for the kill. When you're this low, if you walk in and stun and then hit them, they can just turn and kill you. So this is the case where you probably have to walk in and then shadow walk away. And if they see you walking in, they're like, kill him, then you can just shadow walk right away and then back out. And they use spells, and they hopefully got nothing out of it.
First blood.
First blood in honor of first blood.
So some of the reason they killed Drow is because the creep equilibrium pushed out right away. It looks like it's gonna push out again. How does he always see me? Clarity, don't love that. I think if you're gonna play Bounty 5, you need a very strong upfront presence in the lane. Go for more high impact consumables like mangoes, get the branches, things like that. Clarity requires you to be out of lane. If you're position 4 doing creep dragging and stuff, that's fine. Position 5 bounty, you need to be in the lane a lot more. All right, I'm gonna start zooming through the lane. I think we've already highlighted a bunch of stuff to improve on, and some of what caught you off guard is the Nyx sense you didn't know about. So I think we can try to speed forward to more the usual bounty, whether you're playing 4 or 5, the more roaming parts, which is starting to get to about now. This safe lane did not go as well as we would like, but Drow is slowly getting to the point where, especially with power treads, you know, push the lane, do a little bit of jungling. So you need an observer somewhere. I think before going through this twin gate with the clarity, you should have dropped the observer somewhere. Over here, not bad. Versus a Nyx who might rotate, I would be okay with it, you know, somewhere in this jungle area. Otherwise, in the lane itself, could be good if we weren't a bounty hunter and there's a higher chance for sentries in the mid lane. If you were another type of support, think about like, where do I protect the Drow versus the Dawnbreaker? Somewhere in the middle of the lane can also be okay because Dawnbreaker kills people by getting on top with Celestial Hammer. So you have to know where she is. If you don't know where she is, you could be surprised and killed very easily. So that's like a lane ward helps with that, to know she's in the lane, she's left, right, wherever, and you know to stay away. This side also works in like spotting rotations, but in a lot of pub games, people don't twin gate rotate. So it doesn't pay off as much, in my opinion. It did, like when it first came out, everyone was doing it, and then it sort of died down, and many people forgot about it unless you're high ranks. This is kind of forced. If we go back to that. So in the end, we got the kill, but you see it cost you a lot. I don't think you should feel forced to make this stuff happen, because let me paint a different picture for you. If you don't show, you're bounty hunter, you have Shadow Walk, you're a roaming hero, and you're not on the map. Dawnbreaker and Nyx, like, oh, maybe bounty's here. You know, maybe we can't go as crazy as we'd like on Drow. You know, maybe we'll just farm. Nature's in the mid, currently pushing mid. Queen is low. But then you're gone. He's like, well, I was thinking about diving the tower, but what if he's actually watching me and then he stuns me and slows me? Like, maybe I should be a little careful of that. Maybe Lifestealer and Dark Willow. You know, it's been kind of a close lane up here. Maybe we can kill Bane. Well, what if a bounty shows up and I'm kind of low? Maybe I should be careful till we see bounty again, right? You don't have to force the opportunity, because when you're not showing, it's putting the mental pressure on all the lanes, and they're going to play suboptimally. Whereas, let's pretend he had more health. Maybe he would usually feel comfortable coming up here and getting some last hits and denies, but with you off the map, he's more cautious. And that's actually happening in all 3 lanes. And so all 3 lanes might be missing an extra CS or 2 as they try to be careful without you showing. And that's why if you need to play it patient, because this isn't a very good spot, this isn't a very good spot, I need to wait for him to move up. That's okay. Like, you're just waiting for your time, and it's not useless. It is still that mental pressure. When you try to force it to happen, this is where it maybe works, but maybe also baits your team to go, you know, a bit too hard, and now we're chasing. Like, at this point, you guys should just back out. It hasn't cost you anything, but you've gotten several spells out of Dark Willow. Maybe someone's rotating in. You don't even know. You guys should just back out, relatively happy that you burned a lot of mana off of Dark Willow. Instead, we commit to the full dive. They even get the kill first, and then we get the kill. Viper versus Lifestealer should be fine. I mean, I know he has the Dispel, but... Actually, does he? Does regular... Okay, he did take Unfettered. So he does have the Dispel, but it's still a range versus melee matchup, you know? It should be a little bit easier for Viper over time, especially with the mental threat of you in the area. I don't think you guys have to feel forced to take those aggressive fights.
Dire's mid tower could use a little help.
Hostile robot, thank you. Sorry, I wasn't reading chat for a little bit, but thank you very much. Oh, I missed a fight. Okay, let's see what happens here. Okay, so maybe we're just hitting her. Turns out Nyx came back in. They went on us. This is because we were losing the lane. There's a big difference when we started that. It wasn't a bad attempt when you didn't know where Nyx was, but imagine her without this bracer or with phase boots not yet done, then that fight looks a lot better, which goes back to just having a better start in the lane.
Dire's mid tower could use a little help. Dire's mid Radiant's bottom tower. Dire's top
Also, if you could have any hero have a good start, or sorry, let me change that. If you could choose who you're playing with, the one that we got a very good start should, on paper, be the best hero. So the Queen of Pain, when we set her up with the Nature's Prophet having like 100 health, that should have potentially been the best hero to play around with. It didn't fully work out when we see the total like net worths and stuff as we go. Some of that is off the rotations Nature's has made though. But
bottom tower.
I guess the reason I'm saying that is when you guys went on Dawnbreaker bottom, that was a lane we lost. So it's going to be harder. But if we can get Queen of Pain involved, either bring a smoke to her, bottle refill for her, pressure the Nature's Prophet, who has no escapes, there's more success there than going on a Dawnbreaker with a Drow. And in this losing lane, you're now splitting all her XP 3 ways. You guys want to draw the attention elsewhere, either in that top lane with a Viper or in the mid lane with a Queen of Pain. Playing bottom is actually hurting you guys. They've kind of slipped up, so it's maybe working out a little bit. And you actually hit track relatively early. In the end, it looks like it is a 4 for 2, which is not great. Let's pretend it worked out better in a 3 for 3 though, and come back to this, to the start of all this. Drow is down here. 3,400, we'll say 3,500. Let's see if she gets any of these kills. She got some assists, so she goes up a little. She gets killed, so she loses a bit. Ends up being pretty much nothing for her. Lifestealer. Whack. He just gained more net worth by killing that centaur than Drow did. I guess this creep. Whack, 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 whack. Okay, Viper's hitting me. Maybe I shouldn't have even come here. Maybe I should have just kept jungling and that would have been better. But this guy is free to get farm, XP, and gold. No one's bothering him. That's what you want for Drow. But you guys keep bringing heroes to Drow. So he's catching up. He had a very bad start, but he's catching up.
Radiant's gone and fortified. Radiant's strong.
if you bring that same fight top to the lifestealer, your Drow will instead pull ahead. Now, I know some of that was that Drow didn't get the kills, but that's always a possibility. There's no guarantee that when you make a play, it's going to go well. So you always have to factor that in. Like, this play could go well, it could go neutral, it could go badly. But all of those plays draw a lot of attention to Drow and will split her resources at best. Like, we're bottom again. So we want to be with this Queen of Pain. We want to be with this Viper. When we respawn, we should maybe bottle refill the Quap with a smoke and go top. So now we're all going to rotate bottom to help them dive the Drow. Lifestealer, farming away. Only 100 behind Drow now. Where are we all? Down here. Now it's weird. Now Drow came top. And I actually want to come top to get the tower, but now Drow's here. And this is why the timing of this matters a lot. Where if you guys could have come top and take this tower, you can now swap and feel good about it because Drow can be up here. She can push the lane out. They don't have the tower, so it's not as dangerous. She can come farm the triangle like she likes to. And she doesn't have to be bottom anymore. But now where do we go? We're pushing bottom, a little weird. We're pushing mid. It can work. It can be kind of tricky. The timing of it feels weird. We want to be up here, but then once again, we are like dragging Drow into stuff, which can be okay for like a little bit, but it would have been like, we're with her the whole time bottom, we're with her the whole time top. Like, she's actually behind in levels on the lifestealer. And if he was having a better start, then he would be surpassing your Drow by a lot. I think there were some times he still walked in the lane he shouldn't. Tough to play away from Dawn, though, because he'll just ult in. Yeah, but exactly. Your next part is kind of the point, is that maybe Dawn comes into the fight top, but that means the Drow, who had to be very careful, because if anytime the Dawnbreaker gets close, she dies, and the Nyx is here. Now you know Dawnbreaker's still at the top. You're like, oh shit, space. You know, you finally get to shove in the bottom lane and jungle with more comfort and not be worried about the Dawnbreaker in your lane. Otherwise, you are kind of right that if you can go to Dawnbreaker, it is generally good. I wouldn't worry about it too much on the very start, especially because in those early moves, Dawnbreaker didn't even have the ult quite yet, but also, you know, it's just like, it's the early level ult, so it's not the worst if she does come top, and you can still kind of get away to some degree. I still think it's worth in the early game to try to not bring the attention to the carry that is losing the lane. But if you do, try to make it cleaner. You know, like mid, smoke, run down with a power rune, make it a very fast play, get the Dawnbreaker, she can't ult away, help your losing lane, but it's very fast. It's not constantly in the bottom lane. For example, we got the Quap ult. Dagon is on the way. Do we have a smoke? Do we have wards? No. So as the roaming hero, that's one of your priorities. Get the smokes, get the observers. So you ended up buying tranquils. I see a lot of people do this, right? You want to finish whatever item you're working on, but can you still do your job without that item? Yes or no? And there are those situations where we need the smoke, we need the observers, maybe even the blood grenades, maybe we need mana, whatever. Arcane boots, the classic. People wanting to save for arcane boots, and so they're not buying wards, they're not buying like smaller consumables, right? The best way to make a play right now is with a smoke on this Dagon timing on Queen of Pain, which he actually happens to have enough money to have done both anyways. But sometimes people do choose to just keep saving for recipes or whatever and then not have it. Here it would be great to have it and then go make the play happen. Forcing mid, brute forcing as a bounty is really hard because, well, as you can see, one sentry kind of covers a huge chunk of mid, and then you can just choose to play on this side and bounty can never get in. That's why taking an early tower, really important to open up the map, and now it's much easier to invade the jungle, come in from weird angles, stuff like that. Now you need like a sentry here, and like a sentry back here, because otherwise bounty's watching you behind, and then you like push in with a big creep wave and you actually jump the back, whatever. The sooner you take some towers on bounty, the better, which again goes back to, you know, come over here, which, I mean, you usually wouldn't be position 5 bounty, but if you're the hard support, let's say it was a Bane 5 with the bounty 4, which would have been a better lane anyways, by the way, but Bane would have extra motivation to come top to help take this tower early so that the bounty hunter can have more space to roam. So even if you're not playing like bounty 5, but you're playing with a bounty 4, it's like a similar idea. This is very forced because it's tough in the mid lane. If he backs away, this is okay. It's later in the game than the laning stage, so missing 1 or 2 last hits is not the end of the world, but it's still good. You're still pushing him off the lane when you show. You don't have to force a dive versus heroes that are really good versus dives. So if you walk up and he backs away, you've triangulated that they probably have a sentry down somewhere, and now you know. You've gotten information, you forced him away from the wave, that's enough. You don't have to keep going like this. Rather, the Viper top and just hit this tower would be really good. I think that's about... I think that might be about what I want to say on this one. A lot of it, whether you're 5 or 4, is the same for bounty, the idea of the early rotations. The lane, I mentioned a little bit more about upfront power that 4 bounty can maybe get away with. But after that, the concepts are the same. Like if you're the position 4 bounty, constantly coming to this lane may not be your best play. It could be. Sometimes you have a winning safe lane like Ursa, I don't know, Grimstroke or something. And you're like winning the lane. And you can come get some extra kills, great. But you don't want to be here constantly. You still want to come back up, get the kill, bring the 5 with you. Come up here, take the tower, like open the map, things like that. So you can rotate around. You don't have to feel like you gotta force stuff. I'd say your team's getting a bit caught off guard by the double global rotations. This one was from Twitch, right? We're doing a YouTube raffle next? I think so. No matter what happens, I like this a lot more. We're top with the Viper and the Bane. All right. At this point, with the flame coming in, I think the more important part would be about fixing the early game rather than, you know, adjusting from a losing position at this point as bounty, because it is very tough as bounty to come back from behind. It's not really what the hero is meant to do. So I think this is a good point. Let's do a YouTube one next. Bro, I see you redeemed the replay. I'm not sure what I want to do with that yet, since that one only works on Twitch, and that means people on YouTube kind of miss out. So I haven't fully decided on that. I can return the points if we don't end up doing it, but let me at least do the YouTube one first. Can we do it next week? Potentially, though. Actually, there's a high, I won't say high chance. There's a huge copium amount of hope that tomorrow is the patch. And at that point, I'm not sure if replay reviews will be that useful, assuming it's a big patch, because we're going to be in the process of trying to learn what the patch is. YouTube people, if you want to be in the potential replay raffle, go ahead and type !ticket, and then we'll do the random number generator. Is there a patch tomorrow? Who knows? That's when Crownfall is supposed to end. Again. We will see. There is a tournament going on, but that's not that strange. Valve has done it before, where they have patched in the middle of tournaments. It's kind of unavoidable when you think about how many tournaments go on. I don't know, guys. I don't know. It needs to happen soon, though, because otherwise I'm going to get really screwed. I'm going to be traveling when it comes out, and then I'm not going to be able to do anything, and we're going to miss it. And that's going to suck. So really, really want it to come out sooner than later. I'll be really depressed if it doesn't come out tomorrow or Friday. Because I really don't know what we're going to do at that point. Like, I could make a Zeus guide, a Ricky guide. I don't feel the motivation to when stuff is going to be out. Maybe. It's just so weird. What is Ticket? Ticket is how you enter the raffle. The bot's not working for YouTube, but I'm still just going to use the command, and I just count it, and then I do a random number generation, and I just pick it. Pick the replay raffle. Whoever wins gets a replay reviewed. Today is just replay review stuff. We're not going to do pubs today, I think. Okay, I'm going to start counting, guys. Wait, it's moving. It's hard to count while it's moving. I'm gonna try to avoid repeats. Yeah, don't worry. I'm keeping track a little bit of potential repeats. Seven. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Blood flux. The flux that is the blood. Congrats. Match ID, who you're playing, any questions. That's the stuff we need. And then we'll be good to go. I agree, Phil. I do think patches in the middle of tournaments are fun for the viewers. For the teams that actually have to play for the money and the points and all that, depending on the tournament, I get it. Maybe not ideal. For the viewers, and at least for me as a caster, I think it's fun when it happens in the middle of a tournament or it's right before a tournament. But I understand the pros might feel a little bit differently. Though I think at this point, everyone's kind of ready for a patch. What do you think they will nerf in Lich next patch? Ooh. I would say you could shrink the range of his innate a little bit or reduce the number. You could also just change the scaling of Frost Shield and Frost Blast. I think if you did Q or W nerfs, that might bring the hero more in line. The issue is he's good in pubs, but not the pro scene. And he's just kind of playable at the pro scene. I know he's being picked a decent amount, but he's losing. Every tournament I see that he has a good chunk of picks, it's always 40% or less win rate. I think people are picking it too soon. Oh, Blood Flux here. Gotcha. No, yeah, there's two chats. It's I'm still getting the hang of trying to read both and everything. I did find Stream Elements just released a plugin this week that lets you multi-stream and merges the chats together. I might switch over to that. It also means we can go back to listening to music, and it has a way... What am I doing? It has a way to deal with that. Wait, why am I typing in Rubick? Oh, your hard support, actually. Hard support Ancient. Okay, we're gonna be watching Rubick, and then what time are we at? 2:53. 15 seconds. All right. Actually, wait, I didn't finish typing this in. Actually, let me change the timestamp a little bit. 30. Okay. What were you saying? Download. Did you have any particular questions? Did I miss that? I don't think so. Okay, yeah, I don't see anything, so I guess we'll just do a review overall. Oh wait, hold on. Why isn't this downloading? Oh wait, this one might be a little too late. Yeah, it needs to be within the last week. Do you have a game from the last week? 8 days also. I think it's actually probably a week, but then with different time zones and all that, I'm not sure. But sometimes it does seem like 8 days. I don't actually know what it's supposed to be. Oh, the command only works when the raffle's going, sorry. On Twitch. YouTube, the bot didn't work. I thought it would, but it didn't. So I need to change it for YouTube next time. Twitch, it'll only work when the raffle's going currently. Try this one. Okay, let me see. Oops. Who are you in this one? What is happening with this? Hold on. Oh, it's because we have this one open, I guess. Close that out. All right. Download. Okay, Rubick again, Ancient. Okay. And this is soft support this time, which I think might actually be better. I think Rubick as a position 4 is better. Pub games, you can get away with it, but he's not as strong as he used to be, which is why even at the pro scene, you don't even see him being played as a position 4. In pubs, I think you can make it work, but I do think position 4 is better than position 5. Port, I think it depends a little bit on who I'm playing. Like yesterday's Ricky and Zeus stream had a bit more viewers than today, but that's because that's like, what is Zach doing over there griefing? I gotta go check that out. In general, I'd say gameplay is typically a bit better for viewership, but I think replays have a lot more interaction because everyone's talking about the games and all that. And I like doing them. It depends how I feel on the patch, but I like doing them because I do want to help people improve and all that. And I think this is a fun way to do it. Okay, fix the timestamp. We can go now. So Rubick 4. Let's load up. Hey, Port, that'd be awesome. Let me know if you have any questions, if there's anything I can help with. Not that I'm an expert, but let me know if there's anything I can help with. I'm sure it'd be an awesome stream, very helpful. I want to help people get worse. Is there a minimum MMR? Nah, you can come in with whatever. I don't care. It's all for improving. I try to adjust the advice based on MMR a bit, or at least make it clear when like this is the right thing, but you can probably do something else. I try to make that clear, and so I personally don't care what MMR people come in with. Actually, it's more like a maximum MMR. If you're way above me, then I probably can't even help that much. Okay, let's go. Let's grab this Rubick replay. What are we doing here?
Everybody gets
Rubick 4. I'm gonna guess with the Mars, and we are maybe against Juggernaut, and Lich would make more sense to me, but for a pub game, could be the Clockwork as well. With that in mind, I kind of understand why you got the Windlace. You're trying to keep the distance, but I do think Mars is going to be on point. I actually think your job is to right-click a ton. So I would rather change this Windlace to a circlet, I think, and just like poke the Juggernaut. Because here's the thing. Juggernaut spin kill combo is strong, but he can still take physical damage, and Mars has God's Rebuke and stuff.
30 seconds.
So if he spins on you guys, but he's low health, you can still kill him. There is Frost Shield, which does make it very tricky. Frost Shield plus spin is a very scary combo. That's sort of why I am still, like, I kind of think you can still just try to poke him down to keep him too low to commit to that. But I also get if you want to try to avoid that, do a bunch of creep dragging with Windlace, just try to avoid, you know, direct confrontation. My worry is Mars can't do that. And I think once you get into the fight with the slows, I don't think the Windlace is going to save you. I think being able to keep him low or be tanky enough to stand still and fight back might be your best bet. Though I know this is going to be very tough into that matchup. But let's find out. I wasn't paying a ton of attention to the very start of that. So maybe there was some positioning stuff, but I'm actually not going to worry too much about it. Oh, it does end up being a clockwork, so that makes the Windlace a little bit better. Don't chase him too much. That's pretty much how we end up dying versus him. I do think just standing in the lane a lot and hitting the jug will be our best bet. So far, pretty good. We got baited by that range creep a little bit. I totally understand starting Battery Assault. I do think if he went Power Cogs, Jug was nearby, I think they could have gotten a really good trade on you right there. I think staying around for that range creep was a bit risky. Like, we want to, but if he's doing his job, sometimes we do have to just give him up. Good secure, though. I think right there is a good time to unblock the camp. So, right here, secure the creep. We see this split, this melee creep go down, these creeps up here. What's likely to happen is they're going to hold the creep here. Mars is going to hold the creeps here. So until they engage again, you can either follow this creep and fight, especially if there was more creeps, because they shouldn't want to fight into that. And you have the Windlace, so you can back out if they do walk in. So you could come pressure them and try to get them to bring the creeps under tower, which would guarantee equilibrium up here. Although I'd say that's going to happen anyways based on the number of creeps. But if you also want to get this camp open, then this is a good time to do it, right? I don't think he can make it over to stop you. Put the sentry somewhere here. You could opt for this side if you really wanted to. Either way, left or right, you know, do it real quick. Hope that you get it. As you can see, like, nothing really happened in that, like, 10 seconds. So now we're doing it. But now the creeps have been dealt with, and he has time to come over, and they're about to get in, so now there's stuff to do. Deny this creep, start hitting the jug. So you can kind of see where the timing is a little bit off. And if we do it a bit sooner, it would work out nicer. And maybe you would have even gotten the 2-minute spawn. If we go back a little bit, right here. You want this creep. If he's a little further away, but you know he's coming over, just attack it, Fade Bolt. Get it done, get it out. Because we kind of wait around, it's getting scared. I would just Fade Bolt early at this point. Like, hope for it. It's really close to where you would get it or not. Literally, like, two health enough to get it. So I understand if you're a bit hesitant, hoping for it to drop a little lower. But if you wait any longer, like, this is as far as I can be. And any longer I wait, the clockwork is just getting closer and closer. So here's where we just have to do it. We have to Fade Bolt and get away, or else clockwork's gonna get on top of us. And that's kind of what happens. Now, you actually end up walking in forward a little bit, whereas you could have walked up and then still been in Fade Bolt range while you wait. But because you kind of path in instead of either doing it and getting out or moving up and still trying to hope for it, this is where we get caught and then killed. The boots next. I understand why. Bottle refill. You see how, okay, good idea. You see how he was in the middle of like trying to do this and now it's like, oh shit, like I gotta drop the bottle. You actually made him miss a last hit. So try to time it a little better. I know you don't want to wait around too much, but if you can get close to where he's gonna be done with creeps, there's gonna be a window, it's a little easier. Just a minimal difference here. Here. Oh, there we go. Yeah, let's do a pull. Do we only review ranked games? No, I don't care. It can be unranked. Heck, it can be turbo. I don't give a shit. I don't know as much about turbo, though, so it's me just guessing into the void. All right, right here. Let's think about what we can do. Can kind of poke a little bit, help secure creeps. If we wanted to body block, you know, it's now. So it would have had to been earlier. And if we wanted water runes, that would have had to be earlier. So really right now, our only options on things to do are here and here. So when you move this way, like what's over here that we want to do? You can kind of poke from this way. And you can kind of help from here. But you can also do that from over here. And when it comes to your direct safety, over here is better because it's closer to the tower. It's more in line with creeps that might aggro over if they try to attack you. And Mars, I mean, he could have kind of helped you on either side. Didn't matter that much. But this way, it's more out of the way. It's easier for Clockwork to wrap around on you. And again, there's like, what's really over here? So this is a small positioning thing where I think this side, you know, makes a bit more sense than like we looped around this way. But why? Why did we do that? It was like a risk, but what was the reward? Back to poking a lot, so that's good. Poke. We know he's on this side. Be careful of standing over here, so you should be moving on this left side. I know he's in Fog of War, but like you saw him move into this tree line, so I know he's over here. So when you're still over here, this is where you should be moving to this left side to hit Juggernaut. And then we just got to back away sooner. Clockwork is in. We're in disengage mode. We're actually just hoping they don't go on the Mars right now. And then you need to back out here instead of moving in this way. Clockwork is a hero. Someone the other day asked about melee versus support heroes. Clockwork is an extreme example, but any individual hit on Clockwork is not likely to be the end of the world. You do need to constantly harass him to prevent him from committing it on the dive on you, but it's just a trend over the long laning stage, right? Like any individual auto attack probably doesn't matter. But if Clockwork gets on top of you once, that could be a kill. That could be a massive trade. So when it comes to Clockwork and certain other position 4s that take really strong trades once they're close to you, you have to prioritize the positioning and keeping the distance rather than the harass. But anytime your positioning is good, you need to harass. But you see there's a priority list there. So like right here, this is that happening where For the most part, you've been doing a pretty good job of harassing and positioning. And so, of course, this could just be a mistake. And you're like, Zach, I know. But I still gotta, I gotta demonstrate it for everyone else. But like, this is poking. Positioning is good because I know he's far, Jug's far. So now my positioning is settled. I'm just constantly attacking. This is where positioning is getting really dicey. Mars is a bit too close for comfort, and they have too many creeps. So I actually think Mars should be backing up, and you shouldn't be encouraging a fight. But your positioning individually is still okay, so you could be poking. Then, as Mars starts backing away, this is where positioning, I got to start being concerned again, because he also has boots. He is just at the range, like a little farther forward, and he can pull me in with power cogs. So this is where you have to back out. And you kind of do, but you're moving left rather than moving away. So we don't build more distance. And in this very slight, minuscule case, you actually also move away from creeps that might help you absorb battery assault, or the range creep might tank a power cogs for you and let you run out that direction. You actually move away from that and not further away, like moving this way. You move this way and he moves in, which is what then leads to this. Like, your individual auto attack on him doesn't matter, but from full health, you die. Blah. Some of it is because Mars speared him in. Some of it is because Mars speared him in. But even if you hadn't died, you would have dropped to like 100 health. And now you have to be so scared to be anywhere near there, because just even an auto attack could get you killed. Or he kicks a power cogs at you and it kills you. So that's one of the things melee versus support, Clockwork specifically, because of how much damage power cogs and battery assault can do, and then the jug spin as well. Most cases wouldn't be that extreme, but the idea is there that melee heroes are constantly positioning, looking for that good fight, and then they do a huge chunk in that time. And ranged heroes need to keep their distance, poke, but the distance part is usually priority. Here, so this is good. You see how you're not moving near this, and this is exactly what Clockwork wants. He's like standing here hoping you're coming in this way. This is where a lot of people slip up and they move in here. This individual case, this is fine. Another good example of this is later on in the game, you're moving between lanes. You're coming from mid, your team's fighting bottom, so you just path this way. And even though, let's say you're a dire hero, you're really close to the Radiant edge. And that might be where they have defensive wards, and there was a guy jungling here, and he sees you moving this way, and you're like, oh shit, well, let me just see. You know, he comes, stands here, and you like walk right through here. Or you're coming through here, and he like makes his way over here. He was at this camp, and he sees you in a ward. He comes, stands here. The Radiant case, you know, I see way too many people coming from the mid lane, and then they're like walking through here, even though there's blinks in the game. And you're way too close to the dire side to just jump you, and you actually need to like move this way. So you guys got to be careful of that. It always goes back to positioning, and this is where your positioning is very good right there. You did the appropriate amount of distance away from the Radiant side so that Clockwork couldn't get to you. No, replay reviews are for anyone. It's just a raffle system. Subscribers do have slightly higher odds, but it's not so much that it's like impossible to get without subscribing. Okay, let's go further beyond the laning stage. I think we've already talked a bunch about it. Scan, very scary. You don't have telekinesis. Clockwork is one of the best at securing this if you don't have the spells. So this is... sometimes you got to give it up. Oh, excellent. All right, I think that's the right call. Poor your micro a little bit there, but I think that is absolutely correct. I think you would have lost it.
Oh, who's that? Thank you.
And then died. Maybe you don't die, but you'd have lost all your health and you would have had to go home. Smasher Cubano wants higher odds. Thank you for the Prime sub, man. Oh, good snipe on the ward. Uh-oh. All right, so Quap came in to help. But that is Clockwork closing the gap on us. You guys should be careful since you know he stole the Wisdom Rune, but he hasn't come back to lane yet. We're not sure where the Clockwork is. So you guys actually moving in this far, pretty risky. You actually needed to pull this camp in to this wave. I don't think you guys can show until you know where Clockwork is. Or, like, you can't move up this far until you know where Clockwork is. This being exactly why. Even without the Queen of Pain coming in, Clockwork would have soloed you. Mars fortunately gets away. But if you guys do this, then this is way safer for you. And Clockwork probably can't kill you there. Keeping an eye on top because he has Rupture, but he's kind of low. A little dicey. Power cogs down. Maybe we could try something. Mars is good here. This is time to go do a double stack.
Radiant's mid tower could use a Dire's top towers getting beat down. No breaking through the Dire's structure. Top tower. Dire's top tower. You know the drill. Stupendous.
Storm, you bottle refilled twice for Storm. He should be okay. Not that he's winning, but he has 6. He can do stuff. It's around this window that you want to make his life easier. You know, bring smokes to him, bring him around. You did some earlier bottle refills. Potentially you do a nether. You come in, smoke, bottle refill, go. If you're already out on the map, then that's where you just come over with a smoke. But he can help you guys out a lot in terms of getting kills. Looks like he sets... Oh, never mind. He did not help get a kill top. But maybe he was trying.
Dire's mid tower could use a little help.
Okay, we want 6 now. Try to get 6 as soon as you can on Rubick. The spell steal. Don't kill me. Deny me. Ah, his timing. Unfortunate. The spell steal, the sooner you can get it, the better. If there's a good spell to steal. But many games will have something. And if you think about it, like at level 6, you should have 6 ability points. And the reason mids want to be mid is because they get higher levels, so they get more skill points. So for example, you're 5, you have 5 skill points. This guy's 9, he has 9 skill points. When you have spell steal, you have 6 skill points. And then you steal a spell that, for example, the mid has maxed out, like Scream of Pain. So now you have 6 plus 4. I don't know if that makes sense to other people, the way I'm thinking about it, but with the scaling of abilities, that's some of the strength of Rubick, is that you're stealing a very high-powered spell, and now you have 2 abilities. You have Fade Bolt and your other spell that you stole that are both very high level, whereas most other heroes only have 1 ability that is very high level. And that's how you kind of, you take early fights that are good on Rubick, which is why you can have a good game. I guess that's true for many people, but the sooner you can hit 6 and then get a good steal, it's better for Rubick. So we don't want to be level 5 for too long. Go and sit in a lane somewhere, kind of like this, get the XP. And then once you're 6, we're ready to go. Yeah, if we can steal something, anything to start's fine. I think you were trying there. You didn't want to go too far. I agree.
Mid tower could use a little help.
Maybe some observer sentries to check around this area. It depends where you want to play. I just steal that. Your team doesn't seem interested in coming back up here like the cores. So if you just want to shove it out, I'm open to that. But we have a pretty strong spell as well, so I don't mind joining in. Unlucky on the Chain Frost. I think you could have TP'd a little bit more to the side, but I know that was kind of heat of the moment. As we watch this happen, though, so this TP... How do I say this? So Pudge is here, right? So Lich can't go this way. If he goes further in, I mean, that's farther to your team. This way is a really long time under tower. So he can only go this way. You have enough cast range.
Oh yes, Pudge is there.
You can be over here on the TP and still pick him up with lift and slows and all that. And that way you're a bit further from the creeps to avoid what ended up happening to you, which is like, oh shit, blah, drop it, you know, and just pray that it gets you. And he actually got really lucky with the bounces. And then the clockwork came in. A little better luck, and maybe you live here and you get the kill first. But if you were a bit more to the side, then he doesn't really even... The option's not as good for him. Very nitpicky on the TP location. Kind of a minor thing. I wouldn't sweat it too much. Hey, Valkrix. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Yes, the Pudge, the Pudge.
Radiant's top tower's taking hits.
Match ID's not going through YouTube. I'll have to look into that. I'm not really sure why that would be the case. Maybe it thinks it's spam? Well, what are you getting? You're getting a Yule's.
The Dire might want to mine their top tower.
I think a 4-staff is really good for you.
Dire's top tower's getting beat.
1, you can 4-staff people who are ruptured. That's hilarious. 2, really good versus Link and Power Cogs. Also very good versus Chain Frost. Queen of Pain has some mobility that you can use to chase up and down buildings. Juggernaut, Spin you can get away from. I think there's a lot of good uses for the 4-staff. The Yule's kind of nifty. Another way to address Juggalt and Frost Blast. Kind of buys you time versus the Power Cogs, but you still drop into it. Same with the Link, and you can't use it on allies. So I would say 4-staff is better here. Smoked up, where are we going? Ah, if only we could have gotten that kill. Wait, what happened to us? Were you TPing? Mars was TPing, you started TPing, and then Clockwork found you. Unluck. It's not worth it, Bloodseeker. Oh no. Bloodseekers and resisting going for low health heroes. Impossible challenge. Cool. I think he went just a little too early on that. That's hilarious. Whoever used that line right there. Peak.
Radiant's mid tower could use a hand.
Earlier,
Breaking down the radiant structure.
talked about the deep warding times. Right, we got some kills here. So actually, let's go back. Let's think about the warding now. Warding focus. So we want the Queen of Pain. She thinks it's safe to farm. You're standing here, and she's still just farming. So probably no vision that sees this area at the least. Kind of rule out any observers right here or right here. You reveal that you have vision by using Spell Steal first without turning around the corner. So she actually should know there's some kind of vision here. That does leave the left up here and the cliff, so that's still... It's not the worst, but she should know there's something here. I actually think you should be a little bit more patient on this. It worked out in the end, as we saw, but if you can do a quick check to see like when Blink Spear is up or like if Pudge Hook is within range, I think you did think it was, so you thought I'll lift into Pudge Hook and Pudge Ult. Slightly different pages. It is a bit tricky. Good idea. Fortunately, the Blink was back up. You guys got this and all that. Boom, kill her, see a Lich, kill him, kill him. So, I know there's no vision here. Nothing about that fight strictly told me the ward, like where wards might be, because I think he just saw you off of Quap, they use spells, things like that. I'm already here. This tower is up. This tower is up. I don't really think there's going to be any wards in here. Maybe something here. If you wanted to check that, I think that would be okay. But this is one of the first times your team has actually moved into this area. So would the enemy team have thought to ward here? I'm not sure. So I think this is a really good time to place a deep ward. This tower is pretty low. Sometimes I see people put wards back here to finish the towers, but it doesn't really make much sense in this case, right? Because one, we have this ward. Two, this tower is going to die, so you're going to ward here, kill this tower, and then this observer is not as useful. And we're going to move on to this tower. Mid tower, a little healthier. There's actually a big creep wave here, and 4 heroes are dead. So your team could actually make their way here, take this tower. So we're not sieging this tower, and we don't need like an observer right here. We're actually maybe moving into this tower. Now at 17 minutes, probably not. We're actually looking to hold the map and keep farming up, and then eventually take, you know, maybe the last tier 1, or maybe Roshan's. 17 minutes leaves a little bit of a window to do top Roshan, but we're not that strong at Roshan. So actually the first Roshan to be done is probably after it moves back down here again. So we'll be occupying this area. Where do I want that deep ward? I want it to help me siege up on this tower. You guys might have seen me use this observer here before. I think that one's pretty sneaky. Gives you a glance into here. I like that one. Further back here or here to just see in this general area to see the team coming from mid to the bottom to defend, I think is also good. If you think you have enough time to make your way back here, I think that could be okay. Same idea. You guys can push the bottom tower from this bottom side, and anyone trying to wrap this way, you see. And if they're coming this way, they could, but that's why we're positioned bottom. So it's like, it's not, we're standing here and they jump us from high to low. We're over here, so they'd have to step to low ground before getting to us. It is nighttime, so you actually could walk down here and place an observer back here if you wanted to. That's a little deeper than I think you need to. But any of those spots would be good to do right now without showing ourselves. As that cogs dies, they no longer vision, like this is the time to do it. So you do sentry and check. I like that. You give mana to your team. I actually don't think you need to be standing here. I think this is the time to be warding. And then now we're leaving. So off of that really successful fight, we did not place a deep ward. And in fact, someone on your team, the Pudge, put this here. It's not the worst to have mid vision, even after the towers are down. He didn't check though, and it's very common to have sentries here. So as you see, you guys are gonna lose this for free. It also actually doesn't see the observer, or sorry, the power rune. So if you are gonna have vision in the mid lane, the power runes, like you might as well grab those when it's such a big game for those with a Queen of Pain and a Storm mid. If you want a mid lane observer after you kill the mid tower, I actually think around where the tower was or further in is sneakier and less likely to get caught than right here, which is pretty common. Pudge felt like dead weight that game. I did see him tip the Storm when Storm didn't deny you, right? And I was like, that's a little toxic. No need for that. So, yeah, I can kind of see that. That observer's also not great, and we ended up losing it. Smoke up. But this is right here. So now you're about to have to reveal your smoke on this creep wave, which Storm could have came and done this and then you guys smoke. That also gives him time to farm this a little bit, and then you all smoke together. Jug just slipped through here. Maybe if you had a deep ward down, though, maybe that would give you information for another target. Actually, looks like the courier's running through here, so maybe we know Razor's somewhere like in this area potentially. It looks like he's not. Where the heck is Razor? Oh, I guess he got the courier here and then walked this way. I missed him. But that's where the deep ward earlier might come into play. This smoke timing is just a little bit too soon. And now we kind of have to go in blind. Maybe you see the Jug farm this camp or one of these camps, and that gives you a target. But also, we just need this low health tower, so I don't think you guys even have to smoke. I think you actually just push up, take this tower, and then watch the map. Maybe on the deep ward, they were coming to defend. Maybe you guys just get out. Maybe you see they weren't coming to defend, but someone's jungling here. Maybe that's the time to smoke.
Radiant's bottom tower's seen better days. Trouble brewing every
Nice. This is exactly why we stay out of sight. From Quap's perspective, they don't know where anyone is. They see Storm, a lot of support players, a lot of cores. They come and hit the tower, giving free information to the enemy. Instead, Mars and Rubick stay out of sight. They're thinking, you know, maybe it's just a storm. Maybe we can get him. Quap jumps straight in without knowing where other people are. So sure, Bloodseeker's mid, but that's still 3 other heroes who have ways to crowd control Queen and get her killed. She jumps way ahead of her team. Hookshot could maybe connect, but Jug and Lich would be slow to connect here. There's no real reason to jump here. Like, is she going to solo kill a Storm Spirit without an Orchid? No. Is she, like, so desperate to farm these 2 creeps? It's like, I got to go there right now. I got to blink and scream, and if I don't get those creeps before it turns 20 minutes, we actually just delete Dota. Like, you can wait for these creeps to move up here where it's much safer. So this is way too risky from the Queen of Pain, and that's why she's immediately punished and killed. This is really good from our Rubick player here in the Mars. Like, why you stay out of sight on these pushes if you don't actually have to hit this stuff. What's the flame coming in? Wait my offlaner. Where was Razor in that fight, actually? Over here. He's close to Lincoln's, though, you know? You just give up this tower, wait for the Lincolns, and fight after that. I don't know what they're tanking. What happened here? We went from a good fight to what? Hold on. Back up. Back up. This is where I don't think you want to be. You want to be further back. You guys go on this clock who has Blade Mail. Wow. They actually got wrecked by that Blade Mail. They both came in relative. Oh no, I guess Storm's a little lower than I thought. I feel like this is now you guys jumping on a team when you guys don't have enough information. Got wrecked by the Blade Mail plus Lich spell. This is where you just give up the Mars. What do we think, guys? Is Rubick gonna get away? I like the idea to try to get here and Fade Bolt deny. If you guys thought it was just a solo Clockwork, I kind of get it. You gotta remember, when it comes to initiators, if you initiate on an initiator, it's like the initiator initiated on you. Right? Clockwork is looking to hookshot and power cogs a lot of people together. If we jump the Clockwork and all group around him, he didn't even need to hookshot to do it. So you always got to be careful about that. If you knew where more enemy heroes were, then it's fine, right? He's just a support, get the free kill. But that is an example where you guys didn't have enough information, didn't respect the turn potential and how hard it is to kill Clockwork quickly. And that, like the Jug ult, the Lich ult, all of that. You got to be very careful of those spells when going aggressive on the enemy. Save him! Save Pudge, even if he's toxic. Aw, oh, darn, he died. Don't feel that bad about it. But we got to try anyways. How long will I be streaming? What time is it? It's like 5. We've been streaming 3.5 hours. Probably at least another hour, and then we see from there. What do you got? You're going for the Aether Lens. I still stand by that 4-staff is really good this game. I think it actually would have saved you / teammates in some of the earlier exchanges if you had that 4-staff instead of Yule's. And that'll still be true when this Aether Lens finishes. I think Aether Lens is good when there is some insane spell steal to have. Something like Black Hole. And you can do like Blink Aether Lens, because if you steal the spell, you win. You know, RP, Chronosphere, Black Hole type spells. Otherwise, you already have more cast range than almost anybody in the game. And I think using that extra cast range on more utility is actually better for Rubick rather than even more cast range on already the hero with the most cast range. Because at the end of the day, most other spells you steal, like you steal Chain Frost, you steal Cogs, right? They're great spells. But if they kill your Storm in a Sinister Gaze and Clockwork and whatever, Juggle, you know, if they're linked to your Bloodseeker and he can't get away, the fact that you can use Plasma Field from a little further away is not going to help them. So that's why I think if there is a spell that you think wins the game, as long as you have it, the big ult I mentioned earlier, I think Shackle is ridiculous. I think Ice Path is a game-winning spell. Whatever spell you think is game-winning, and like as long as you get it, that's when I think more cast range is good. But I don't think this is that game. I don't see what that spell is that I win with this. So I'd rather have utility to help them. And I will still outrange most heroes anyhow. Your thing to upgrade to E-Blade later on? I would get the Ghost Scepter first then, because the Ghost Scepter will keep you alive from the Razor and the Juggernaut. Like, this is a positioning game. If they're on you, you're dead. So you need something to deal with that. That's what the Force Staff is. That's what the Ghost Scepter is. Aether Lens is like, I can stand further back. But actually, you still get outranged by Hookshot because of how long Hookshot is, or because they happen to find you and like gap close and blink and whatever on you. Oh, my cat came in. That's where I don't think the Aether Lens will make enough of a difference.
Was unreal.
Here's another one. Here's another example of like, Rubick has so much flexibility. I think it's important to think about like, what is my job in a given game? Are you the initiator this game? The answer is no. If you were the initiator, you should have built different items. You should have built like Force Staff Blink to blink instant lift. In this game, you have Mars to initiate. You have Pudge to land hooks, and you have Storm Spirit to zip in and start things, along with Rupture, right? There's actually like 4 other heroes who will do things first. So you should let them do things first. So you place this ward, and then you guys see Quap, and you're like, oh, I want to get Quap, so I'm going to go try to pick her up. That might work. You might lift her into the other stuff. But what it's also going to do is it's going to reveal you first. Again, you didn't actually buy any defensive items, right? You are like Yules, but like positioning items. You built an Aether Lens to be super far back, but when Clockwork sees you first and he jumps you, you can't get away. You should let them start the stuff and then you follow up behind them. And that way, when the Clockwork goes in off the reaction, it's onto a Storm Spirit who can zip back out. It's onto a Mars or a Pudge who have like twice as much health as you do. You are a very low health backline hero who is revealing himself first to start stuff. And if you need to initiate, that's okay, but you'll build different items. You will not be like this build, this style. This is a game with these heroes that you let them go in and then you follow up. So let's see if this fight works out, but this is like, I think this is one of the things that gets Rubick players is because you can do so many different things in the game. That's why they now choose to start up here, but you tried to initiate over here, and now you're like, oh shit, I can't get over there. That's why we just stand behind them, and if they go here, we follow. If they go here, we follow. And you'd be in a much safer spot. Now you're trying to close the gap going this way, which puts us in a really weird position. We steal Scream of Pain, cool, throw it out. Hookshot actually misses on us, but now we're caught. And spell steal's low enough cooldown that you really, like, all your spells are relatively low, especially Fade Bolt with the talent, spell steal. you want to survive and just keep stealing spells, throwing spells, Fade Bolt spam, all that. That's why we don't want to get caught first if we can help it. And that's why this ends up being a really weird spot. This fight does work out in the end, but, you know, against a team that is maybe not as tilted and, like, Razor actually shows up to the fight, then maybe it's not working out. So I do want to highlight it here, where I think you're trying to start too many things this game. Other games, you might need to. Something like, you know, not as much stuns on your team. They have pucks, morphlings. You know, you might need to blink telekinesis to start the fights in those cases.
Have fun trying to bust down radiant structures in its bottom tower.
Oh, I didn't notice that. Pudge ate Bloodseeker when Jug was spin TVing. That is quite unfortunate. I was going too fast to see that. When does the replay raffle start? I think we are getting towards the end of this one. This one was on YouTube, right? So the next one will be a Twitch raffle. Oh no. You guys are making this blade mail so valuable. I actually think blade mail on Clockwork is not usually worth it. But between the double kill earlier and then the Scream of Pain getting blade mailed, he's gotten tons out of it. Oops. Not quite yet. I'll tell you. We'll go a little further in this one before we do the next one. Well, actually, let me see. We do end up losing. Let's take a look at the graph somewhere around here. So maybe we go jump to this fight. Let's go see what ultimately lost us the game. At this point, they're tilting. You guys had a little bit better of a lead before some other heroes died. At this point, it's really just about go set up for Roche, get Roche, clear out the map, wait for Pudge hooks. Pudge hook pulls people out of position. You'll kill them. Go from there. I'm going to guess we either don't do Roche, we dive way too hard. You know, one of those is the most likely scenario. Considering how tilted the enemy is, at least from what we've seen, my guess is they are not making the proactive plays, but they do defend the base. And so if we overcommit and then they kill us, that would be my guess. I'm actually going to now jump ahead. So Roche is happening. Okay, we did get Aegis though. Hold on. Let's slow down. This is exciting. You're too far forward. I think you're trying to place an observer, but you already have this one down. This is actually how they end up slipping through. I actually made this mistake yesterday as well. I called for Roche and then I went to go place a deep ward and I was like, wait, that's the absolute wrong time to do it. If you do this, this is what happens. We're no longer in position for the Roche fight. So if Roche hasn't started yet and you want to go to try to place this stuff, I think that's pretty good. But you need enough mobility to get from here to the actual fight. So this is actually a bit too far forward. With this observer down, I would actually just stay in this area, maybe in these trees or something. So we're actually a little too far forward. He steals Roche. At least you guys still get Aegis though. So we see this happening and then we're like, hold on guys, I'm almost there. Jug ults us. We go Scepter. Yule's probably would have been a little bit better, and I think you could have turned and used some spells there. Okay, it does end up really good. So now we go straight down. We have 5 minutes of Aegis, but we go straight down. That's okay because we killed so many. We don't dive too hard though. We just chip it, back out, go push this stuff with 4 minutes of Aegis. I'm going to guess we dive a Razor, I guess? Maybe a Clockwork? Okay, same deal, guys. What is he looking for? No one's alive. Some of you guys do this, okay? We'll pretend it's just Pudge. We'll flame the Pudge, but I know some of you guys do this too. When would they have set up for this? They just lost the Roche fight. There's no way they were thinking, Let's go fight Roche, lose it, and then have to defend high ground. So I better drop an observer here to now come lose this fight and then need this observer here. There's no way there's an observer over here. It doesn't make any sense. And this is how you save sentries. You don't just like place them in places that are good. Usually it is good to place them like as you push high ground and stuff like that. But like they're all dead and the last fight that just happened was over here. There's no way there's anything down, especially because the only hero alive is a Razor. There's no way an offlane Razor in, what bracket are we again? Ancient? There's no way a Razor who's tilted out, bought an observer, placed it here preemptively. A support? Maybe. Support maybe would have done that. This is not a sentry that's needed. This observer is not needed either. We're not committed to this siege. We're just hitting it while they're dead. And then we should back out, go fix our lanes and take these other tier 1s or tier 2s. I know that's probably not going to happen coming up here, but that would be my argument. I don't think a pro team would put this kind of observer. I don't think I would put this kind of observer because I really don't think we should be setting up to commit this hard when look at our health. We have half health Rubick, half health Pudge, like 2/3 Storm Spirit. He is pretty still full on mana, and you guys actually have a good chunk of cooldowns despite the fight that just happened. But BKBs are down on the Mars. You guys have like 2/3 of your resources might be enough, but also why risk it when you don't need to and you have 4 minutes to do anything you want? Why not wait a little longer, go push out other towers, get other free objectives, push with all of our resources available? All right, let's see us not do that now. So here we go. We're hitting this. This is actually a situation you can all hit this tower because 4 heroes were dead. And then as some of them respawn, I might back out a little bit, but I actually think all of you could hit this to speed this up. Looks like this one's okay. And now we get out. All right, you guys actually didn't throw on this one. I really thought it was gonna happen. This was a really bold TP out. You guys should all just get out together. So what, we now push mid without everybody? Oh, looks like it. Guys, 12k advantage, but our 22k carry is not here. And he's now going to show himself on the creep wave now. So if you are not a tilted out Radiant team, you should commit right now. These guys are showing right here, and Bloodseeker, the carry, who has all his stuff and the Aegis, is not here. You guys shouldn't have even finished this tower. You should have left as soon as Bloodseeker was out. Supports, the most you can do is call it out. Like, can we not be here? Like, we should wait for a Bloodseeker, whatever. Tilted team, not doing anything about it quite yet. So it looks like we're going to safely connect top. Look how far you can place wards on Rubick. It's insane. But do we need this observer? So realistically, is the enemy team going to fight this tier 2 tower? Let's pretend no tilted enemies, right? Are they going to fight this tier 2 or should they be fighting this one? For that reason, you don't really need this observer, especially when you have this observer. So I think you could hold this unless you're really scared and you do think they could. You know, they got the big ults, black hole, all that stuff, and they really could potentially take this fight and win it. Otherwise, most people will wait for the high ground, which is, you know, usually your best bet. Look at these all clumping up. Take this one. Where do we throw? I'm gonna steal Tormentor. That's good too. Where are we on health? Okay, we got everything. We are a little low off of that, but this is a situation. 2 minutes on Aegis, so Bloodseeker just hits the buildings, and we stand behind him and fish for hooks. Storm comes up to hit with him. This isn't really necessary. If you are going to do this, you should at least stand a little further apart, away a frost blast distance apart, or chain frost distance apart. Storm Spirit, pretty in. How does his team help? Bloodseeker's got to run in. Mars has a blink, but he's back here. Pudge has a blink, he's back here. Rubick doesn't have a blink. So Storm on his own. For what? No gain. He could have at least kept hitting the tower. burning a good chunk of mana just to do nothing. Bloodseeker just gonna die to Chain Frost, I guess. This is where probably should have just turned around and you guys force staff him back into the creep wave or something. Or, you know, Pudge Hook, Pudge Blink, eat him. I don't know. Oh, that's kind of weird. So now Storm, as they come in, Storm is zipping out of the fight. We're all jumping in because they're initiating on our Bloodseeker who lost his Aegis for free. Now he's being eaten during his BKB, but they've AoE'd us. This wasn't the worst dive, but we do see the problem that the team got baited too far forward and didn't just safely hit this. Look, oh, we were one. Giving vision. So that can be good, but anytime a team has instant catch, I don't think you should risk it. Storm doesn't have a Lincolns, and Lich has a Blink and a Glimmer. So the question is, can he die in that time? And I would say yes. Blink, Glimmer into like all of them bursting gives you like 2 seconds to react. And that 2 seconds is the Mars from back here having to run up to here and then blink in to help. So depending how much instant catch and burst the enemy has, like they can throw the Jug ult instantly and just kill Storm. I don't think the vision is worth it when you can just stand behind the Aegis carrier, hitting this with every creep wave and then backing out. Which actually the Bloodseeker should have backed out when all the creeps died because of the Chain Frost. I think he just didn't expect Chain Frost to do that much. I think you're gonna die here. This is where we don't defend this. You should go push out other lanes and be prepared to cut them if you have teleport and buyback. Pretty close to buyback. Let's pretend you have it. You don't have teleport because you got out, so you're gonna have to wait here. Otherwise, instead of directly engaging like this, you should just go down a side lane and start creep cutting, shoving things out to make people back. And then we wouldn't have died here. Now we might have to buy back. But you see, if you didn't defend this tier 2 at all, by the time they got here, it wouldn't really have done anything. You guys shouldn't fortify. You could have just been like out farming a camp or something. All right, so here's another mistake from your team. Let's go back a little bit. So we got wiped. I should have just done the minute. We got wiped. Let's look at the enemy, what they're doing. They're removing our wards, and now we don't know where they are. So they should be pushing up and placing some of the wards. In the same way I tell you guys, hey, you wiped them. This is the time for deep wards, blah, blah, blah. This is what Lich should be doing. This is what Clockwork should be doing. They should be pushing up, placing deep wards. Lich placed this ward. This one doesn't really make much sense. He had free reign of the map, and he chose this like middle ground area. It should be either playing for Roche, which is pretty far away, so it's understandable if he doesn't do it this time. Or you should see like defensively or offensively. He's not going to get very many chances. If he's thinking like we're behind, we got lucky on that team wipe, he doesn't have many chances to come aggressive versus Storm, Pudge, Mars, Bloodseeker, all this stuff. So it should be a very deep ward on your half of the map. He didn't do it this time, which is why when your team, you know, they're sitting in the base, oh, we're kind of scared, we're not all up yet. Oh, okay, we're up now. So Bloodseeker's going to TP into a creep wave and then walk top. Mars is going to show mid. Now Mars is going to move into the jungle while Storm shows in the mid lane. So if there is a deep ward anywhere, from the enemy team's perspective, they know Bloodseeker's here, Mars is here, or sorry, Storm's here, and maybe there are some heroes in the mid if they have a deep ward. Oh, actually, they did place a deep ward. Looks like they did it after we stopped checking. Maybe the Clockwork did it or something. So they actually do see it, and we can go back to that, right? If they were set up to fight, Mars mid, Bloodseeker TP top. If they were set up and ready, maybe they're just jumping someone. I know they were tilted this game, but whatever. We'll talk about tactics anyhow. Bloodseeker's top, Mars mid, Storm here. guys are scattered across the winds. Blink, Sinister Gaze, easy kills if they were prepared to do things. This is why deep wards are really good. Why this cliff is not a good deep ward spot, as the Rubick instantly dewards it. Should have been like somewhere sneakier so it stays alive. But because they didn't prepare to do anything first, you guys got away with just scattering to the winds. Now you guys still scatter to the winds. If you guys grouped first and did something, very high chance you'll eventually catch the enemy also scattered, because you do have the wards like this to see them split up. You do have bottom lane always pushing in. Over time, it should go in your favor of finding the pickoff fight. I think you guys are about to show in 2 lanes again, though. Bloodseeker mid, Storm bottom. So again, they can do anything. You guys, Jug going bottom, Clock going top. I thought this ward wouldn't matter, but it lived long enough to matter at the very end of its life. Juggernaut is going to farm like this. So this is where you guys should all smoke and run down here and try to find him. Didn't end up getting him. Razor, Jug, Lich, they're also scattered. This is the smoke times. All right, now they're all off the map. Now I don't know where they are. This is no longer the smoke and jump and invade times. Like Bloodseeker's getting caught again. Despite having map control, you guys are taking a like 5-on-5 in front of their base, but it's actually like a very scattered fight that they ended up taking. Is it working? It's kind of working. Jug gets out, or Quap gets out, and the cleave. Dang. Clockwork did work in that fight. All right, I'm gonna start the. Let me find it. Close.
Dire might want to mine
Where
that
am I?
top tower.
Oh, complete. Yes, mark as complete.
Dire's top tower. The dire.
All right, we start a new raffle. This one's on Twitch. You guys want to go over there and type !ticket. You'll enter the next raffle. I think that was a good... I think there was a lot of learning moments in that Rubick replay. If I didn't think a patch was coming out, I think I would cut it up for a YouTube video. Watch the Pudge the entire fight. He's giving you migraines. What, that earlier one right there? Yeah, that one wasn't great. But I mean, your team as a whole is also doing it, right? Like, I know Pudge is making mistakes, but we're kind of showcasing that a lot of different heroes are messing up. How do I convince my team to take... to not... Wait. To not be scared of a carry who is alone, but also not throw inside the fountain? It's very tough. 1 hour per replay. I know we're doing a lot. Maybe next time we'll do one of the shorter times we do, where we do it like 10 to 20 minutes, find a couple things to improve on, and then just send it. I've been trying to get more content. How can it happen the second time? I've been trying to get more content from the replay reviews though, like turn it into videos. Probably won't happen this time. Oh my god. It probably won't happen this time because of the patch looming. But I think that's why I'm pivoting a little bit to longer, that we can then cut apart. Also, because I know we end up covering a bunch of laning stage stuff and then nothing else in many replay reviews because of the 10 to 20 minute format. Don't do it, Bloodseeker. You're losing armor. You're losing armor. What can you do? It's very difficult. The most you can do, really... Okay, here's the mistake. Too many people try to teach in a pub game, and you can't really do that. The most you can do is direct calls to people who already know they should do things, but are caught in the mess that is Dota, and you forget, yes, I know smokes are good to do. Yes, I know Roche is good to do. Things like that. but they forget because so much is going on. So when it comes to shot calling in a game, you cannot control every team. The other day, we had a game, right, where it's like, we should do Roche, 4 people on point. The Ursa earlier, please check for Roche. Roche is finally up, goes off and dies on his own, right? I can't teach that guy in that moment. But over the majority of games, like 100+ games, thousands of games, whatever, you need to keep making the right calls and keep telling your team, do Roshan, smoke now, whatever. For the players, the lucky times you get the players who listen and who already know what's good to do. They already know, yes, we should look for that carry who is on their own. We shouldn't be scared of it when they split up. We should smoke together. You need to keep making the calls so that when you get those players, it happens. When you don't make the calls, you might have those players, but they forget to do it. They're not watching the map. They're slipping up. They're too scared in their own base. They can't think of what to do. That's what you got to do. You got to make the calls, but it will not happen every game. It may not even happen most games, but when we're playing the game of numbers, which is that 51 wins and 49 losses is MMR gained, that's why we keep pushing and why we always try every game and make the calls, and it'll be frustrating when it doesn't happen, but you just need one game to go your way that wouldn't have otherwise, and that is gaining MMR. Hey, Baby Chariot, what's up? Thank you for the raid. You're just in time. Anyone who just joined in, if you want to join the raffle, type !ticket right now in Twitch. We're about to actually pick the winner, but you can sneak in at the last second as we're answering questions. When is the patch coming out tomorrow? Any guesses? I'm just hoping it does come out tomorrow. I have no idea. No idea. I'm not going to say that's wrong. It's backhand. He threatened to feed, knowing you won't feed, but they don't know that. That's funny. Maybe. I don't have the data on whether it's worth it or not to doing. It's scary though. You might enter this tilt mindset for your team with the threat of the feeding, but I'm kind of open to it. Extreme measures. Oh wait, did I ping the... I think we did. Oh yeah, I do have the timestamp for that one. Great. All right, let's get another timestamp ready, I guess, for whatever we're about to do. Okay. Where is my stream elements thing? All right, here we go. Close giveaway. Draw winner. It is Dead Pickle. I think you were saying you were trying to snipe me, right? I think we're similar MMRs. So we'll see how much we can actually provide here. Have you heard of the Dota Sama build? No, what is that? Is it for Bristleback? Should I find a bad one? I don't care. Realistically, are you also a support player? I can't remember. But if you're my MMR, then I'll keep it real, right? Where I'll share what I think. Because even in Immortal, we may know different things. So maybe I share something you don't know. Maybe I critique you and you're like, well, actually, Zach, I think this is correct. Like, that's fine with me. But I'll share what I think, whether it's, a bad game or a good game or whatever. Main 1 and 5. Then yeah, I mean, like, let's say you do the carry. I probably can't help you with the specific matchups, but I can say like, hey, as a support player, this is what I think you should be doing. Even though you also play 5, maybe you already know. But I can say like, I don't want you to help me here. Like, I'm happy to die for you, whatever. Like, that's what we can share. It's a collaborative effort, maybe. Okay, while Dead Pickle is picking out a game, I'm gonna refill water and all that. So I'll be right back. Keep each other company. I guess you guys can't talk to each other like the Twitch to the YouTube, but I guess amongst your own circles. I'll be right back. Cool. Shards to claim. On our way to 2 million. Okay, what is this? Disruptor? Okay, let me... support... Immortal. Okay. And then let me write down this timestamp, which is what? All right, downloading. Oh, I hope this is like just a week. Let's see if it's looks good. Nice. Slipped in. This is a messy one for me. The rest are stomps. Nice. All right, let's see what happened in this game then. Can I climb the ladder from 2K MMR being a position 4 or 5, or should I switch to carry? So many games feel hopeless with useless carries in team. So let me answer that real quick because I know it's a very common question, and then we'll get into the replay. It's really up to you what you want to put up with. I think for the average player, the most important thing is to improve and be good. And whether that's through supporting or being a core player, it's going to develop like different skill sets to the start. But the key thing is like you consistently get a lead in some way. As a support player, you might keep setting up your cores, whoever you lane with, to have a good start and slow down the enemy carry and make them the useless carry that their team is flaming, right? Not that we want to have flaming, but we wreck the enemy carry. Or Maybe you play more playmakers. You be the initiator for your team. You play scaling supports who have a good start, and you scale up into like a pseudo core. If you play core, you're going to have to learn how to have a bad start every game because you're going to have bad supports on your team, and you're going to have to learn how to like recover and pick good fights, scale. Like whatever skill it is, you're going to need to learn. And the important thing is improving. Now, if you're coming from another MMO, or sorry, a MOBA, maybe an MMO, if you're coming from another MOBA and you would genuinely think like, I am probably way better than the average player, I do think playing core is easier to climb. Like if I were to restart on a brand new account because I was super toxic and Valve banned me but didn't punish me that hard, so I made a new account, I would just play core because you have way more individual control over other people to have a good start and then be a core. And it's much easier to do that, especially in the mid lane where it's 1v1. So you can't even be weighed down by like bad support players who are probably just like core players who don't actually know how to play support. But most people don't know how to do that. They don't know how to like suddenly I'm actually 2,000 better than where I deserve to be. So I know how to punish all these mistakes as a core player that I can't as a support player. Most people aren't really like that. You're gaining MMR 100, 200, 500 at a time. And I really don't think it matters at that point. I think you just need to keep trying to be good. That is my own take. Other people have different. That's fine, right? It's all just a philosophy thing. But that's my thoughts on it. Okay, let us get into this for Dead Pickle now. Maybe I got to adjust that timestamp. Whatever. Who cares? It's fine. All right. So what are we? Disruptor. So we're gonna have probably a poor lane, but be more useful later. I haven't been playing much Disruptor lately. I know the main thing is his lane is just like kind of rough versus a lot of the popular picks. Let me do a quick look if the build has changed at all. I don't think it really has. Yeah, okay.
It's in the bag.
I think hard support Disruptor's a little better, isn't it? But I mean, I'm open for it, even in Immortal. What were we doing? I think you were trying to decide on your items. What are we against? Probably Troll and then Pudge or Rubick. And we're with the Mars. Okay. Might be a bit of a tough lane because I think Troll is pretty good in the one-on-one. If it's Pudge and he's missing hooks, then maybe that's our window where we're constantly poking and getting something out of it. If we can pull ahead and we have the burst from Mars, I do think we can snowball this lane. But I would expect it to be difficult. Not used to 4 as much. Okay. Oh, I see this ward here. I'm thinking this is a Pudge. Pudge 5, ain't it? Oh, yeah, it is. I think versus Pudge 5, it's probably safer to be on this left side just because it's harder to be hooked into tower. Like, that's the killer rather than stand over here. But I'm guessing you're maybe waiting to do, like, some of this stuff. I mean, as long as you're better at dodging hooks than me, then it's fine. You are the ranged hero. Oh, it ended up being Lycan carry. Wait, so where's Troll off lane? Did they just lane swap? Weird. Okay. I actually think this makes our life a bit easier. The Spirit Wolves? Spirit Wolves are so cute, but I think they're the worst facet by far for Lycan. Okay. Did get hooked though, so we're gonna die? It's pretty close. Yeah, we're gonna die. I mean, it's all just about not being hooked, right? Which is why kind of then brings it back to where if you want to play for this, like, I get it, but it's so much risk. You actually were on the safe side on this chance. You just got hooked in the end. I won't sweat it too hard because I get hooked left and right nonstop, but I do think that's kind of why it's better to just, like, sentry it, and then you can stand on this left side. It's a little easier. Or, like, sorry. Sentry this camp earlier, because we're position 4. Like, at the very start of the game when we were in here, if we just YOLO our way up and do it. In this case, we actually would have run into Pudge, and that might have been bad. But I might have done that and then just try to play the lane and not have to worry about potentially body blocking. And if he body blocks or sentries, then, like, whatever. All right. Lane's good, though, equilibrium-wise. There's another hook. Not too bad. Just need to make sure they don't pull. I don't think you should be up here. I think you should just drag this camp away to make sure Pudge or Lycan doesn't pull it in. They're not, so I guess it's fine. But I would... Otherwise, I'd be, like, dragging this down. You're about to aggro, like, all these creeps. Fortunately, lost him in the trees. And then we got nothing to do here. Pudge is probably pulling. I think you should either look for the stack. So let's say you didn't aggro these creeps, like right around here. And in fact, even sooner. So like around here. Probably too scared to contest this. Can't do much about it. Either stacking this camp or stacking this camp. One of those could be good, because I really don't think you're going to need to do much here, right? Mars will just handle all this on its own. Get some XP, block it. Okay. He should know about that because of his observer, and yeah, I think he... Oh, maybe he didn't do it already. It's just not showing on the minimap. Okay, then he did a pull himself. Uh-oh. We're probably dead. This is way too low. I can't believe this is only 4 seconds, actually. I mean, not low enough to save you in this case, but can't believe this is only 4 seconds. Oh, no. He's hitting way too many hooks. It's a disaster. I mean, this is the problem with Disruptor, right? It's just you're not strong enough to actually just be able to play the lane. And punish the Pudge when he hooks or not. If he didn't land as many hooks, I'd say you guys are in a decent spot. I don't know about this glimpse. I think you should just be back here doing this pull. Less risk of being hooked, and then maintaining equilibrium out here. Wait, you had 2 observers up here? That means someone doesn't have an observer now. Looks like it's mid. I don't think you should be buying both. This is the problem, man. Pudge is just walking in and we can't do anything.
Can't do nothing about dire
Rip.
structures right now.
Same sentry got a double kill. I don't think you even strictly needed to know where Pudge is. Which, by the way, I don't think I really like this observer. I was kind of more shocked that you had it, but I don't think you should place it there. Earlier, I think you guys knew where Pudge was, and he was still landing hooks. I'm not sure if it was a thing about seeing Pudge. I think it's just like the reaction times, which I'm bad at too, but I think any observer here is likely to die. I actually think he's winning the lane so hard, he's probably going to start moving. So I actually think an observer further out to make sure your Lina continues to do well is more important than you guys. Especially because most of the time, the equilibriums have been in a pretty good spot. It just, this, you know, that keeps happening. I think you need to pivot to help Lina at this point. Like, this top lane's too rough. You need to, like, do stacks and secure runes for her. This equilibrium, because of the catapult, it'll stay here for a while until Mars respawns and TB's out. So I think you should actually head mid. And maybe that other observer you have, you could place it at that time. All right, so here, Lina wouldn't have gotten it, but at least you would have stolen away from, I guess, the full health Viper. Maybe it didn't matter anyways. Ooh, good glimpse. All right, that's pretty good.
Kill.
Yeah, I do think we just have to help other lanes.
Radiant's mid tower could use a hand.
Probably stack along the way. If you didn't TP here, I'd say go for the Wisdom Rune steal. Lich can actually do it because he still has his TP. Go for the stacks. Solid.
Dire's mid tower's having. Radiant's mid tower's coming apart.
I think if you want to go back top, I'm kind of reflecting on it. I think if you want to go back top, doing what you did makes sense. In hindsight, because we don't actually really want to be back here, and maybe your bottom lane has more chances to do things, I think after this set of kills, we should maybe stick around and look to either glimpse people who have teleported back in, or look for a second kill with this creep wave. Because if someone walks a little too far up, then as they fall back, you could glimpse them back and trap them for quite a while between Kinetic Field, Sinister Gaze, all this stuff. You might be able to get a follow-up kill down here, which I think is maybe our best play. The double stack's not bad, but it also could have just been a stack over here closer to the lane. And then maybe you guys are like punishing this troll right now and stepping up too far. Instead, the Pudge hooks continue.
Radiant's mid tower's getting banged up.
Yeah, I'm kind of open to that too. Like after that last fight, Lich and Disruptor go through the Twin Gate and try to get the Lycan. I think I'm up for that.
Radiant's mid tower.
I'm ecstatic.
The Venn diagram of survivability. Oh, she doesn't even have a point in LSA, huh? Well, I guess it's fine. Okay, okay. I thought 1 point would be worth it.
Radiant's mid tower's getting banged up.
All right, there's a ward here. I mean, we can see it on the replay, but I think that was a low ground Viper strike. Yeah. I think you placed a sentry. Oh, yeah, you got it here. I actually really like... So you have to be sure you can do it, but right now, I think like at this stage of the game, I think this observer is the most common, and then like something here. I think a lot of people don't do this area anymore just because this sentry gets all of it. And something deeper while all these towers are up is less likely, but possible. But I would actually say a sentry out here. This way you don't need to do this one and this one. I think like a sentry here to catch this area and this area is good. You can maybe even see here potentially. And if you don't see anything here, then maybe you do the second sentry further back in. Oh no, Pudge. Actually, that one worked out. Okay. Whew. Caged.
Dire's top tower. You know the drill. Dire's structure's looking fortified.
Double kill.
It ended up a little awkward. this our best play? Let's see, got kills top.
No break through the dire structure.
I actually kind of feel like your team should have stayed top and take that tower. Not just because this fight ends up so bad, but I mean, if we go back to it, you guys killed the Lycan. Excuse me. You guys killed the Lycan here. 4 heroes. She has bots. I feel like you guys could just go for the tower. And then come back down here with all the heroes. This ended up being like the greatest stolen Lich ult ever.
Double kill.
Uh-oh. See if they all leave the bottom tower now. The enemy team has actually done a lot of deep wards.
Them dire buildings are tough as nails.
I think you should actually... Okay, you just barely got 6, but instead of de-warding, like right now, I think you should just stay for the XP. I also don't think you know it's safe to go out, because they just killed Lina. I think you should just stay here for all of this. Get 6, get the last hits. This is like 100-something gold. 200. That's a 10th of your net worth. Instead we kind of like miss all that XP and gold. We do get a D-ward, but they also could have been here and then killing you, and then you're still not 6. And then we didn't really get that gold. If there had been no observer there, we still wouldn't be 6 actually. Let's get another D-ward. That's good. Okay, I think Viper is doable. Alright, you gotta get this guy instead. I feel like you could have maybe gotten Viper. If you walk this way, glimpse back, kinetic field, ult both of them. Pudge might have TP'd out though. It was also a little scary because Bloodseeker was a bit low. So maybe we just take the Pudge. No. What is the off-lane troll build? Why is he finding so many kills? Diffusal? War staff. I'm pretty open to Yules this game, actually. I feel like it's quite good versus 3 of their heroes. I think they'll still just chase you with the 4 staff is what I'm thinking. Okay, why'd this one end up so messy? I mean, you guys do have several ults available. Pudge goes in. Where's Lich trying to get to? Alright, I think your team just wasn't quite on the same page. Like, they didn't grab you in that. That could have been double ults. Or triple ults, I guess, to get the double kill. do this? Do we have our ults? Don't have that one. And I'm not sure about that play. I don't think you guys had any tools to defend.
Radiant's bottom tower seen better days. The Dire might want to know that Radiant's bottom tower.
Killing spree.
And I think that would be a kill, but you don't have the mana for the ult. I think you guys needed a reset there. I think if you don't try to defend mid, scatter out a little bit, and then see what they do. They might split off the mid tower, and then that's where you can maybe do something.
Bottom tower seen better days.
Oh, I didn't stun.
7 technical difficulties.
Do we have Lich ult? 9 seconds? Mud golems, help me!
Killing spree.
I feel like a Rupture's kind of overkill there. Okay.
Someone's dropped out like a kid in school.
I feel like if you guys don't Rupture there, you can go heal and then smoke and go for another kill, but whatever. Yeah, Glimpse is awesome. I like to ping the permanent cast range to make it easy when I play now. Oh, Mars, that's so dangerous. Gets away. Oh, that was really awkward. A little bit nitpicky. Excuse me. Okay, so good glimpse counting, right? You glimpse him back. I don't think you need to kinetic field here because you have the follow-ups here, right? So like if he's going to get stunned, then he's not walking out of kinetic field. And if anything, if he was this confident to move out, the rest of the team is probably nearby. So I actually think you need to hold kinetic field to combo with the static storm. Unless you're going to static storm this guy, but I don't think you're going to. And then, for example, now you see Troll and you're like, oh shit, you know, I'd love to kinetic field ult him potentially. As if we try for the kill, but now this is 20 seconds cooldown. And actually that might come into play here. Ooh, yeah. Okay, I mean, kind of early ult on him, so good on him to dodge out the Disruptor ult. We see he pays the price for it. But otherwise, I do think if you have the kinetic field, that's guaranteed. You know, you kinetic field ult, he doesn't ult at all. Nice Mars Arena. I forgot that already.
Dire buildings are tough to
Lena barely lives. Glitch up too. Why don't you just place an observer? Where's our... Because I was going to tell you guys it's a really good time to go place a deep ward, but
Dire's mid
I don't know where. Maybe your team lost one that I just missed, or maybe it's in stock. By the time it's out, it's no longer time to deep ward, which is too bad. smoke. Ooh, early Roche. Well, I guess not that early for Immortal. This is proper proper Roche time, if not. Sometimes even earlier it happens with a troll. But why would Lycan take it? I know it's carry Lycan, but surely carry Lycan is still beholden to the shapeshift cooldown.
Triple kill.
Let's not delude ourselves. Offlane troll is still carry troll. I feel like you should just give it to the troll. That's gotta be a sentry on the low ground. Kinetic field up there. I don't like that ward, guys. Okay, you guys did get one deep ward down, I guess. Though I do think the most common sentry right here is going to... Actually, he's a little further up. It's like here. Is going to kill this. So I'd like this to be further back. Though I think you ran into someone here, so you just placed it. So it's like, okay. They fortunately don't have a high ground checker, so there is a good chance they just put the sentry on the top and be lazy. But I don't see, like, Lich placed this observer here, but what are you guys doing over here, you know? If you're pushing this, then this helps you with that. I don't really think you guys are playing for this area. I would just hold it if I was the Lich. Wow. Lena barely made it in time.
Guess what's happening in Dire's bottom tower? Dire's
Oops.
mid tower's having technical
Who's that? Thank you. I mean, that's just one where you got to be a little more patient with the glimpse report. Thank you for the Prime sub. Ooey, tooey, ooey, ooey, ooey. I'd like to think that was kind of close to the pronunciation, maybe. All right, fortunately, your team is just... You guys are getting back into it because they just keep running in one at a time, I feel like. Or actually, it's more two at a time, and that's why you guys are getting good combos. Oh, I mean, from here, I think you guys... We're winning. Just gotta group up and do things every time we have the ults. I think your Ags is pretty good. I think Blink Ag sounds fine. Oh, scary. I think you guys have too many defensive wards overall. I don't think silencing Viper is that critical.
Double kill.
I guess a lot of them, the silence isn't that important, but either preventing the shapeshift or the troll ult seems to me the strongest, and or taking out both supports. But I feel like Viper, I know he can't keep using Q, which is kind of nice, but I also think it's like he can still attack. Why don't I just throw an Oracle Stomp? Well, it's the education. It's the education. Oh my god. Troll. Mind your business, troll. Got him.
Dire's top tower's getting beat down.
Nice. Blink next.
Mega kill.
All right. Things are looking pretty good from here.
Hang on to that mid tower.
PMA pause. Oh yeah, for sure, for sure.
No breaking through the dire structures for now.
Troll's tilted so hard. I shouldn't have picked Troll off lane. Like, I think some of the fights the Dire took is bad, but a lot of it is that they have no way to start anything. Like, the 3 cores are the same hero. It's Troll, Lyke, and Viper. It's just a bunch of right-clickers who have to walk in. They have no one who can start fights besides the Pudge hook and the Rubick, and that's supports. Like, supports who have to go in versus BKBs, Mars, Lena deleting them. Like, how are you supposed to start stuff? Dead Pickle, don't get into a flame war. No need. No need.
Mid tower's having technical difficulties. The Dire best do something about that bottom tower. Guess what's happening? Bottom tower got blown.
Wow, he actually got him. Lol.
Monster kill.
617. Do I want to do another replay? Do I? Do I? Do I? More support wolves as carries kind of grief. I have seen some people do it. I think the logic is kind of there. I just think the facet's not good enough. And that if you wanted to do it, you might as well just do Alpha Wolves anyways. Which at that point, you're not really playing a carry, though. I don't know. I don't even hate it. Like, I've seen it done in pubs, and it's won games. I think the draft as a whole did not help them. Okay, I'll tell you what. I will very quickly look at some of these that you sent. We won't watch the full replays, but I'll do a quick look to pass Judgement. Was Spectre a Smurf? Is that the full match ID? I feel like that's not. It seems like it's missing numbers. Okay. We're entering the speedrun section, okay? Speedrun section. I'm gonna pop it in. I'm gonna look for a couple things. Gonna answer. We're gonna go. And we'll do it for a little bit. We'll see how fast we can actually do it. I still need to take timestamps, though. So what is this? Whatever. I'll find these final timestamps. We're gonna try this speedrun thing. We'll try it. This one, what is this? Is Spectre a Smurf? Party game? Relatively lower amounts, but it's Crusader. It doesn't have to be. You know what? I'm not even going to dig into the account. Let's just watch the gameplay. Okay, I'm not even gonna bother with this since we're speedrunning this section. Where's Spectre? All right, is Spectre a Smurf? Let's see. Actually left the fountain pretty quickly. Items seem reasonable. Moving out on the map. Pause. Let's see. Net worth is decent. Item build. Decent. Radiance this game. It's pretty quick though. I think Radiance Orchid is bad though. That doesn't make sense to me. I think if you do Radiance, you go Manta Ags. I think if you go Orchid, you do Orchid Manta. I feel Radiance into Orchid doesn't really make sense. Not a carry player, but that's my rough feel. Let's go watch some last hitting. Okay, little body blocking. Actually does not body block because I forgot she's permanently phased. That's funny. Some creep aggro. What rank is this again? Crusader? Crusader, okay. Missing some last hits she should get already. If it's a Smurf, it's not like an Immortal Smurf. It could be, I don't know, Ancient to Crusader to play with friends. I'd be willing to do that. I don't think an Immortal would have missed some of those early last hits. I don't think an Immortal gets their range creep denied like that. Okay, jumping ahead. Need to further evaluate. Actually, what I really need to see is when she has 6. Depending, if someone was smurfing with Immortal, their map awareness would be really good. Now, they might be watching through the minimap and we can't see that, but I think you would have to check. Okay, looked around for an immediate ult use. That's not that crazy though. Watching a fight while farming is pretty above Crusader. Although maybe he wasn't farming. Maybe it is Crusader. Watching the tiny. Okay, not a bad first though. Let's look for another. Any tread swapping? I wasn't watching for that, but we should. Did the whole thing on agility treads. Didn't look around the map for more targets, just did the one in front of them. And then, like I said, I'm not really sure I believe in this Radiance build. I feel like with all that in mind, I don't think this would be an Immortal Smurf. I might be willing to say, like, oh, maybe it's someone a little higher ranked that played at a little lower to play with friends. But I don't think this wouldn't be a really high ranked Smurf. I think this could just be someone playing well, someone who plays a lot of Spectre, perhaps. So ends my decision. Okay, next one. I'm just gonna go in order. Dwory, what are we looking for in yours? Just feedback on Pudge 5? Don't play Pudge 5. Next. I'll look real quick. Put Pudge 5. I think Pudge 4 is better if you at least want to do that. Pudge 5. Okay, okay. Wait, I need the YouTube open as well in case YouTube people are also popping in. Okay, Pudge 5 gameplay. Smoke with the team. That's good. The team is not together, though. Was this party? It was. Why are you guys separate? Get together. Follow the same path. This is good. Sneaky observer. Not a Smurf, guys. Stamp declared. Unlucky. But you might still get it. Might still get a kill here. I was gonna say don't hook until it's a hook kill, because otherwise you're gonna die. All right, worked out. Pretty necessary to be Pudge 5. Not sure I really like this starting build, because I think Pudge 5 can look for hooks, but Pudge actually has ridiculous base damage, you know? So I think if you do want to play Pudge support, a really good way to play Pudge is just be in the lane denying things in front of the enemy. And the enemy, like, how do you beat 75 damage unless you're someone like Night Stalker? He still has 70 damage. You know, you can still contest it a lot. I don't really like these items because it means you're just like hiding a lot, waiting for hooks. I think if you want to be Pudge support, actually being useful in the lane is pretty good. Like this, you know, deny this. Hit Night Stalker. Now we deny this one. And then off of that, you could maybe go for a hook here. We do get a kill. What's their ranks? Who are we bullying? About like 1,000 or 1,000 MMR difference. Right there. Go walk to a camp. If you got nothing to do, no equilibrium, go walk to a camp, hook it. Go back here, stack, hook one. Another good hook. All right, now we go, it's jungling time. Not actually jungling, but like Weaver's okay on his own. Get the wards, nice. Not on the cliff. No, the cliff is too common. Everyone's gonna check the cliff versus a Pudge. And then sentry in this area for your Weaver. Protect the Weaver. And then you'd also happen to get an observer, which is why they shouldn't put an observer here. And then in your downtime, you should go hook the big camps. Your team dragged the camps into you. This TP supply is not working out. Don't worry, Jug has no object permanence. He came back up. Nice hook on Warlock, though. Solid. Hook a jungle camp as you go. Okay. All right. Speed round. We're moving on. I'm just grabbing these at random, guys. I'm scrolling up and grabbing randomly. Okay, this one. I've immediately forgotten who I copy and pasted this from. He said defend tier 1 or not. Breakdown on that. Let's do it. Do you know roughly what time? Who said this? I don't know how to pronounce these together. DBNG Shuroy. We'll just jump ahead to see roughly where. When to defend tier 1 is a good question. I think we briefly talked about it earlier in the game. Earlier in the stream, but we can look for, let's see. Towers are still up. Maybe this top tower is being sieged. All right, Jug left it. Good call. Gonna die. Radiant side. Maybe this tower. Okay. So Drow is maybe here on her own. Things happening up here. They kill the Wind Ranger. You were Pudge. Should we be watching your perspective, or is it the question of should Drow be here? Ah, I see. Okay, we TP in. So the tricky part is here. Witch Doctor and Earthshaker are pretty scary to hook in. He doesn't have Echo yet. No Death Ward, but Maledict and a Stun and Fissure is still a good chunk, so kind of scary. I'm open with you. I think coming down here to try this is okay because you also had Sand King coming with an Invis rune. So I think this attempt is okay as a way to get a kill whilst also defending. It didn't pan out, which is unfortunate. Looks like they have a sentry somewhere in this area. So I would just give up at this point. Yeah, head out, maybe go top. I don't think this is the build for support Pudge, is it? Drow's got to be careful because people already TP'd and left, so now she has to be very careful. They're messing up. Okay, I mean, what Drow's doing is okay. This part's crazy. Yo, pew, 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 pew. get as many as you can, try to get an angle that gets the range creep, and then you leave. She even gets lucky here, gets out, and then she turns back around because, I don't know, she wants to Nyx in this range creep. That's crazy. Drow should come jungle at this point. And then what she's doing is fine, and your team doesn't even have to give up this tower or not. She's playing way too far up, and maybe it eventually kills her, which is why you're asking, like, should she just give up a tower or defend? Like here, pew, 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 multi-shot, and then go jungle. It's actually in range, so now she can just do regular attacks, and it's kind of okay. But it's a little scary because it's 2v1, so they could dive. All right, jungle time right now. Like, why is she walking forward? She should walk backwards, do this. And then she's doing her job. She's farming, and she's keeping them away from the tower. All of this, she just lost 100 gold for not doing this camp instead. And risked her life. And at some point, she'll get punished for it. Maybe not. Should. Like, why? Okay, here it is. You know, good save. Good save on you. You shouldn't have to come here. Should she just join the siege top? Potentially. Let's go back a little bit to, like, a little further. Especially as a lot of heroes come here, pro level, you'll see them come through. So, for example, one of the options could be the multi-shot, shove the lane, and instead of jungling here, you go through the twin gate. But that's the thing. The enemy team doesn't know. Drow could shove the lane and just farm or rotate. And that puts the pressure on them. Like, are we getting wrapped on? Is she just jungling and I'm fine to push up? In pubs, most carries will not make that play, but it is why it can be good for carries to learn to do that. And it is tactically good. And then what you said makes sense. Whoever was asking that. You could come through, do the gank, get the tower, and then you see if you want to come back bottom or not. I would be open to that. 2v1 holding the lane is fine. She's taking way too much risk, which is why Pudge ended up having to come down and save her.
Radiant's mid tower's coming apart.
Okay. I think that answers your question. So we're gonna keep the speed run going. UYT, we literally made a Twitch account for the sole reason of asking what I could have done against Monkey King buying Deso and rushing 3 rapiers. I'm waking up in the middle of the night thinking about this game. You even subbed, so let me take a quick look. Okay, cool. It's within range. To be honest, that build should not work. And really, it sounds like one successful gank would kill the Monkey King's entire game plan. So it sounds like you just need to... Your team needs to organize that. If you let him run around freely and eventually just, like, keep getting kills, then it'll work. It looks... Where does Divine Rapier... Maybe he dropped them at the end. Oh, yeah, he dropped them. But really, that's just where you should start. Because if he's a Monkey King with Deso, you know what? I'll just hop into the game. I'll show you. He should have very low health. He should be quite susceptible to being killed. And you should be able to just play some wards, smoke gank, get him a kill, and then that should be good. But if you don't ever do that and continue to allow him to just, like, run around doing whatever, then it's going to work. So let's jump to the Deso. Actually, a lot of times what helps here is if you watch his perspective, opportunities where things could have worked out. So Shadow Fiend needs to bait out the stun way sooner. This is an individual instance, right? No reaction time for the first 2 stacks.
Who's that? Thank you.
Should channel his ult sooner. Oh, he was Mask of Madness. Sorry, I didn't notice.
Who's that?
He should
Thank
still
you.
start it sooner here. Start the ultimate right away because you have to bait out the Boundless Strike, and then you can do it. So he waits too long, so the Jingu comes out, so then Monkey King's able to do more damage because of this. Gafford, Reel, and Sarah Bear, thank you so much for the subs, guys. Right, so successful attempt, gets away barely, so that could have been 1 punish. The Deso comes out now. So you guys are actually winning as well. Oh, he's actually dead. Where'd he go? This doesn't seem like the problem. Let's jump a little further in. Okay, so here he's got the Deso. He's running around on his own, 1,400 health, right? So if he already uses his Boundless Strike, even a Crystal Maiden could Freezing Field on top of him, do a ton of damage. Quap with Dagon, Shadow Fiend. Like, everyone has a lot of damage to kill this Monkey King pretty quickly if you catch him. What does your team's vision look like? So we have one observer over here. Monkey King shows. So maybe like a quick smoke gank over, get him killed, or just avoid him. You know, if he's not doing anything, maybe we go play somewhere else. Let's go back to the Monkey King. Did he deny? Oh, maybe your observer just happened to die. Oh no, sorry, it's because I switched perspective. I'm dumb. Okay, he's up here. Alright, so this one's not really about the Monkey King, it's about the fact that they start the Legion duel and you guys all come in one at a time. So that one's not about the Monkey King. At this rate, he's going to get to the Divine Rapier, which is an insane build, and it really just takes one gank to resolve. And here's the thing. Now, you might say, like, well, once we pick up the Divine, now they just have to gank us. That's true, but because he's rushing a Divine, his build is Deso Divine. He has no survivability. Your team who's going more regular builds, for example, Wind Ranger, she'll have MKB Lincolns and then pick up a Divine, so she has more safety while now having the huge Divine boost. This guy's got Hurricane Pike, Sanjin Yasha, Scotty, BKB, whatever. Same over here. So that's why if someone rushes a Divine Rapier, it's very all in, and you just need to... You need one successful play on that hero, and you're usually in an amazing spot. He doesn't have it quite yet. So maybe let's just go till he has it. He actually locked it to make sure he didn't activate it till he wants it. That's kind of smart. I guess if you're a Deso Divine Rusher, you pick up a couple tricks related to this. Is this turbo? I don't think so. I think it's just a very kill-heavy... Oh, maybe it is turbo, actually. This net worth is really high. Sorry, I didn't even process that. Is this a turbo game? I guess it is. I wasn't even really mentally processing that. I still stand by it, though, then, because even in turbo or not, I think the logic's the same. You spend a huge chunk of your money on a Deso. Again, this is not about the Divine Deso. This is about the fact that they made a play first on the Crystal Maiden, and the team wasn't ready. And now, with no Crystal Maiden, the plays are continuing to happen, but it's in front of the tier 2, so they get kills. It's only the Legion, though, and there's still RP, so the team still needs to be careful. Wind Ranger, not careful enough. That does go to him hitting pretty hard. I think she had Wind Run, though, doesn't she? So she just didn't react in time here to survive this. If she just pressed Wind Run, she could have Wind Ran, Shackle Shot, and then you guys might kill the Monkey King here during your long stun, because he'd be stunned right now. She'd come in, Frostbite, all that stuff, and then he dies. Guy deals 2k damage. So yes, that's the hard part. But again, why... It only needs to work once. You can try 5 times and fail 4 of them, but as soon as it works once, that's it. He's lost the Divine, and you have the safety and Divine. So that's why your team needs to set up wards. You need to have smokes ready, and when you see him off on his own, you have to get him. And that's the whole game plan. And then you have a huge lead because you got the Divine. If you scatter, then yes, it's going to be very effective. See how you guys are like, boop, 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 and we don't know where Monkey King is? That's why it's going to work. Now he gets the Aegis. Now that's his safety tool for the Divine build. Now it's even trickier because now we got to do it twice. But before, when he finished the Divine and before the Aegis, you want me to hold it? That's where we have to look for it. He's not interested. if you were going to do this on any hero, Monkey King is a good hero for it. I understand why it's frustrating. I know I'm making it sound like, just kill him once. It's true. I know it's easier said than done, especially in a turbo game where things are chaotic. Actually, I don't know. I'm saying it is turbo. I don't think it... I no longer think it is. I think the kills are just going so high that everyone's super farmed. Oh, yeah, you're saying it's an actual ranked game. Yeah. Like, your team just keeps coming in one-on-one versus them. And then your map is dark. So, at this point, it's pretty brutal. But earlier, when you see him going for this wacky build, you just got to get the vision down and get kills. And even as he's building up to this build, he is very susceptible to being killed. Because, again, it's a straight damage build. So, if you actually just get kills, like, it's easy. It's easy to get the kills if your team's together. Okay. Bat Rider support from 69 Timmy Thick. All right, 17 to 27 minutes. Very clear. Let's go in. Take a quick look. Get out. Graph. 17 minutes. Oh my God. 17 minutes. Does look like we have kind of a lead. Looks like we throw over here. So actually that's maybe more of the place to check out. Looks like you guys were winning. Lane was fun if you want to watch. If we were doing a raffle system, yes. This time, no. We are speed running this to get people the feedback. So what's happening here? Teams winning at like 30 minutes. We have a 11k lead, so this looks good. We have Aegis on Sniper. We're not all together though. Why not? Let's go back a little bit. Jumped a little too far. Okay, you're pushing mid. Your team took Tormentor, and then instead of waiting for you, they're just going. You guys have 4 minutes on this Aegis, which means your team could have easily come over here, captured this, set up vision, remove enemy vision, take tier 2, and then push. So instead, they're diving with part of the team. Straight to the Terror Blade, who does not get Sunder off. Big Epi. This is actually looking pretty good. And then, oh, the Echo. Ah, I see. Buybacks get committed. We're still back here. This tower is 2/3 health, by the way. So we got some buybacks, but realistically, when we had a 10k lead and Aegis, should this have been a remotely close fight? No. So this comes down to just a really bad high ground push. You guys are diving when you have no need to. You have the literal best hero to not have to dive with, which is Sniper. And Sniper's attack range on the tower is back here. And you all stand behind Sniper and watch him ho-ho, ha-ha this tower. And in about 2 or 3 creep waves, you'll kill the tower. Then he stands here. Ho-ho, ha-ha is the next barracks. Everyone stands behind him. At some point, they have to land a Pudge hook. That is where things get tricky. That's where Sniper has to dodge the hooks, or you guys have to have 4-staff, stuff like that. If you see him standing too close, you can be smoked on the Bat Rider to blink lasso, pull someone out, but you got to be very careful. You probably have to get the Earthshaker or the Sand King, because if you pull them out and everyone groups up, you're going to get BKB'd, like echoed or epied. If your team has BKBs, which I saw one on Marcy, Necro has one, so that's actually pretty good. Then you don't have to be worried, because you pull someone out and they all BKB, kill it, you go straight in. Sniper, 3k. So if we actually go back, just to round this home, prior to this dive, when you were bringing in the mid lane, if Sniper, with 3.5 minutes on Aegis, you guys don't do this dive, you back out, You capture this, you get this tower, you give Sniper a minute to farm, and in that minute, you hold this map, seeing if you can get easy kills. If you get the kills, then you push. At some point, he finishes BKB, probably still has like 2 minutes of the Aegis left. Now you don't have to care at all about the Echo. Like, pull him in, Echo, Epi, whatever. BKB is up. And then you win the game. Instead, look at this. Waddling in. This is Sniper's attack range. This is how close he is to the tower. The tower is what matters here. So Sniper can be all the way back here. Instead, he's right here because he's looking at these heroes. So this is just your team diving in a way that is not supposed to be done. And then, because when you dive the enemy's base, and the supports who have no mobility have to go, hold on, sir. Please don't report me. I'm coming to use my abilities on you. You all funnel into the high ground, and that's when the big AoE spells like Epi and then the Echo come in, and that's what wins the fight. Along with the fact that they have better vision and the tier 3 bonuses and all that. Next! Don Dio Mio. I want to know what it is. I'm not doing well. Okay. Replay. Let's go. Bane hard support. Not the most meta hero right now, but is in a decent spot. Looks like you're partied with Alchemist. For this game, I would say we just need to focus on having a good start and then stacking. Looks like you did get a very good start in the lane, so maybe we're going to skip that. And maybe this is also a situation where we jump to the late game and look for what happens, because you guys should have been in a really good spot to win starting around 20 to 30 minutes. Oops. Jupiter, what is wrong? You already had dinner. Meowing out of control over there. Okay, so you're rushing in ag. So number one, this is the main problem. You have an Alchemist on your team and a Bristleback and a Sniper, but especially the Alchemist. Alchemist is the main thing. That means you guys have... The game plan is Alchemist hits his late game timing in the mid game. And ideally no one can keep up with him because it's so early. Which, this is that, right? He has twice the net worth of the other cores, which means you are looking to win now. You should have a Solar Crest. Drums are not bad. Force Staff could be good. Any of these early mid-game utility items that take advantage of the fact that Alk has 25k net worth, and then with all his damage, what has he built? All of this, you put a Solar Crest on him, a Drums, and you make him even stronger. So now they have to not only kill this Alchemist who's got 25k, but he's also got Solar, Drums, Glimmer, Force, Lotus, whatever, everything behind him. It is impossible to kill him. And so now we go back to what we were just saying in the last replay. Alk pops ult with a creep wave and maybe Aegis, comes up and goes... And then every time the ult is down, you back off and you just wait for it to come back up and you just repeat. And in doing so, Alchemist destroys this and they can't do anything about it. I see the ads have started. I feel like I should wait. I'll wait. Unless Don Dio Mio, can you still hear us? Sometimes the ads don't play depending on what region you're from. If you're the most important person, if you can still hear it, we'll keep going. Okay, he's still here. We'll keep going. So, that's the game plan. Itemization-wise, Ags is a very long build-up. Nothing useful in between. So this isn't going to become useful till later. And actually, we're now on the downward slope of Alchemist. He is going to get worse as time goes on, because he's pretty much maxed out. Now, carry players will do, oh, well, I can still get my backpack refresher and eat a moon shard. Those are all diminishing returns. You want to win now with this 18k lead. So this Aghanims, which is like, it's going to come online at like 35, 40 minutes. That's way later than now, where we're trying to win now. What's Jakir? Jakira's doing the same thing. Jakira's also going for an Aghanims. That is way later, not now. I actually think his 4 staff's on the way. Okay, so Jakiro went Yule's Force. That's kind of okay, but no one has a Solar Crest for Alchemist, Bristle, Sniper, which is kind of crazy. Like, there should be Drums and Solar Crest between the supports, and your team fight would be crazy. So itemization would change a lot from you and your fellow support. Even with these bad items, 18k is a huge amount, so you guys should still be able to win. So let's see what happens to you guys. At this point, how long in the Aegis? You guys just got it, 4.5 minutes. So we should set up on the enemy's half of the map, play together, get vision. If we see them, we go for a quick kill, and with that kill, we push in. You guys have the sniper, so if you want to just force it, take all the outer towers, and then go mid, same deal, sniper in the back, ho ho, ha ha. They have to come to you, and in doing so, reveal themselves to a Bristle and an Alchemist, and all your backline stuff really hard. So from here, it should be a very straightforward siege, but you guys are currently all scattered. Always bad to do when you guys are way ahead, especially without more vision, because that is how you give pickoffs. So you're over here trying to get a team to come for this Amplify. All right, we're now together again, pushing mid. Sniper should come over. This is kind of okay. We're going to need a deep ward. You shouldn't hit this tower. You have 140 damage, not bad as a universal. Alchemist has 300 damage plus, and he's got way more attack speed and everything. His attacks are way more important than yours. If Lion comes and double stuns this way and double hoof stomp and Warlock ult, you guys are chain stunned together. You should be back here, so when they jump your Alchemist, you Fiend's Grip and Nightmare and Glimmer and everything. You don't need to hit this tower. All your cores, they'll do it. Alk jumping in. We haven't found our pickoff, but we are now diving, going in. Sniper is not in range. Supports are not really in range. Bristle is being killed instantly. You are now under the tier 3 tower. Finger gets wasted back there. Slark, good ult on the Slark, actually. That should not happen, but you do get the Slark. This is a very messy fight that is working more than it should. Alk dies. They somehow killed a 27,000 net worth Alchemist. She got over 2,000 gold for that. So anytime you're really far ahead, any death is extremely painful, especially something like your top net worth hero by double value. And it doesn't even make sense because you guys should all be behind Sniper, who's hitting this tower.
Kill.
Like, they should kill Sniper at most, and Alk should get to choose when to come in and not be tanking 4 different heroes on his own with no help from the team because they're all back here and he's here, and you tried to help him, but then you're also in danger. So this was a really bad push from you guys, which went... We can say it went even, but it went even when you're 18k up. And so that's not really even. That's actually a huge win for the opponents. They should barely be able to get a kill. So we can speed forward. So now before your Alk is up, so we don't have vision down. They're respawning. Let's actually go to their half of the map. So they actually had some wards seeing where you guys went. You guys showed in the creep wave, and they know the scariest hero in the game is the Alchemist. He's still dead. You guys are still farming on their half of their map without vision, and so now we're going to give another kill. Remember, at the start of this, we said we should end the game now, like in this push with this Aegis, methodically and correctly, not like literally now, but like this is the end game timing. But we've thrown once. Alk, we had to wait for him. We had to wait 25 seconds. Now you're dead. Now we're going to have to wait another 49 seconds. I suspect Bristle or someone is going to die next with a longer death time. So now another 50 seconds. Now... Oh, he had Aegis. Another 50 refresh. Bristle. Ooh, Alchemist came in here. How many stacks is Slark at? Slark is at 34 Essence Shift stacks. I don't know what abilities he has available. Now we have to wait 70 seconds for the Bristle. We have a 15k lead, 1v5. You guys are actually in this fight practically like 30,000 behind when you compare Alchemist's net worth to their team. Now he might get some kills, right? So he got the Quap. Slark is now at what? 52 Essence Shift stacks. Now we have to wait another 100 seconds for Alchemist. We are currently snowballing a loss. We need to just do a complete reset and wait for the entire team to be up. And then you'll still have a 10k lead, which is not bad. You need two things. Everyone to be up, and you need to wait for Slark to lose all of these Essence shift stacks. He is insanely powerful right now. Now maybe we're backing off. Isn't this kind of crazy? Like, they backed off. We know Slark's really strong, and then he's like, I'm gonna go farm without vision. This is where you can lose another death. You need to be really careful. You're in the jungle, you pushed out top, so that's fine. We do need to be careful if they're gonna come through the Twin Gate and kill us. You do have a ward, so where you are is currently okay. We just need to be very aware of the longer they're missing, if anything's happening. Slark in the mid lane. We'll go a little further until the net worth totally equalizes. So Alchemist is back up. Just reset the game plan. We need vision down. We need a pick off. Even if you don't, that'll be the safest play. But even if you don't, Sniper should be the only one to hit the tower, and everyone stands behind Sniper. So let's see if that happens. Currently, we're all scattered on the map. We're coming top. Sniper's being jumped. So they're making the play first. You're trying to save Sniper, but, you know, it doesn't really come into play. So you get the Ags, right? You Fiend's Grip him the whole time, and you whack him a couple times. But how useful was that? Especially in a game where they have multiple ways to stun the illusions and kill them quickly. I don't actually think the Ags is worth it. Especially because you have an Alchemist. Like, you're hoping he gives you the Ags. I don't think you should spend your money on it. I think Solar Drums, you just buff the Sniper to hit the buildings faster. So Sniper's dead. We're gonna push up. We can do a little damage while heroes are respawning. We should be getting out now. Actually, a little bit before now. Wait for Sniper to come again. So there goes the Bristle. You do get a good Ags ult. Kills the Slark. Pretty tough under their own base, though. So they're fighting back. You lose your Alchemist again, who is still like 10k over. So the fact that he's died twice, 3 times, is actually crazy. And they hold again. The net worth is holding even. That's really good for them. They should be losing. We should be in the next game laning stage. So the fact that they're dragging out's really big. We started about 10 minutes ago at this point. I painted the picture of how we win. Have we seen that happen once? Where we set up around Sniper, where we look for pickoffs with deep wards? No. And so that's kind of why we end up losing this game. Also, if I'm sounding harsh, not really trying to. I'm just in like speed mode, so I'm laying down the law and going. All of this is, of course, in good intention to improve no flame. All of that. Guardian Greaves coming up. Like, Greaves is mech's not in the best place, but it's the right idea of I want to line up with Alk's timing. The mech will finish relatively early. It could be fine depending on the game. I would be open to it. Let us. Who else? And what time am I at? It's about 7. We can do a couple more rapid fire ones.
Dire's mid tower won't last. Them dire buildings are tough as nails for now.
Ander Kent, itemization question should be easy enough. Let me take a look at that real fast. That one we probably just need to see the end game screen. Hey, Math, is it? Would it be favoritism to pick Math? Is it reverse favoritism if I specifically don't pick him? Okay, let's see the builds. So Nyx this game. Zeus, Enigma. Okay, so your team has a lot of team fight between Enigma or Shaker. And then a lot of backline damage between Zeus and Drow. So your job is to scout out the enemies and set that up. Bait them onto you so you can either get the big team fight follow-up, or you're in the front, you find the target, and then all the backline damage comes in. Your break versus Bristleback is also quite nice. I think that's the main focus here. So then what did we end up doing? We got the Arcane Boots first into the Dagon. I'm kind of open to it because it's a pub game and your damage versus like Lion and Invoker is pretty good. I do think this is a game where you could not do this build, do something like Blink and Yules and Shard sooner. You do go for the Blink. So I think you do recognize your job as I start things, I initiate all of that. Eventually a BKB later, which actually kind of makes sense this game. It's just funny to see on Nyx. So I don't play enough Nyx. I'm not sure if a casual Dagon's worth it. Like, I think if you're going for Dagon, you're committed to the 5 Dagon. And if you're not going to do that, I think you just skip it and you go Blink, Aether Lens, Force Staff, buff up your cores in some way. I think something like that would be good. Casual Dagon is fine. You lifesteal a lot. I'm kind of open to it. I just don't know how much people do it. I haven't really looked into it too much. I think this is another itemization question here. Yakubian experiment. Advice on item build, how I could have ended this faster. DK safe lane. Okay, DK safe lane I think is like Armlet SNY cat as a very like default build. So Armlet, you went Mask of Madness. That's actually also okay. Sanj and Yasha, BKB sounds. So this is a very good generic build. And then I looked at their draft and they have PA Lifestealer Sven. So I think you actually have to bump a little bit more armor into this build somewhere. And in fact, this Mask of Madness might be doing the reverse, which it gives you more damage, but then you have negative armor. This might be one where it's okay to skip Mask of Madness to speed up something else. Now, let me just double check. Let me look at Dota 2 Pro Tracker. I don't know how much Dota you play, because this looks like a... this is a Herald game. So I don't know if you know about the Dota 2 Pro Tracker, but it can be a great way to check builds. Which you have a very meta build, so I assume you know about it and you know like what you're doing. This might just be a case where you adapt a little bit, and maybe it's skipping the Mask of Madness, or maybe you're just skipping BKB for more armor somewhere. Not a lot of people are doing that, but I think it's because not a lot of pros would end up running into Lifestealer Sven PA. Maybe a Silver Edge too if you needed a more aggressive option. It looks like your net worth is really good though. Where did it compare? Yeah, this is so your farming speed is really good. You'll get out of Herald like pretty quickly if you keep playing this way. I guess we'd have to look into the actual gameplay. Wait, didn't you win? Oh, you did end up winning. Oh, that seems good to me. Like maybe you could have adjusted the build, but I mean, if you have this much net worth and you win, I think you're good. 40 minutes. I know you were asking how to play faster. Really hard to play faster in Herald. Herald ends up being like at some point it happens. It's very difficult to organize your team into anything. And the most you can kind of do is either do a little split pushing safely, or eventually you wait for the big fight to happen and you are top net worth, so you have the best odds. You win, and then you run it down wherever that fight happened. Ending pre 30 minutes in Herald. Maybe you're going to need to be even better at getting solo kills, which Dragonite is maybe not. While I pick the next replay, we can quickly look in to see what you're actually doing in the game. but it is tough to forcibly end a game faster. Okay, so 10 minutes in, I see this towers. All the towers are up. I think you guys just got a kill here, so you didn't want to hit too much. Okay, we're hitting PA a little bit. I think we just back off because Warlock's out and go back to farming. So you're hitting him a lot. Our ult's now over. I'd be pretty happy with your earlier kills. Looks like a little bit too much fighting's happening here. Just farming more and then waiting for your next ultimate would be good. It does look like it's working out, though. You ended up with a kill. We actually lost our tower first, though. I think you just back out of that sooner. Shove waves, jungle. So your team's here. So actually, so then funny enough, now Wind Ranger was here. You push in a big wave. No one seems to be showing. It looks like several heroes are up here. This is now actually the time to take the tower. Pop your ult, hit this tower, shove it in further, and then while you're doing that, maybe watch the other fights, how they're going if you want to show up. Otherwise, just like farming your way back, maybe even through their triangle if you think it's really safe to do so would be good. You actually miss a window here to take this. You do TP. Oh, I thought you TP top. You came mid for this tower. Death Prophet, a pretty tough one, but the Golem and your damage looks like you barely get it, and you end up with the mid tower. That's actually not bad. I do think you could get this bottom tower first. Now you're making your way over. And that seems pretty good. I'm gonna jump ahead again. Roche would be great around this time. A bit tough to do on your own. You've been very active though, which I like for Herald. If you feel the need to be super active, a blink might help you. Or a silver edge this game, because the break's useful. And actually, the invis in a pub game are really nice. So that could be a good way to do it. 3 wisdom runes picked up. Hilarious. So we're in a good spot. Now we just die. Close. Okay, it worked out. Taking towers this early can be a little tricky, but okay, so this is one case where we're chasing a little too hard, right? Because we didn't get the blink. It's not easy to get a lifestealer. Lina missed the stun. After this kill, things are bugged out, but after this kill, the next creep wave's coming in. You guys should just take this tower off of that. Like, forget this lifestealer. You can try here, right? You guys don't get it. Now we go back to the tower. This ends up being a lot more chase, which isn't really worth it. So this part will be tough for... This is maybe your next part to improve on as a Herald player. Your farm is clearly quite good based on this one game. Now determining when is it worth chasing a kill, when should I just farm and take objectives, that's kind of the next thing. Which you can just refine over time, because if you just keep playing the same way you did, you will win. Games may take longer than you want, but if you're constantly topping net worth, you will climb. How about Bloodthorn this game? I'm open to it. I don't see it on... This would be the time to do it, I guess. Carry Dragon Knights don't usually vary too much here. Yeah, I'm kind of open to it if you wanted to do Bloodthorn.
Guess what's happening to Dire's bottom tower?
Your king.
I actually think that one's pretty good for Herald. I don't know if that was the feedback you wanted, but I actually think you're in a pretty good spot. Some of it is like there's only so much you individually can do to end a game faster, which you can try, and some of the stuff we said will lean you towards that. But actually, sometimes it's just slow, because like teammates doing things also really helps expedite the game. It's a team effort at the end, right? So sometimes you do just have to slog your way through Herald, and then you get to Guardian and Crusader and higher, and you get more teammates who are, we won the fight, we should push, right? That happens, and that helps you finish the game faster. So there's like only so much you can do, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Got calibrated there after coming back to game. Was ancient. No wonder. I was like, this is way better than Herald. I was thinking you either came from another game or you just like a long break. Even after the recalibration, like they moved heroes around. Old ancient, like you're out of sorts, I'm sure, but I'm sure it'll come back. Like if you could get to ancient before, I'm sure you will get to like Crusader Archon pretty easily, and then go from there depending how much you want to play or not. AG Sagero. What team are we on here? Phoenix here. Okay. Phoenix, the last 15-ish minutes, you said, hour-long game. Okay, so about 45 minutes. Where are we on the graph? Okay, looks like the big throws happen here. I'm gonna guess some of what I said earlier is probably exactly the same thing, which is about how we push high ground. Currently, so we lost some heroes. Wait, actually a little bit sooner then. Before, where did the big throw happen?
Radiant's mid tower's coming apart.
Oh, the big throw hasn't happened yet because it's actually quite even until the very big throw. Okay. So let's go back here. Our attack went dead after 45 minutes, had no clear on what to do. So every late game... What rank again was this? Divine, okay. So late game depends a little bit on heroes. One plan that will always work is that if you can find a key kill, you can chip the towers a little bit. The issue that a lot of people face is thinking, I have to break, and maybe the terminology is wrong. I have to break high ground. I need this key moment, wins the game, game over, we did it, all in this one clean movement. That makes it very obvious. Many games with like Techies, Medusa, Zeus will not be like that. It will be, I am water wearing down this stone masonry over thousands of years, but I get there eventually. And that can be this, right? Keep shoving in towers. Invoker summons, poke once, they die, right? At some point, you find a pick-off, you get in a chunk of damage to the tower, you get pushed off because your creep wave's dead, and you just got to keep doing it again and again and again. And sometimes that's what the late game is into lineups that can hold really well, like Zeus. Actually, like every hero on here can hold really well besides maybe LC. So this is a game where I look at your vision. What do we have? We have one ward here, and that's it. So if we are in control of the map, we need way more vision on their half of the map. Now, there is a Zeus, so that's probably why you don't have as many wards. So we're going to avoid too close to the towers, because this is where, let's think about Zeus, how comfortable he feels moving out and using lightning bolt. So probably about like here, he'd be willing to walk out to, and then lightning bolt around there. If he does make his way out, he's also going to lightning bolt camps. So maybe we're going to put some in weird spots, you know, like maybe like right here, maybe up here, maybe a little further out. You will probably lose some. It's just unavoidable versus Zeus, but you want to see him leave. So we're just going to like scatter them around here and hope that at some point he moves out and we can kill Zeus. Or someone moves somewhere else, like he's moving bottom, Medusa's going top, we can get the Medusa. Let's just like fast forward a little bit through this game and watch for that. See how we are all scattered? So if an opportunity presents itself, we're not going to be able to act on it. Also, if they're making a play, they will find a solo target wherever they go. And if they have vision, so they don't, because they're getting stuck in the base. On these movements out, this is actually where they should be smoking out, trying to find things. So they find a Night Stalker kill. If you're in this situation on the defensive side, get the hell out right now. Muerta, 3 wards. It is time to move out and drop this shit. Scattered around the map in safe areas. She's coming to this cliff. I'm going to lose it if this Muerta in Divine puts an observer on this cliff. I'm losing it right now. She rarely gets to leave the base, and she's going to put it in the most obvious spot. I get to leave the base. What's the best cliff ward I could use? This one. This is not the place to put it. You need to put it scattered out. Because actually both teams have the same game plan here. If you win a major fight, the death timers are so long that if you feed in the fountain 100 seconds, it takes about a minute, let's say, from fountain to all the way here. It's probably more like 40 seconds, depending on move speed, blinks, force staff, stuff like that. The creep waves at this stage of the game, they're gone. They're dead. There's no slowly pushing. They're dead instantly. So it is the movement time from wherever you win the fight to here. And if even the furthest part of the map, fountain, is about 40 seconds to get here, and the death timers are 100 seconds, then you still have 1 minute to take a building, to chip it down, to force buybacks, and then you repeat. Wherever on the map, 1 kill is all you need to get 5v4 and chip it. Maybe you can't win the game off the 5v4, but you take down half the tower. Now you get another kill 3 minutes later. Kill up here. Back to base. Shove down the lane. Chip it. The final 20 seconds of death timer you have. You finish the tower. You back off. 1 more kill. Back down. Next barracks. Repeat. At some point, you're scaled so far, you go straight to the throne or something, potentially. Or you finally clean sweep the whole megas in 1 major fight. But you need vision. Needs to be scattered around, not lost instantly. If you're the team in control, play around the vision. You know, maybe you play bottom, so you have more wards here and 1 random ward somewhere top to see someone sneaking out there so that Zeus doesn't move up there and take out 3 of your wards. And if he tries to come down here, you kill him because that's where you're playing. Let's go back to Phoenix. You can also just keep getting Aegises, kind of repeat, send the Aegis in banner stuff. If you're really in this desperate of a situation, using the banner on the catapult can be really good because the creeps can be aggroed out, the catapults can't. So to protect the creeps versus this tower, the banner needs to go like right here, which Medusa and Muerta could maybe kill relatively easily. The catapult actually hits the tower from here, which means your banner can be back here. That'll only work for the tier 3. Then the catapult will move forward and hit the barracks. Depending how tough of a time you're having breaking the high ground, then maybe you factor that in. Maybe the banner goes a little closer so that when the catapult moves up to the barracks, you're still defending it. But if you're really struggling to break even the tier 3, then the banner back here for the catapult here is like the safest and slowest way you could do it. This is only the second Roche? It's 50 minutes! What are you guys doing? You gotta get the Roches. Just start collecting Roches. Get like 20,000 net worth every time you do Roche. This should be the 3rd Roche at least, usually. Some games this happens, but this is part of why maybe you're struggling to end, because this Roche should be giving you a huge advantage. It should be Ags or Refresher and stuff. Straight from the soul. I couldn't believe it was the second Roche. 50 minutes in! I thought for Divine it would surely be higher than this. Dang! Wait, let me look back at this again. Okay, but hold on. I was rambling about stuff. Okay, we kill Zeus, no buyback. We don't know that. So as a team, what is our game plan? Ideally, the creep waves would be all pushed in. We maybe don't have time to do that depending on the death timer, and we don't want to waste any time. more towers you have, then we're not so worried about the chip damage from this stuff. This is not the biggest wave in the world, and it's relatively even. So you have, I would say, 40 seconds before you really have to deal with it. But you could also just choose to sack some of your tower's health to put on the pressure. There's a bit of a trade-off, and this is why we're talking about wearing down towers over a long time. Oh, my cat stretching out made a weird noise. I was like, what is that? I would say, rather than start a brand new tier 3 here and a brand new tier 3 here, okay, kind of slightly used tower right there, 5% discount when you buy it from a used bookstore. You guys all fall back. This lane's already pushed in. We're happy with this one. Does anyone have bots? Invokers often have bots. Okay, perfect. Invoker's gonna TP mid. Deal with this creep wave. Send the Forge Spirits forward. All of you go through the Twin Gate, start pushing this, so we don't have to start working on a brand new tier 3. You have 90 seconds. Let's say it takes 20 seconds for everyone to get to the Twin Gate and get to this point. Let's say this takes 30 seconds. I think it's actually less, but let's say it's 30 seconds. You still have 40 seconds of no Zeus to take this. They fortify. All right, you now have 5 minutes to find another kill. They don't have fortify.
That was Zeus? What happened to him?
So what happens instead? He does TP back. He is showing in the creep wave. If they have any wards here, they're going to see you guys scattered. 3 of you still top, Night Stalker mid, especially as Night Stalker potentially cuts that mid. He's going further. I'm not far enough for my team. How far can I get from my team? Let me go past the outpost through a Watcher. Can I get any further? Let me channel for 6 seconds on the Watcher. Invoker's here. I am showing here. My team is showing here. Like, you guys are giving so many opportunities for them to do something. Even though they're down 4v5, if they bring Legion +1, they'll get Night Stalker. They'll get Invoker, depending where they're set. She's 224 damage, tons. So you guys are super risky gameplay here. Instead, we go for a top fight when we don't have 2 of our heroes. We are 3v4 in this situation. You guys should not be attempting this top fight right now. That's more on Bloodseeker for coming in like this. I understand why you felt like you need to come in and egg, because it kind of looked like he was going to kill himself on Blade Mail. I kind of wonder, though, if you just Sunray from afar and then maybe get closer and feed him a Healing Lotus. I know you're trying to save for Block of Cheese, but I think you don't need to egg then, and you'll kill the Legion and he'll heal. It was kind of close, though, I think. I get it. Heat in the moment, late game. I'm not going to make that big of a deal of it, because the bigger deal is that he is about to join the fight now, and this guy is back here. So why were we trying to start something after Invoker TP'd home? Zeus is still dead 50 seconds, by the way. Let's just throw that out there. That's how much time we have. Let's say a fight hadn't happened. You could still start the bottom push and make it here in time before Zeus respawns. Instead, we force a fight. Not we, it's the Bloodseeker, not really you, I know. The Bloodseeker forced this, but you as the support player need to call it out. You need to be like, hey guys, let's not throw the game. Let's, Invoker left, we need to go regroup, push together, blah, blah, blah. Say the words. Hope core players have ears. Got a Legion buyback at least. But now you're dead. Now I'm gonna wait for that. Look, he's gonna come home and deal with this. Scattered. Invoker's here, here. Showing in the mid lane. Lucky didn't get dueled. That might have been a Lincoln's that saved him. I think she did try to duel. Yeah. Wind Ranger just saved the game for you guys right there. All right. I think that about answers why we became directionless and through. I get it, late game's confusing, but it's actually quite the same through many situations. It's almost always possible. All right. We have now done the bullet round for quite a while, guys. I know there's more, but I might be might be tired, might be ending. Again, look, boop, 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 boop. If you guys watch the mini map in many of your games, you actually see this happen all the time. Everyone is scattered. Any play they make, right? If I gotta, oh, Zach, we were stuck in our base so long, it felt impossible to move out. I don't know how to find any play, right? And I just mined forever. It was just an impossible game. It's really not. If they made any move, even if it was a blind smoke right now, anywhere out, they would have found a successful pickoff. This is why it really comes down to the vision, so you don't have to do it blind. Or you have things like Zeus ult, mines. Like, he needs to get out and start placing some mines around the map to improve their vision so that you can see this stuff. And as soon as you see it, you got to go instantly. And pub teams are going to be slow, and that's why you got to set it up ahead of time. Hey, guys, if we see them split up, we should immediately smoke and go. Not like as soon as it happens, you have to tell them then to go. You got to set it up ahead of time. You got to have it ready, and you got to see it, and you got to say, go bottom right now. I have smoke. And you hope it works, and it doesn't work. And then it's, okay, we're going to wait for the next opportunity. They're going to split up again, as we have seen the Radiant do for the last, 10 minutes. They're going to constantly be apart. And as soon as you can identify it and go, you have found a major pickoff. You now have the numbers advantage. And now you can go get what is only the third Roche in the game. Like, they're going to try to make a play. They've nearly killed Night Stalker. They kill Night Stalker. They got him. Now the team that should be trapped in their base can finally move out and do things. Go set up more wards. Go find another dual kill. Let's see what you guys are doing. Are we all... We lost Night Stalker. Are we backed off and scattered? No. We're still scattering. Still scattering. Hey, Amplified Dotes. What's up? Still scattered. Duel is up. They should just be smoked right now going. If 5 of them smoke and go, they can't possibly find a losing fight. They have 5 heroes versus 4. It's a 13k lead for you guys, minus 27k. So they're up by 14k right now, and they have 5 heroes to your 4 heroes. Any duel, whoever you see, winning play from the Dire. It'll set up for, who knows, Roche is a little off, whatever. Set up some wards, blah, blah, blah. Continue staggering this death timer. Looks like they're just going for the straightforward push. That's actually also... Bloodseeker. Wind Ranger is showing here. Night Stalker is dead. Invoker's here. Phoenix is over here. Bloodseeker knows, even without anyone else showing, it is 5 versus 4. And he doesn't know where the enemy is, except Moritz has been sitting here in a ward for the last 2 minutes. I don't know what's going on there. Even if Moritz is the only one back here, it's still 4v4. That is an even numbers. And if they jump first, then it's not. This is crazy for Bloodseeker to show here. And he should be immediately jumped. Get in there, Legion. Get in there, Legion. Do it. Just get this guy. Just get this guy. Get him. Just do it. Just do it. All right, yeah, instantly TP home. Get the Wind Ranger instead. She can't have Bloodseeker nearby. Go, 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 go. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. You just wait for the next opportunity where they all split up. I promise it'll happen. Back to the Phoenix. Again, originally, at any point your team groups up, get Aegis, push in, set up the deep wards, wait for the pickoff. You guys are going to really struggle to find the pickoff, though, because you guys are never together. You guys have to move as a group. Doot, 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 back and forth as a group with your deep wards. And when you see someone, you all are together to go right away. If someone have bots, they can be the one who is apart. So this is good. You guys are all together, getting baited on Medusa illusions, but that's okay. 4 of you together. Invoker's gone. He has the bots. It's okay. Wind Ranger, come with us. They're all missing. This is so dangerous from you guys. It's so dangerous. You guys are pushing up to their half of the map. Does anyone have a gem? Do you guys have any idea what their vision scenario is? Wind Ranger's got the gem, but she hasn't been down here, so we don't know if they have vision of us. And your team keeps showing in creep wave, so they certainly know. They're getting the free info from there. Okay, Sunstrike shows they're all stuck in their base. Around now, everyone needs to be backing out because from the last Sunstrike, this would be the time it takes for smoke to go get people. Fortunately, they're just showing in the creep wave. I don't know why Zeus hasn't checked his entire base at this point or why they don't have their own gem, but... Gonna start a fight, but your team does not have everyone there. Who's streaming right now? We raided Ricky last time, right? We go somewhere else. Darn.
Triple kill.
Let's go to King Potato, I think. Because Invoker keeps TPing everywhere to farm. Okay. Mutako, sorry. I need to draw the line somewhere and end. But we do these replay streams pretty much every Wednesday until a major patch happens. So, if you catch one of the next ones, maybe we can do that one. I'm sorry. What if I keep going? It keeps coming in. We never end. We're gonna go to King Potato. He's a very high level offlane streamer. Yeah. I will try to find a bot that makes the raffles and stuff work between the stuff. Hopefully there's a patch soon. I will be ready. We'll go live as soon as I find news about it. Maybe it'll be tomorrow. If tomorrow just takes away Crownfall, I'll be very sad, and then maybe I won't be streaming. But maybe I will be streaming, and we'll just be doing goofy games, like variety stuff until it comes out. But I don't know. I don't know. Where the heck is it, guys? Where is it? Where is the stream? I mean, where is the patch? All right. Well, now let's start the countdown to the raid. You can go hang out with King Potato. I will get this VOD up. We will have the timestamps. I'll have to adjust our rapid fire one here at the end, but that's fine. Try to get that system to work next time. If it's tonight, I'm totally fine with that, Horizon Strider. I will immediately get back on. I will pour honey down my throat, and we will stream, and we'll go. The sooner, the better, as far as I'm concerned, for the patch. All right, guys. Thanks for hanging out. Maybe variety stream tomorrow while we wait for the patch. Otherwise, as soon as the patch comes out, we'll be spamming it.
Thank
Hugo, how you doing, man?
Howdy.
It's been ages. You're tuning in literally as I'm about to end and go raid King Potato. But it is great seeing you, Hugo. I hope you're doing well. If you prefer YouTube viewer, we just started the multi-stream. That's what I'm up to lately. I don't know if that's easier for you. I didn't do a review. Oh, yeah, I'll do that. I'll refund those. We did that one. Okay. All right, guys. I will see you later. Bye, everybody.